Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the ALGS Last Chance Qualifiers numero dos. I am Zephyr, that is Dia, and we are bringing you the action here as 30 teams remain in contest for the only 2 spots available for the EMEA region.
I'm so revved up for today, Zephyr. I have been thinking about which 2 teams I think are going to take it for the past, well, I want to say 24 hours because that's really all that we've had, but it's been maybe 12 or so. The point being, I think that we've had some crazy showings in the past couple hours, and the teams that are here aren't teams that don't deserve to be there. They are teams that have not popped off yet. I'm looking at what we've got in the top 10 from the lower bracket and the bottom 10 from the winners bracket that are competing here in lower bracket 2. I know, it's a mouthful to take it into those finals, and I mean, man, oh man, I've said this I don't know how many times in the past 24 hours, but every single team deserves to be here.
I know for you, you've said it plenty of times, but let's put some facts on the board here. Take a look at our overview. As Dia has alluded to, yes, we are starting with the losers round 2 here today. The bottom 10 teams from winners round 2 that you caught yesterday will be now joined from the top 10 teams of losers round 1 that took place off stream. They'll be competing in a standard ALGS 6-game series, and the top 10 teams there will qualify to our finals, but without those advanced starting points.
You know what makes me really happy today, Zephyr, is that none of this is happening off stream. There's no game that's happening today that we aren't going to cover, because there are genuinely some teams popping into this match that we, by virtue of just the way that things worked out, haven't actually seen play in LCQ2 yet. We haven't seen their sort of final form in Split 2, and for so many teams, with the exception of 2, people's seasons are ending today, Zephyr. We have got to see what they bring to the table.
That is very, very true. And you know what's even more crazy? Like, I want to point out, say, a team like Kongarna. For the 2 of us, if you take into context what we have covered, you know, Group B winners round 1, as well as, you know, going on to winners round 2, technically, we haven't seen a team like Kongarna yet. We haven't seen teams like Na'Vi because we just haven't had that opportunity. So much like you, I'm excited all the same. But speaking of those teams, let's take a look at exactly who we will be focusing on here currently in Losers 2. Plenty of names, hopefully, that you do recognize from what was our winners round. But like I said, many more that you may not have seen thus far.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the resurgence of playing for content. They actually had a really nice time of it in the lower bracket yesterday. It felt like they figured something out, it clicked, and now they're ready with that top 10 performance. Guild as well, a surprising sort of relegation into the lower bracket. Ended up topping it by a lot. They broke 100 points in the lower bracket yesterday, and it was off stream, Zephyr. We don't know how it happened.
Well, I can tell you a little bit. 4 wins there, a plethora of major kill games, and hopefully a resurgence of a team that we know is great. Another one alongside them that also found the only other wins there in the series was Outplayed. And what I find crazy about them is, yes, they had a fantastic evening, now qualified for our winners. They went on later that night to also play more Apex in a completely separate tournament. So those boys are as warmed up as it gets.
Sleep is for the weak, Zephyr. That's what I've learned over this weekend.
Oh, yes.
So many of these players, especially those that went through the lower bracket when we get to the finals, everybody here, but those that come through into the top 10 out of this lower bracket will have played 24 games over the course of these past 48 hours, and that's assuming that they didn't play an LCQ1.
Damn. As an absurd, I mean, I want people to understand that is an absurd amount of games to cover in just 2 days. That's almost the entire amount of what constitutes a pro league split almost. It's incredible. Either way, before we get into the games here, let's of course take a look at exactly how and where these teams will be playing. Today we'll be starting with World's Edge once again, so a little bit of a familiar friend to at least garner maybe some of those who aren't as revved up, Dia.
Now, yeah, I wanted to ask you this question, Zephyr, because
Of
we've
course.
had games that start on World's Edge and that start on Stormpoint. In function, you'd think that they were about the same, but I actually find that most commentators and most players have a preference, and I was wondering what yours was, given two different ways that these maps sort of play out.
Preference in a personal sense or preference in a competitive sense regarding which one I feel like is of more balance?
Yes, that one. The one that you think is more
That's the one.
exciting to watch.
More exciting. I like seeing Stormpoint first because I
Okay.
feel like for like World's Edge, I feel like if you're looking for your final iteration of points, I think it's the perfect map to finish off games, 4 through 6. Whereas Stormpoint, it gets a little bit more dicey, but obviously could be a little bit more entertaining. For us, though, we have no choice. We're on World's Edge. We take a look, of course, at our character select. We'll try to sniff out if there's anything unusual here. We got the handful, one occasional Loba there I can see for Odin gamers, but nothing else really.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few cryptos picked up. I am
Yeah.
not surprised, but disappointed that we don't have as much Watson as we could have. I'm missing Drain Gang already, and it feels crazy because Drain Gang, they're not playing anymore. They're done.
No.
And we're gonna be saying that even more. However, first game dropping onto World's Edge as you illustrated. It's your time to shine, but also your time to get going, because the first game of the day, and for these squads, it's the first time playing against each other during this tournament, for most of them at least. We haven't seen this particular iteration of teams before, which comes with its own set of growing pains, especially when it comes to early contests that we did see a fair share of.
Well, now's your opportunity to potentially take out the trash, clear out anything that remains here to prove yourself on World's Edge. And I think what I like about your point there is it's all about setting that pace. And obviously, for some of these teams, right, this is the first time that they are playing against each other, given the separation of our brackets here. And that first game, while yes, it's for security, is also all about figuring things out here. So those 50-50 contests, things that aren't as surefire, definitely have the potential to arrive here. So, of course, within these next kind of first few minutes, I'll be looking to see which teams maybe kind of meet up.
I mean, despite the fact that we didn't see them yesterday, we've got a lot to say about the Kangarna team that has made it here in a seemingly miraculous fashion. After a surprising round one, they came back in round two, looked pretty good, picked up a third place finish, and I don't think the Kangarna roster is done, but they're definitely suffering from growing pains. And as to whether they've been able to solve that problem in the course of the past 24 hours, or whether it takes a little bit more work, is going to be the biggest question that I have today.
And the craziest thing is, we can try to provide some analysis, especially with Urban here, but the truth is, the only instance that we ever got to really see of Urban, especially in this recent split, was the fact that he kind of went through those games with Invictus, popped over to what was that LAN just a moment ago, and that's it. That is all here for the major or majority of his true Pro League competitive career. And for Kangarna now alongside him as well, we've only got the last 24 hours to go off of. So definitely, like you said, some potential growing pains. I feel like they're beginning to definitely gel, as you wouldn't be here right now if you didn't.
I mean, yeah, for the Apex scene as a whole, be it rosters, be it actual compositions, Sweden did change everything. It seems like we're getting a little bit of action right now. Se Comporta, yeah, going up against the Kangarna squad we were talking about earlier. I really hope the Se Comporta, yeah, do well today, because I love saying their name. It gives me, oh my god, it gives me so much serotonin to just casually
Sadly,
hit that Se Comporta, yeah.
You're going to have to save that for later, Diaz. Se Comporta, yeah, they're going to take this one away here. Now, Vex coming up from behind just off of this Harvester region. We know for a fact that Kangarna is literally just beneath them. We just saw the rotation through that exact same choke. So maybe potentially playing Gatekeeper, or not even really finding the rotation that they want. Just kind of want to maybe head out and over to what is this western side to play this one out. I personally might be a little miffed in terms of catching the zone here, but curious to see where they're trying to play this.
I do think it's fascinating the amount of low shield rotations that we've seen, not just today, but in general during the LCQs. There have been a lot fewer squads that are willing to play edge and sort of slow rotate in when realizing the caliber of teams that will be holding inside of buildings in zone. Everybody's like, oh, you know what? I should probably get there too, because if I try and Valk ult in late, things are going to be so much more complicated, and that is definitely proven true. These guys have done excellently, especially in a zone that pulls up a little bit further north, where real estate comes at a premium and is very, very easy to hold. This early rotation style is going to be likely the biggest indicator of success. Engagement from Cool Gaming right now, little bit making me sweat a little bit, as it's pretty early to be fighting, but it's just a little bit of posturing over the train tunnel, which you can also hold as a sort of territory of its own.
And what I really like about these moves here for Cool Gaming is the fact that they know they're kind of in that centralized position, obviously having the available rotations out through some of those cracks that do provide there in the very, very middle of things. And I don't know if they knew rats were coming through and they made the move, or they just had great, great timing. Either way, they pull away from that engagement and leave this one in the hands of T-Rex as well as the two. Looks like we are seeing our first engagement on the map. Alpha to drop Urban here from that Kungarna roster, and it really feels like we just can't get this team's name out of our mouth.
No, they're going to be involved in the action today, whether it be on the receiving or giving end of it. Kungarna wants to frag out, and right now, it doesn't seem to be going too well. Graceful is down, and Badoli is left alone. Leaving your Gibraltar alone is tough, because he's a pretty big target, but what feels really bad is that especially Graceful went down, and we didn't even get to see it. That's been the focus of me for this roster for such a long time, and now, at least for game one, they'll be taking a little bit of a break, seeing if they can't correct their mistakes going into the second game of the day.
And what I really, really enjoy about that excursion there is we get to see one of our first matchups between, our loser bracket teams and those who have just got off the, true test and winners. And it was Rascals taking advantage of some of the little mistakes that presented themselves from that Kungarna roster, whether it be the low health or maybe even a poor position that we might have missed out on. And as a result, they find a very clean, wipe there. 19 squads left.
You're just given the speed with which we saw Kungarna at the choke and then here, I'm suspecting this one had a lot to do with the Valk ult that could have taken you into survey camp, because we talked about buildings coming to premium, fast rotations from all of these teams, and then suddenly, boom, just like that, Kungarna are out when we last saw them in Fragment. Those guys likely tried to do exactly the same thing, play with everyone else, but having landed far enough away, it's just not that easy anymore, and it seems like things are getting even harder for other squads, as ANC outplayed actually end up going out.
So our two highest performing teams from the original losers round one are already eliminated, and that's gotta or to one of the two out of our three highest performing teams, second and third. Doing my best here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not blame me. It's 6 a.m. Either way, they're already on their way out. That only leaves our last standing squad, Guild, at the very top of that lobby to remain there. And it's already beginning to start to form this narrative that was embellished upon in Survey Camp and now even further here towards Geyser. And I'm very interested to see if that stays consistent as we make our way through the rest of the lobby. As we tune in back towards Survey Camp, this is where a few of our teams are placing their bets. Rascals, of course, T-Rex, as we saw them only a moment ago there, Vexed, as well as TTD.
Now, since we've got all of this crowding over in places like Survey Camp, and even up towards Grandma's house, just over to the northwest of Fragment West, Epicenter is suspiciously empty. Most of this having to do with the fact that, hey, there aren't a lot of zones that pull over here. But until next beacon scan, no one actually knows, and I'm surprised to see that people weren't prioritizing things like the high ground outside of Epicenter, where you can watch and gatekeep teams coming from Fragment West and Overlook. Now that the zone continues to pull up north, though, I'm taking a look right above those train tracks.
Yes. As this zone will continue to drift north as it seems to be pulling here, those train tracks are absolutely crucial in real estate because they do provide one of the very few angles that doesn't get contested in the absolute fray that is Survey Camp. Currently, that is held by Odin Gamers, but don't, you know, don't just count anyone else out here. You have Cool Gaming only a click away in the midst of the train tracks who could very quickly come on out there. It's not the easiest rotation, but is still one that holds potential here. Looking at Skyhook, this is also another major region that is still highly contested. I know it is a round one POI in play, but it is nowhere close to where you want to be, especially with the major wall separating, some of our finalized zones.
I'm glad we got the chance to take a look at it because I was wondering where on earth Guild were. Now that we've got that look at them sitting in Skyhook, I wonder what their rotation will look like, and moreover, what their logic is for being there. With a heavy emphasis for most of these teams on playing in zone, Guild are taking a totally different approach. And maybe, just maybe, Zephyr, this is the approach that net them first place in the losers bracket yesterday. If they were playing Edge, if they felt comfortable going with this sort of Warlord style, I am excited to see it.
Well, I'll say this. If you're picking up an 18 kill game, 12, 14, those major double digits, almost close to 20 here for Guild, it almost tells me that you had to have been playing Edge. It's very rare that a central providing team is able to take that many fights with success because third parties are much more warranted in situations like that. As a result, that's why you typically see those higher kills then kind of come all the way through from positions like Guild are at right now. For Rats, though, loving this position on the very, very edge of the outside train line, back a little bit more towards Skyhook. You've got that Kraber here for Mania, and just lining things up. Not quite going to be looking to pull that trigger yet.
It's a round one world drop for Mania as well. He rolled the dice and got very, very lucky. It is a little bit early for a Kraber to be dropped, and you can still get, of course, a bunch of value out of it, but it's unlikely to start winning you the game at this point. You want to be really using most of those shots in the late game, which makes it a little bit of a tough situation since, obviously, you've got two weapons, why not try and use them, especially at long range? For Rats, this means that Kraber should be turning into KP during the mid game, but shouldn't be an end game clincher in the way that we typically see Krabers used.
Something I do find interesting about Rats there is they've got the rest of their roster, Tolkien and Sorbin, positioned out towards that central area of Trainline where it does open up towards the sky. And now that we get the free cam, yes, Adept Club or Cool Gaming is right on the other end of that wall, kind of providing what might be the gatekeeping potential here in just a moment. Back towards Fragment. This area is still well within play as our round two closes in. Bim Bam Goom, one of our teams from earlier, starting to look for shots. You have to be a little bit worrisome as they need to find their way across here into some of these buildings if they want to survive for longer. But already, Jump Hacks getting jumped upon.
He needs help. Everybody needs to come out of that building. No chance to save your Gibraltar even as a 1v2 comes through from Jazaz. Jazaz solo dismantles Bim Bam Goom. I guess underrated are going up today.
And this is another squad here from our losers round one eliminated at the hands of a higher performing team. I mean, I want to say it's like a tale as old as time, but it's a tale that has yet to be written here, and the paint is still drying. Congratulations, of course, to Underrated. They've got a ways to go in terms of that zone, but it doesn't look like they have too much to worry about regarding their backside. Still, though, there are a few squads that do hover outside a zone there towards the south. You can catch the very little fringe there just below. We take a look at our zone, and Dia is pulling directly on top of those train checks that we have seen Odin Gamers hold this entire time.
I'm looking over by where 7, 8, 9 are sitting, though, and as we talked about earlier, Epicenter, really rough area to play. They've got a way into next zone, but after that, their road becomes fraught. Do you go through Horizon, who are holding the high ground? Do you try and go through the mess that Survey Camp is going to become? I don't think either of those are going to be particularly fun. So 7, 8, 9 are going to have a really rough time in making it through to the next round and even the subsequent one.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I know you brought them up just as a transition point, but Horizon themselves as a squad have a fantastic position going into the final moments of that zone because, yeah, they have one of the few ridge lines that do exist up here towards the north that gets to avoid a lot of that major conflict in Survey Camp. The big question, of course, that you bring up is, can they defend that as many squads start to look for more? Underrated here, they finally made their way out of Fragment, kind of heading towards this respawn beacon that we sometimes see the zone end, the spire that plays out here towards the north. You can see just across from him, that's Little Pog Champs here, who sitting upon the roof are peppered a bit, but it seems like underrated. They've got other plans in mind as they keep moving forward.
It's already a much better performance from Little Pog Champs as well. They've taken a more conservative approach to today's games as opposed to yesterday's, but with so much fighting happening near them, it'd be sad if they didn't get involved pretty soon. Guild start to get hurt and don't have that much defense laid down with the Caustic. Instead, saving most of that utility underneath this bridge for the Gibraltar to save them just in the nick of time. They're also outside of next zone with no ability to push into the train tracks from here. Low ground, not super helpful for that. And I like the way they're trying to go around. Even that is gate capped. This is where Guild are going to have to turn around and fight, and I don't know where they're going to make their last stand.
Now, the question is if they have the utilization of that redeploy. Maybe that's something they see kind of pull out of their pockets. They might be able to hug that wall just kind of out towards the entrance, that outside end of train line, but it's no better secured here. For Na'Vi, they were the ones gatekeeping, and they quickly want to find themselves towards a further position. Obviously, this train line can house a multitude of teams. Odin Gamers situated out towards the north, but the carts themselves can be potentially played. It's just very hard to hold on to.
Oh, Odin almost welcomed this as a distraction, though. They say, all right, well, yes, we're holding up here. It's very nice positioning, but if we're the only team here, if there's no one between us and the monsters that are coming out of survey camp, it's going to be a rough time. So sort of a welcome distraction for Odin Gamers to have a buffer between them and the rest of the lobby. Unfortunately, Rats will not be joining said rest of lobby, as they rightly have to rush into Cool Gaming, who were holding this end of the camp, and just don't get to do it.
Well, thankfully for Rats, before they headed on their way out, they were successfully able to eliminate Little Pog Champs from their rotation towards that kind of grandma's house. Tune back in with Gil, and they're already trying to find shots. They're not quite the knockdown. The bow check, it's going to find a bit of damage, but not enough to find those drops. They're quite missed that last arrow here as Gil is trying to defend up against this basically defenseless wall. Going to try to climb up that other side, maybe potentially look for more, but no, they got to pull back.
Really disadvantageous position for Guild Esports because you are at the mercy of the team that would peek over the wall at you. The nice thing is that apparently you've done enough damage that they don't want to peek you at all. Underrated. They're waiting to heal up and then perhaps try and relocate as looking for content end up going out in the kill feed to 789.
Oh, 789 defending what was a potential zone rotation for Guild here. They continue to provide shots. It's a bit of a shame because underrated was so low and they could have followed through there. We do hear a bit of the crack, the break. Horizon will be taken low, and in this moment, they are going to be utilizing, it almost looked like they were going to be utilizing the defensive bombardment, but for now, they're going to hold on to that major tool, but an EMP will not be held onto, thrown back in response.
This is sort of an attempt at a pseudo third party right now, making Guild vulnerable, baiting people into the fight from up on the high ground. Second Portaya might try and get involved, but if Guild even survived for this long. Yet another crypto drone is coming out. We can see even more shields displaced, and Second Portaya are starting to throw themselves in here. A few members already hitting the high ground, but Torji up on this top side is trying instead to take a poke out of the back end of these guys, make sure that they're forced to use the Valkyrie ultimates, and then join the rest of his team with the portal. Great moves from Second Portaya.
Now they get to hold themselves underneath this survey camp area, which does allow for some safety kind of extended, especially in one of the more chaotic regions. Meanwhile, redeploys take to the sky. 789 Nemesis on this high ground. One of the few teams to hold a higher end position here towards the north. The only few that do exist. 789 taking the brunt of damage as a result here. Batteries are found. Shields are cracked, though, just as quickly as they're put back together. It's Desu down, but that's great. Great Nox gas grenade as Guild's eliminated. Second Porte is eliminated. And Sadia looks for the beam with the R99, but doesn't quite get the drop.
Still's getting so much damage off of this gas, though. Nemesis are going to go down in the meantime. Zanya has done so much work with this Caustic simply by surviving, and now with the height, with a little bit of help from Dave, 789 could turn this around. TTD get taken out, and it just cost them the life of Dave. We'll see if they're able to get them back up. 789 struggles to recover, and Rascals start the next assault on the high ground.
Oh, but they've got to be careful themselves. There's still plenty of teams holding those buildings there, and they'll be taken low. Thankfully for them, the bubble keeps them going here. Looks like they had a bit of a mix, though. Clone here from what is that Rascals roster, which is a little bit of underrated, taking out the rest of 7A9, potentially from that high ground that we're looking at right now. Clone, though, Phoenix, Battery, found, Volt on the map.
All right, technically available. I want to see where people ended up sorting themselves out, though. T-Rex are still working for this next position, trying to find their way onto the train tracks, but I like where they're positioned now. It's not exactly an end game spot, but behind this rock, they've got a lot of flexibility to contest both sides of World's Edge, whether it be with a lot of the teams that were fighting over that high ground with Rascals, or whether they're trying to push Horizon out of this train cart.
Oh, you got Na'Vi there as well. Also continued to extend themselves towards the late game, even though they have been probably holding this for quite some time, taking a peppering of damage. As you can see, Danny and Pochi there from Own Gamers are definitely in a poised position to take advantage of that one. Looking like another squad takes Sky's underrated here, providing a PK. Yes, Dazo will fall, but Harold steps up potentially to push back here to drop.
Nice.
He's got to defend against two. That'll be it here for our underrated boys. Is Cool Gaming gonna have to look for the rebound, potentially punch their teammate to safety. No, I think they lose Zuni.
Yeah, at this point, you are not going to get your second back in the game. We're in top 7, and you are playing this out as a duo, maybe even a single. Clone, the last one left alive for this squad, and T-Rex starting to take pot shots from a distance are going to have to move in as well. Watch Horizon in this cart. Defensive bombardment not going to be used. T-Rex are saving their cooldowns, but will it be too late? They end up picking up so many kills as everybody's forced to walk into zone, and now are faced with nothing but Horizon at their fronts.
Vexed, Cool, eliminated. Na'Vi struggling here at the hands of Odin from behind. The next to potentially, yes, fall there without a cart to work with. Our last 3 remaining squads. Horizon pinched between the 2 of them.
Can they sort their way out of this? Odin Gamers have had the best spot for so long. They've turned it into KP. They've had an amazing game. Now can anyone take it away from them? T-Rex should be able to, but Horizon are the big X factor here. In the center, they are going to have to commit to one of these teams or die trying, and I'm suspecting it's going to be both.
At this point, the gas will allow for some movement as we finally see them make their way out of the cart, utilizing that bubble. Might have been just to get the loot off those boxes for only a moment to give them something to work with here in these final moments. But yes, Liffin falls 0-0 on the other side, provided from Odin Gamers. There's only one member left standing as both teams will provide the final damage to potentially do them in.
Horizon are in a special circle of hell right now, just no safe space, and T-Rex know it as well as we do, jumping down to try and clear this out. They want to move to the top 2 squads, but have to be careful about the way in which they do it. How many times have we seen one last member of a squad take somebody else down in spite and let a third party come in to clean both teams up? Odin Gamers want to be that third team, and with this patience, they may be able to do it. 0-0 goes down. Horizon are eliminated, but Odin Gamers do not find their opening, and it's a 3 versus 3 to close this off for the first game of the day.
Standard here, but you've got to take into account the major peaks that are available here to Odin Gamers, and the massive cracks found, double shield broken. If there's any chance to move, this would be your best bet, but that defensive bombardment, it slows what could have potentially been their assault.
Instead, Odin Gamers are going to have to play this slow, and they don't get the chance to. Pochi gets taken down. That's the signal for T-Rex going over the side. They don't have a whole lot of health, but they should be able to hold on. Oxbow is literally working with 10 HP as Kirby enters the bubble, whips out the Mastiff, and takes the win away for T-Rex.
T-Rex, our first winners of the day here in our losers round 2, and I really wouldn't have it any other way. Of course, they were dropped out in those final moments yesterday in our second winners, but they show and go on to continue what is the journey that has evolved over the course of, honestly, Dia, both of these splits here. I mean, it feels like just yesterday we were remembering T-Rex coming out of Split 1, the only successful team from Challenger Circuit to actually literally qualify for Pro League in the standard system for EMEA.
Their landslide domination still echoes in my mind. These guys play with an awareness not just of what they need to do within the game, but unlike a whole lot of teams, within the tournament as a whole, they're very keenly aware of how to identify other teams, recognize where they're at in the standings, and how that relates to T-Rex's win condition. For the first game, we didn't really get to see that play out, because first game, everybody starts at 0. You just want to kill everyone. But with T-Rex focusing solely on that, you can tell that when they want something, T-Rex know exactly how to get it. Great balancing in an end game with 3 squads to turn that into 2 without exposing yourself to unnecessary risk.
And for what you said there, yes, they did pick up quite a bit of KP in the moment. I believe we saw what was our kill leader officially on there. It looks like T-Rex were able to play what was kind of that high ground advantage, maybe a little bit slower towards the rotation, but that was enough to provide that access point that kind of warranted the aggression necessary to find those kills before they went into their assault onto the train line here. So for us on desk, let's take a look at those points, see exactly what gap has now formed above the rest. 23 points, that's definitely a great way to start your day.
Great eyes on Odin Gamers as well. I'd like to get these guys into the real estate business because they definitely know how to pick the spots. Horizon, I'd throw up there as well, but notice how much further down they are in the standings, and notice how much higher a team like 7, 8, 9 is. 11 points, most of those coming from kills.
Right, we saw them take out what was playing for content out of their rotation from the zone. As they made their way through Epicenter to play what was that little spire there, they were still able to make major defense. Zanya, notably with that gas in those final moments, abusing the caustic to knock a squad there. And sadly, they weren't able to extend that any further. But it gives me high hope for the 7, 8, 9 roster. I am also, though, scared because remember, the best game that we saw out of 7, 8, 9 yesterday during what was Winners Bracket Round 2 was their first game, and then everything else was downhill from there.
We've got to hope that they continue to pick up momentum, the likes of which Underrated also had, picking up a 10-point game, another one that is largely propped up based on kills. A reminder that at the end of these 6 games, your goal is to be in top 10. While it is early yet, Rats do technically make that cutoff. TTD working alongside them with the 3 points. And I've got a lot of curiosity about which of these teams, if either, will make it into top 10 at the end of the day, given that Game 1 is so volatile that it's really difficult to say how long this will last.
Well, one game isn't enough to do it here, and I'll tell you what, Dia, we've got 5 more underway just shortly. So for us on desk, we're going to be taking a break, and when we come Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier number 2. We're already one game into our losers bracket. If you weren't watching, we just saw T-Rex, a notable name here in the EMEA region, pulling from not just Challenger Circuit, but Pro League here from this last split, pick up a great win against teams like Odin Gamers and Horizon. I'm Zephyr, that's Dia. We're making our way into game 2. Dia, the power.
And what a game 2 it's going to be. What a game 2 it's going to be, Zephyr.
There you go.
Since we are jumping in after that ending, and a northern ending at that, we're likely to get a significant variation in the zones, cross my fingers, and with Horizon Gaming still having a really nice plan for how they were going to approach that end game, they stood out as a team to look out for going into this second game, given the fact that they transitioned from not just survey camp, but actually the ridge line over by Climatizer and the Macaroni building, then getting themselves into the train carts early. These guys had a read on not just what a powerful position would be, but one that was unlikely to be occupied would be, and I think that that is something that they demonstrated an insane control over that a whole lot of other teams didn't seem to have a great read on.
Right, I love that point. This is a fantastic point to embellish upon because you can compare it to teams like Navi, who come in, you know, at the appropriate time, but they rely on what was that redeploy to put themselves in the carts necessary, and they didn't really have that kind of transitional mindset, and as a result, we actually saw them fall as far as they did make it in comparison to a team like Horizon. Before we get into the match, though, let's of course take a look at those points to remind you exactly where these teams, though, have fallen. For a team like Horizon, they sit currently in 5th with 9 points. One like Navi, though, not too far behind with 7.
No, most of the standings are pretty darn close right now. Cool Gaming tied as well. Vexter coming up here. Rats at the 3 points still aren't even that far off from being inside of top 5. Top 10 is, of course, your goal today. T-Rex taken out this far ahead of the lobby. We find ourselves in a very similar situation as yesterday's Zephyr, where a single win makes it so much easier for you to qualify. As long as T-Rex can keep consistency, that's got to be their goal for right now. I'd love to see another T-Rex win. You know me. I want to see dominance. I want to see clean Apex Legends. But if they can hold on, play passive games, and play for positioning more than anything, T-Rex will likely be qualifying for these finals, and that's got to be your goal today. Just like us, these teams need to pace themselves.
That is true. Spread it out across multiple games. We talk about consistency all the time here, and even netting yourself 8 points time and time again. Multiply that times 5, and you've got 40 on the board there, and that's more than enough to secure yourself. And for T-Rex, I think it's even more impressive when you talk about the history of this team. Obviously, we were setting up Challenger Circuit, Pro League split, etc. They've had to gone through so many roster changes, even going into today, working with Lara, you know, a recent member that joined on. Oxbow, not too fresh either. I mean, not too tenured either. Just kind of came in on the back end of split 2 there. It's only Kearney remaining from that original roster, and yet still, somehow, they continue to manage to find success against all odds there. Of course, we took a look at that character select. Didn't look like anything unusual had changed up from our round 1. No major noticeable picks, as sad as it might be.
That is one of the things, though, as you brought up Kearney and the fact that he brings most of the experience to this roster of T-Rex, most of the identity as well. That's one of the things that I really enjoy about watching Gibraltar players. I know that individually, players always go, I don't really want to be the Gibraltar, I want to be our fragger. Let's pick me up as the guy who plays Bloodhound, who goes and plays Wraith and is able to dip in and out of fights, even Horizon. However, Gibraltar play, it defines a team. Whether you're the kind of team with a Gibraltar that ends up bubbling forward, that instead sits back defensively and resets, do you do it responsively? So much of this is based on situation, but you'll find that teams with a defined Gibraltar, one of those players that's been doing this for so long, will have an identity when it comes to these fights, and we saw T-Rex's right there, waiting for the rest of the team. We didn't see T-Rex step up until that bubble went down. Kearney backing everybody else up with that decision, and I'd like to see even more plays like that, whether it be for T-Rex or no, throughout the remainder of the day.
Well, if you're talking about T-Rex, they'll have a great opportunity to do it again here. Look at that zone pull, Gia. Straight on top of Countdown here for that roster. They're going to have their fresh pickings regarding exactly where they want to play. Granted, they don't currently know that, they do not have the beacon available. They either have to rotate up to Skyhook or down towards that landslide issue if they want to find it out. But hopefully, if they don't make major movements, they'll find out that they actually have access to a god spot here, especially as the zone more than likely will be pulling into that POI.
Got a lot of questions about the way that TDG are going to play this. Since they do drop in landslide and have access to that beacon, the one thing that I think you and I can both agree on is that they don't really have access to the best loot. And given that, most of the time you'd like to be able to set up in landslide, perhaps the tunnel, but TTD, holy moly, do not feel like they've got the opportunity to do that. Instead, trying to coexist with T-Rex in countdown perhaps until a later time.
Yeah, and with the beautiful utilization of our free cam here, props to Warchalk, of course, you got the perfect advantage point to see that TTD are slowly trying to fight their way in, but are held off by one. Mr. Oxbow, able to even already find damage onto Trivia, and this is going to force that rotation around the back end of that wall. They might try to be playing for that other major building here for Countdown and work inside that one. I definitely think it's the more difficult place to hold, but if you're a squad that's obviously looking for loot, looking to set yourself, play for the end, and play into a POI that's more secure than landslide, I mean, that's your best bet. That kind of brings me to my next point, D. I mean, landslide is on the map here for this game, and yes, it does hold a beacon, but that doesn't make it prime real estate, right? I mean, this can be one of the most dangerous areas to play on the entire World's Edge map. You only kind of get this area right here with the high ground, the few carts, and that sniper tower across to work with.
If you don't have Watson, if you don't have Loba, you really just don't get to do it. We've seen teams try before, but the nade spam onto the high ground is just too much, and if you're trying to play inside of the cart, I mean, good luck. Early on, it is a nightmare to do. Later, we see a lot of this real estate become so much more valuable as the high ground gets a little bit more protection, and as carts become slightly easier to hold, but early on, it is just not the angle that we see a lot of teams going for. This, however, is pretty darn exciting. With 789 trying to push up right now onto what I believe is playing for content, we could see them starting off yet another great game after delaying an EMP by destroying the drone mid-air.
Fantastic. It's got to be one of those major skills that you have to have on board, especially with the occasional crypto, and 789 are able to do just that. I love the fact that they're right up against playing for content. By the way, this was the squad that they eliminated in Epicenter last time around, but double thermite down is going to prevent them from actually finding a source of safety here. Estestu, she's down already. Thermite in response from Zani. Can he pull off the damage again here? He's the last remaining member, Dia. There's way too much pressure for him. Revenge from playing for content.
Whips out the 2020 and tries their hardest, but 789 could not deal when the floor was literally lava. We trained for this on the playground, but when there's nothing to climb, there was just no way out. I felt bad for 789 at the end there, but playing for content surrounded them and gave them a no-win situation, and to that, I gotta give good credit.
Right, and for playing for content, it's not of the norm to see them kind of fall as early as they did against 789. Remember, they were on major kill leaders coming out of the initial last chance qualifier #1 finals here. So the fact that they've, you know, at least found some pacing here to game 2 shouldn't be a shock to anyone. Meanwhile, underrated, we check in with them, of course, back here towards the very low end of launch site. They are in a fight of their own here against Bim Bam Goom. They've already dropped Yuku and jump packs in completion, though.
I'm just wondering if they're actually going to find Tired, or if he's just...
No. It's too big. POI is too big.
Yeah, it's just vibing. 19 squads left. I'm going to try and rat it out. We did see a lot of rats yesterday. I remember the amount of circles that we were going into with 2-3 squads that just were not operating at full members. A single caustic, though, not something that we see every day, and not something that I think we like to see. In terms of survivability, I don't think there's a hot take. Caustic not going to have the best time, so even making their way up from launch site, unless he's able to collect those banners, we'll see.
40 seconds were away last time we checked in, and he'd have to be making moves now. So very curious if they were actually playing major defense there. Meanwhile, we take a look at the major kind of countdown landslide area. As you saw there, Secomporte, Rascals on the sniper tower, Odin across, Navi just coming down here from their redeploy, similar to what we saw in our initial game of the day. This time, though, not quite the best of positions, still fighting for their spot against plenty of other teams that also are looking for more as well. but in response, outplayed here on the corner, that choke, able to find the drop onto Raw.
Look out for Rats right now. They are sitting really close to this fight, and when this squad was succeeding in Challenger Circuit, a lot of it was because they knew how to third-party fights like nobody else. With Na'Vi being on the ropes right now, the fact that they're getting this reset off feels almost illegal given the proximity of the Rats squad, but they're able to do it and now hopefully make their way into Countdown, although they're finding that the choke in front of them is occupied.
Ooh, and now a defensive bombardment also thrown out as well as they try to make their way, and they're just going to simply send this one, take it away. Tolkien, Sorbin, your Rats friends almost eliminated here. Zani's got to be careful. Shot from both angles, going to make sure he throws that dome down to get those heals off, potentially a major shield swap or anything to work with. But for now, Na'Vi survives.
I mean, nothing says Rats win condition like that, because to see them taken out by a Na'Vi that pushed onto them reinforces that this is a team that needs to be third-partying, that absolutely thrives in that chaos, but when it's actually served to them, when they're the ones on the back foot, are not having a good time. To be fair, though, it doesn't seem like Na'Vi are having too great of one either, even now with all the caustic gas traps trying to protect them, sitting behind all these, what I'll call, pillars. They're still having a really difficult time of actually being able to survive in the long run with so many teams populating Countdown right now.
T-Rex being there from the very beginning, taking advantage of this one. Love the angles found here from Oxbow. It's not quite the full elimination there, but it'll be secured nonetheless as Na'Vi is officially eliminated alongside Bim Bam Goon, who were officially found.
Unfortunate to see Bim Bam Goon not able to join us once again in some of these final circles. Speaks to a few issues that they're having rotating in towards the ring early on, not able to either take 3v3s or find themselves good intermediary points to post up at during their journey. But T-Rex, of course, do not have that problem, being able to sit up here and take out Na'Vi, who also took out Rats. We have 2 fewer squads inside of Countdown than we would have otherwise had, a net -1 for these teams. And with everybody taken their own little partitions of this POI, there's still room for some other squads to make their way in. A good thing, too, since so many are out of zone.
Something I find incredible, though, just to kind of touch on T-Rex one last time, is the fact as early as this game is, sometimes you don't see teams kind of stick to their guns here when they find themselves in kind of a god spot in Countdown. T-Rex has opted to play this high ground so efficiently that they now sit as the kill leaders of this lobby. Because as you see them right now, they could have just sat within this building and just held on for dear life. They're not set up to do so, which it might be the reason why we kind of see them kind of extend that hand here. But it's definitely something that goes to show me the extent, the skill level that exists behind this squad. For now, though, it is starting to get a little bit more dicey. Like you said, things are partitioning, so they've got to pull back and definitely take a more heavy hand on what's theirs.
Seco Portilla trying to pull a kick from yesterday, taking a 2-man fight while they've got one member sitting back and holding down the fort. While Torge is up in front with some assistance, should be able to lay down some DPS using the Crypto EMP with his friends. This isn't going to turn into kills, and against playing for content, it's more of a risk than anything. I'm glad that should be able to lay down some DPS using the Crypto EMP with his friends. This isn't going to turn into kills, and against playing for content, it's more of a risk than anything. I'm glad that they're all joined up together now, but you gotta wonder what the plan is if they approach Landslide, a site that they know isn't going to be in the next ring.
Well, any KP is good KP here, Dia, but more importantly, they're going to look to defend what is the apparent drop that will come through. It looks like there's definitely 2 squads in play, though. Yeah, as I was about to say, you don't have a defensive bombardment thrown down like that unless there's another team making moves. Of course, we get the opportunity to see it's got playing for content, holding that high ground, and in response, underrated. The ones that were there to pressure. They are pushed back for now, but both of these squads going to be forced to drop, rotate forward, and potentially into the hands of Second Portilla.
I mean, ripe for the push right now. I'm surprised that Second Portilla don't commit their defensive bombardment after seeing the bubble thrown down, but they're struggling even on the approach right now. Otter is able to do so much work, even keeping Wrath at bay, and playing for content have decided that, you know what, to heck with this high ground. We do not have the cover to withstand too much attention from these teams, but the RV does make things so much easier. They're able to fight things out at close range here, and now I'd expect playing for content to be ignored, because to push them here is suicide.
Right, because then you have someone like Underrated come through to clean up what damage you put down. But for Second Portia, it's still a position to hold and just kind of wait with a bated breath, because Underrated more than likely will try to take advantage as well. For all three of these squads, though, of course, we've discussed it. It's that rotation that will become crucial here. We know for a fact that the open area just to the north here of Landslide is basically unpayable, especially with a team like Rascals kind of still holding onto that sniper tower just up there, providing shots. So more than likely, I don't think we're going to see rotation across that, major valley there. More than likely going to be the redeploys coming in to just try to put yourself into one of those 50-50 locations.
Gungarna have managed to make it into ring as we're going on a kidnap attempt. Not a position that you see often, but I am loving the energy from Underrated, expending even long cooldowns to try and go for this. They instead find a playing for content that is on the run and start firing down into this tunnel. I'd be surprised if they chase here. Witch's on a flank. We saw what Shazaz could do last game.
Still, though, doesn't want to leave that position. Gonna pull back, go for the portal up top, keep playing defense with the rest of this squad here. And as you can see, they're already being pressured from what was Second Portia, potentially looking to move in, seeing that damage was thrown down here. You gotta wonder, okay, I was about to say, the pullback from playing for content, of course, is going to be building off of that redeploy finally coming through there. It's a little early in the face of the zone, but I can completely understand it. Looking at this zone, they have a little bit of the fence line available, but they're going to try to play for directly underneath countdown.
I mean, you can't hold this area with ANC outplayed. Already are there, and pushing into this is something that Navi did moments before on Rats, but ANC seem to have a much better grasp on the defense with this caustic lane out barrels in front and the digi threat to make sure that they chunk you out before. ANC outplayed are holding fast and making things really difficult for playing for content. Unlikely to see them make it into countdown this way, and they're going to have to take to the high ground if they want to make this.
Just looking at them there, they're still stuck beneath some of those poles, and you can see a bit of extended damage from all squads within the area to drop both Otter and TGB. That leaves only Lepe alive to hide within this corner. Rat this one out, as it's definitely far too late for look for security within those banners, even sitting at what might be your 17th team or 16th team. I'm looking at.
You want to make it into the top 15 to accrue any sort of placement points, and since you are aiming for consistency, as all of these squads are, you, oh my lord, want to wait that out. However, finding Flesh on the Caustic, he almost manages to turn that into a kill, perhaps a knock. ANC outplayed, able to turn around, recognize in time, and not lose Andy Jax. Rough spot for them, but it is only temporary, and since they are a three-man with bubble on cooldown for the next 15 seconds, this vulnerability will very quickly be going away.
And surprisingly, even without the squad, or with the squads kind of poised there in the landslide area, no one to make movements, no one to capitalize on what could have been the shots had there. Meanwhile, other side of Skyhook, we have not talked about this region all game long, but there's still teams that have set themselves up, Rascals being one of them. It looks like they actually flew out and over from the major sniper tower there in Landslide to potentially look for some more edge KP. All three members are up and alive, but definitely low in the face of two.
Rascals, I believe, are sandwiched now in between two squads. They tried to push up onto Cool Gaming, but Clone gets taken down from behind. Cool Gaming actually throwing back shots with the wingman to be able to assist with that. Now Alpha Draft goes down, and Rascals are in the sandwich of death. Aeon Styles starts to pick up kills as well. Cool Gaming, they just have to sit back on the second floor and watch the world literally burn in front of them.
Now they pulled that great defensive position right beneath them for Rascals. They never get the opportunity to make a successful rotation. You see them finally drop down there into that corner, potentially play around, especially with that gas trap. It will not defend for long, and oh, just the ankle is picked out there by the Caustic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bardo cracking the door down, going to try to land some of those final massive shots, and it's going to be Zuni who picks up with their PK, but still, the effort to break it was
Teamwork made the dream work at the end. Yeah. Cool Gaming, they survive and now get to retake the second floor. SNK didn't quite have the timing to pull up in third party that, as it was a little bit too tight of a situation for Rascals to even let that third party be a possibility. They're likely going to have to Valk ult their way in. Now tunnel is cut off, and because SNK do not want to take the fight inside of a building against a team that is set up there and proven they can defend it, the Valk ult rotation is understandable. It will, however, start hurting you as Sekomporta, yeah, they're also struggling on the rotation with some nice shots from Wrath, may be able to make it work.
I was about to say, with shots like those, the dream is still well and alive there, but they've already expended their portal. They only have so much time to make it work. They're going to finally head in through there to play right up against the wall of Countdown. This still enables a squad like Odin Gamers, who have been playing the north side of Landslide, potentially clean up there with those shots. For now, they defend the edge. They're going to play some of these just minor boxes available here as Null, Torj, and Wraith try to heal up.
If you look up one shot in the dictionary, you just see a picture of Sekomporta, yeah. They are so close to dead and barely able to heal up. The portal from Wrath saving them in the end, as they, against all odds, managed to defy expectations, making it into Countdown during our second game, and perhaps having their breakout game in the LCQs. Guild Esports starting to fly in as well, encountering a lot of resistance, could be going out early. They're in no man's land, and a bubble in the center of nothing is not going to help them.
And in that moment, you just see the weakness with the game plan here from Guild. They come in there with the Valk ult. They say, all right, well, we've got to take the 50-50. This is all that the zone provides for us. And as they're coming down there, you can see them searching for anything that might be playable. And as it's very clear that that's been secured for quite a few zones now, immediately are they then aggressed upon and almost eliminated. Now left to Rat. Little PogChamps down as well. T-Rex still defending their inside building here. Another squad looking to push in.
Sekomporta ended up getting taken out, as did my little PogChamps. Unfortunately for them, they were whittled down before we hit the top 11 squads, which were now in. T-Rex holding out the door with some excellent shots on the triple take, sort of the long-range shotgun of Apex Legends. Kearney should be able to make this work since he's got essentially double shotties, and I don't think I'd prioritize too much more on the Gibraltar.
For Odin Gamers, they've held this northern area for quite some time, and now they have at least the extended rotation available if they want to play for the building, but they could also work with what's outside here. They just have to worry about a lot of those squads that, yes, still have positioned themselves right for the taking alone. That's exactly what they're going to do now. ASCII to fall one more member just behind that pillar. Try to see if they can find the little footsie that be here. Oh, wow. Just
that
a pixel.
Foot not a hitbox? Like, bro, he's actually right on top of it. Danny, I'm sure, is desperately trying to find these angles, communicating with his team that this is just garbage that he's not able to. But Straw will be able to stay alive as a result of this, at least for now. But as the zone starts closing in, that gets a lot more complicated.
Well, as he peeks around that corner, more than likely we will see teams like Kingarna take advantage of the angles that have been there for a while, as well as some of these other entities that are just barely holding on. ASCII down there, Herald taking advantage of Vex, T-Rex still holding the inside here. You gotta feel the love for this zone right now for them. That's gonna cut off the back end, that entrance that a lot of squads like Odin were trying to play through for now. Meanwhile, Horizon fights, bubble down, Lippin with the PK. They'll find success here against outplayed in their defense, but can they get their squad mates back up?
Mere seconds as that bubble expires, and now that they're focused, there's no way out. Lippin, though, turns it around. He keeps the dream alive for Horizon behind a 100 HP shield, and with rockets coming in, Lippin gets taken out by the missile swarm, and Horizon's dreams, tenacious as they may be, finally die.
Still, though, 5 KP to work with from underneath there is definitely enough in points if you find yourself going out there in 7th. Meanwhile, Odin Gamers, they were finally extended upon. T-Rex, they want to clear out this entire high ground and not be forced into a choke once that zone finally closes in and they eliminate them from play. Oxbow here now with the Kraber. 5 shots left, tries for the Wraith, unable to pick that one up. And oh, look at the loot if anyone's still able to play this.
Discipline right now that we're seeing from these teams is insanity. With Kingarna playing on the low ground, they're going to be taking that lion's share of loot that you alluded to earlier. They'll have to hold back from Urban, making sure that the rest of the team doesn't get dropped on. They're able to have adequate warning, and I believe should also have themselves their bubble right back off cooldown very
Perfect.
soon. Top 5 squads now, and still can Garna have access to the high ground with this portal.
And even if they don't, in a moment's notice, there's plenty of opportunity to still kind of take to the skies and look for an oob of sorts. It looks like we've got Adept here, a full 3-man on the outside. This was the squad that was targeted here by T-Rex. We saw with a little bit of that Kraber lineup. Looks like they might be starting to set that Wraith extension up. For now, though, they're definitely looking fine.
Since they were in such a small space, I started to get worried for them. Urban has decided to play this low ground. Arcstar right in front of him. A little bit of damage does land onto Urban, but a full commit from the Congarno roster onto the last member of Guild ends up making it an easy bit of KP. 4 kills now for this squad, and excellent placements on the low ground. They turn that into another small bit of damage, as it isn't their kill. Yet another player that will not be joining them in the endgame circle. T-Rex juggling multiple squads at once, are doing so expertly. Defensive bombardment considered, but not yet utilized. Instead, watching those from other teams start to do work. T-Rex start to come out, and Cool Gaming aggress onto them. Adept now starting to walk up, and T-Rex stabilize using the bubble. They're not pushed on just yet. They're surviving. They're top 3. Do T-Rex take a second game, Zephyr?
This is tough. We gotta see how Congarna plays it out. They will climb up potentially right behind where we currently see Adept, and finally they're beginning to make moves. Those angles provided, if they target this one appropriately, this could be all for T-Rex. But Oxbow's down here. They're gonna extend their trade straight into the corners. Congarna should be able to line this one up from behind the boxes. Courtney, last one left to play, trying to provide with the wingman, but unable to do so. Congarna from below, your champions of game 2.
Really well played in the end game there, knowing the perfect time to climb up, and T-Rex versus Adept was the thing that made that so much more difficult. As soon as Congarna started crashing the roster, everything was thrown into chaos. T-Rex was trying to take down Adept behind the knockdown shields. Adept was trying to take down Congarna, and nobody was getting their way except for Congarna, who were sitting there going, well, the almost dead team is shooting at us, and everyone else is ignoring it. Let's go, let's take the game, and it looked really good at the end. Great control in terms of prioritization, but not in the same way as Horizon from last game. What surprised me about Congarna this time around was their ability to, in a very small POI, prioritize where they should be, whereas Horizon had these really big macro moves that I think still held true.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they're two different styles here. What I was more impressed with was Congarna's ability to survive in moments like that. Obviously, as you said, POI is as small as it gets there, and for Congarna on the low ground, which is arguably the hardest area to play given the angles that are available from literally everywhere else on the other side of that kind of moon shape that you're kind of going up against, they were still able to net themselves a plethora of kills in the face of a lot of those rosters. But what's more interesting, the fact is, I don't know if it's the amount of kills to surpass T-Rex. We know for a fact that they as well were also netting themselves quite a bit in that early game, as well as taking out teams like Odin in those final moments.
The game came to them, and this is what you expect from a T-Rex roster when they've got that little bit of an advantage given to them by the RNG gods. However, with the past 2 games as history, it's a lot more than luck that T-Rex are working with. It seems like they've rolled well today. Their comms are on point, and I'm excited to see T-Rex continue in dominant fashion as we've got one more game on World's Edge.
Well, before we do that, let's officially kind of settle the matter here. Take a look at those leaderboards, see exactly who matched up where. Congarna with a massive landslide win will take themselves up into second with 27 points, but it's nowhere close to the 13-point gap that has continued to grow here for T-Rex.
I'm noticing that Underrated have slid in at 23 points. 2 games strong now, not a win yet, but a 23-point scoreline right now is still top 10
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers number 2 here. We're still bringing you action in Losers Round 2. If you're just joining us, we were on the inkling of another T-Rex 1, but out from below, Congarna picked up the victory in the midst of it all.
Ooh, that's the squad that I wanted to see. The Congarna that I've been waiting for, and we finally get to see their strength. Start to piece together what exactly this Congarna roster has been missing that has caused them to go into the lower bracket for these final couple games before we rocket ourselves into that top bracket to decide who's going into champs. Congarna are good at the late games, but the mid game was where they struggled in the first one, with Underrated being able to cut them off. We see what the sort of win conditions for this team are. In the end game, their fragging potential is through the roof, and they know how to keep themselves safe.
I'm proud to say that I think Congarna is finally beginning to mesh, and this roster can potentially take any 3v3 that's thrown at them, as they will now push themselves into that top 10 and hopefully stay there if their sights are on our finals here today. Before we make our way into match 3, though, let's take a look, of course, at those points again, just to show you where that top 10 currently reside. Nowhere set in stone, but definitely something to keep on mind.
And T-Rex, 40 points. They're the monsters right now. To see if anybody can overtake them, it would take a Herculean effort. However, with our last game on World's Edge coming up now, we may still see the gods of Storm Point start to come over in just a few matches. I'm noticing the squads that have managed to remain consistent, though. Horizon very much standing out. Odin Gamers, Cool Gaming, and Underrated doing quite well. Underrated specifically standing out quite a bit with the mid-game frags that they're able to throw out here.
Right. Underrated, surprising. It's not a team that we've talked about quite a bit, but has found success in the face of this one. And in fact, they did pull from our winners round 2, sitting in what was 19th place with 15 points, but still winners bracket nonetheless. Gotta say, one team that I am extremely impressed by, though, is Cool Gaming. Out of all the squads that currently put themselves in the top 10, they're the only one to pull from what was that Challenger Circuit Last Chance Qualifiers. In fact, they were literally the #1 team coming out of Challenger Circuit going into Last Chance Qualifiers #1, and they've continued to show major success today. I don't know if it's going to be a top 2 success, but it is impressive in terms of the skill set behind this team. I can definitely see them in Pro League, without a doubt.
Now, because we're getting into the third game of the day, the final one on World's Edge, it's time for those teams that, you know, have had their shot at Pro League, the ones that are perhaps grandfathered in, to really start showing up. And I'm looking at you, Guild. They have had a rough start to the day after dominating in yesterday's games in the lower bracket. This is where they've got to step up big. I know that we're going to be saying a very similar thing when it comes to Stormpoint. That has a lot more to do with X-Factor, clutch, and with being able to make something out of nothing. I've always seen Guild as a team that do best when the game is in their control, and in this round, it just seems like things keep getting away from them.
And it's crazy because they had a complete change, you know, going into what was our losers round 1, sitting with the massive or greatest point lead we've seen in Last Chance Qualifiers as a whole for at least even maybe the last few weeks of Apex. 108 points is nothing to shy away from. And at the end of the day, I mean, you were matched up against the same 9 squads that you still see in this lobby as well here. So I hold faith for Guild. They still have plenty of opportunities to do it. This is their last chance, though, of course, on World's Edge. Now, I will say the zones have been polling pretty aggressive towards the north, which is fairly unusual. So let's see if maybe the RNG gods can favor a bit. And nope, not gonna happen.
They were like, all right, we'll give you...
You have a thermal station.
Slightly less north. We're going into no man's land with this ring, and while there are a few possibilities here, I think the biggest one, Zephyr, that we both have to acknowledge is that this zone really does like to pull right into the choke points along Geyser, Lava Siphon, and Fragment. Those 2 big power positions there, heavily rewarded in terms of late game positioning.
Right, and further to expand upon that, I mean, you've also got what is that kind of final end positioning right on the hillside where you've got a mix of those crates. That's actually where you saw a team literally yesterday who's in this lobby, SNK, find their win. They weren't able to stem it forward towards putting themselves into finals as a whole, but definitely was a place that they found success. For SNK, though, they're still sitting all the way up there, but Climatizer, but one quick Valk rotation would put them exactly where they want to be. For the rest of these squads, they've already begun to make big rotations. Second Portea holding that no-name village, and now looks like Odin Gamers, they're going to be the ones to take the choke.
All right, let's see how these two teams crash up against each other. Second Portea likely to play a little bit more passive of a game, as they're the ones that have been falling behind today, not able to recover the momentum that was lost throughout their games yesterday. They still managed to make top 10, of course, make it into here out of that lower bracket, but they've not had a good time of it. Second Portea have struggled to keep up with the pace of other squads, and I think we're seeing a prime example of that right now. Odin Gamers, they make that rotation literally seconds earlier and leave Second Portea sitting in a building.
I mean, that's fair, but I mean, that building is no worse to play. I mean, it's one of the best kind of rotation that you do have available for if the zone does pull up there. Yes, you'll have to fight the choke, but it's definitely something to last here for Second Portea. I don't think he'll be netting a much KP, but it's better than what we've seen thus far, the kind of fighting strife to get into those god spots. And for Odin Gamers, on the other hand of it, yeah, they're in that choke, but now they got to defend it.
Yeah, that's the really scary thing about choke points. If you are able to hold on, through the mid game, you do have this really big reward though, and for that reason alone, I'd like to see a team like Underrated start to get involved over there. If they can position themselves well, they're a team that is going to go off when it comes to alternating between different squads, being able to take quick 3v3s, and hopefully turning that into an incredible game. 789, speaking of incredible games, they're starting to push up, and no hesitation here. And I love the swap-ups that are coming in. Since they've got double Arc Star throwing at them, they do take a break, but a creative angle found by Zanya here is going to dismantle the squad on the low ground already as a two-man. 789 are finding themselves 3 KP on Nemesis.
Dave there leads in with the 99, but finishes the job in clarity with that wingman, but now they have to worry. Bim, bam, goo, quick from behind. Did 789 get the shielding available to provide themselves with enough defense? It's going to be a quick Nox gas grenade to push them back. Tired, looking low, half health remaining, and 789, oh, they're more than able to take this next fight.
They look fresh out of the morning sleep. However, with Zanya now going down, things start to change. Nice 1-for-1 from Dave. Turns that dial ever further into the 789 favor. But with now shotguns being whipped out on the lower floor, 301 connects at the very end. Big Bang Goom go at 789 are unstoppable.
789, now 2 squads up here in comparison to the lobby. And I'll tell you what, we were thinking maybe they'd falter. Yesterday it was that massive game 1 and then a consistent almost 20th place drop here for 789. Not today though. They see their sightlines on those finals and once again have already netted themselves a plethora of points here in our final round of World's Edge. 6 to start and many more potentially if they can stick with the placements.
The really nice thing for them as well is that there are no more third parties coming in. Given that they started in Lava City, they only absorbed the teams that were in Lava City and the surrounding area, being Dome and Big Mod. Nobody else takes that rotation into a zone like this. Nobody's going that far south. So 789 get the chance to collect themselves, loot up, and then slowly walk it into this zone up through what is likely to be Geyser, as that's where we are going next in terms of the more southern spots that you can rotate into.
Am I going crazy? Was that a Loba take? Yes, there it is.
Yes, it was.
There we go. We get the notion. So there's a Loba holding that one out. It's just something to touch on. It's not like we see many of them here picked out. I believe only 1 or 2 squads coming into our lobbies here. Ooh, lobby. Angles available with the utilization of that charge rifle. I love that. Turns 90 degrees. Sonny's already got another target in his sight lines to keep pumping out that damage. Shortly on his way to the purple Evo.
Complicated position to play right now. Ron on the side is going to be really important for Na'Vi, sort of keeping flanks from happening. But with such an open air spot that Na'Vi are currently trying to hold, they do have to worry about teams that are forced into them from places like Landslide and even coming up from Harvester that can turn around and kind of great for your game, allowing the opportunity for even more third parties to come in. If Na'Vi go down, it's not going to be just to one squad. It's going to be to 2 or 3 at the same time. Kongarna, sort of with the opposite problem. They're not all the way out in the open, but they are also not exactly safe underneath the bridge. They're trying to play it out for that late game position that we saw last time.
It's something about the low ground. That's exactly what it provides here for Kongarna. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I can't go against them right now, sitting in 7th place. I'd like to see them, if they can, transition that one a little bit forward. We check in with some of these other squads here for Vexed. They've taken the building across from Second Portilla, as, of course, this zone does begin to tighten up. I'm very interested, of course, in the next 40 seconds regarding once we get a round 1, if this does tend to pull more into that southern choke, allowing for buildings still yet to be in play, or we get that kind of SNK finish from last chance qualifiers yesterday, where it's more in the open bin area where Navi's kind of currently holding.
I'm watching the interaction down in the southwest between Guild and Underrated. I believe Guild taking off with the Valkyrie ultimate right now will be spotted, but they're entering around the same position that Underrated will be, and right alongside where Na'Vi currently are. Either one of these teams could take the 3 versus 3 and extend that even further into either Na'Vi or Little PogChamps.
Look at Guild here, securing themselves that kind of one of the more non-contested chokes for the circle, as we both kind of touched on very early in the game, but could be the turnaround for them, as if Na'Vi, like you said, finds what is a next aggressive fight, that could be the potential third party. For Guild, though, they've got a problem coming right up behind them here in Harvester, potentially more with also outplayed. You can also see them starting to take what might be the longer rotation outside.
I was taking a look at where this ring was pulling, and it's a little bit of an unexpected jump over to the south, rewarding, of course, the teams that are sitting in Lava Siphon, but most of the ones that are right on the cursory edges of Fragment, not going to be too happy about it, having to leave a lot of the safety of their buildings earlier than most other squads would. It's only second zone now, and we're going to be pulling into the third, where we could already see a big culling of the teams, whittling us down to 15, maybe 13 if we are particularly lucky or unlucky. I'm not sure where you're sitting on that one, Zephyr.
At this point, with EMPs like that, I tend to kind of maybe a little bit more unlucky on the mine. For now, though, it's going to last. It's going to last. I don't know if it's going to last in terms of top 10 placements, but it's what you can work with. For Guild here, they didn't go directly for that choke. They are beginning to take advantage of what is the kind of final end rotation there from Underrated. Outplayed, though, very quickly hearing some of those shots. That long rotation I talked about might be coming up from behind to take advantage of this one. But they're just sneaking.
Oh,
keep this one quiet.
Oh yeah, crawl it in, baby. There is no sound cue here, and already we know that the squad in front of them, Underrated, are.
Whoa.
Am I getting that right? I'm losing my mind. I'm getting that right. Underrated are already quite distracted. They've made their way out for the moment, but Guild are trying to press the issue, opening up again, outplayed to yet another angle where they could third party the fight. From one back to another, the knife is still in the same position. And Horizon up on this high ground is in position to be 3-2-1. Matape goes over the top, finds the initial knock, but now you start to be shot in the back, and Guild Esports gotta wonder, gotta push the dial forward around this corner in order to reset quickly and clean up the fight. Here they go, jumping around the side. Nice massive shots again from Matape, clutches it up for the team, and while he doesn't find flesh on this last Wraith, now it's time for Guild to reset. Underrated have already lost 2. They may try and come back, but that is not the issue at hand. Nox Gas Grenade buys you a little bit more time, and ANC outplayed. Their push is stalled.
Stalled for now, but only a moment to go. Andy Jax, he doesn't even care about the gas there being that caustic, trying to peek that corner out as we see that defensive bombardment down, trying to peek their way through the green that blocks here as Wilhelm can't quite find the shots necessary. You have to wonder what the health is looking like for Guild as they begin to go for the full wipe, eliminating Harold and Jazza. Now a thermite down there right into the corner. It just doesn't quite connect, a little bit too wide there.
Matape's angles are looking really good so far. He's already found 2 knocks on Underrated, taking them out, and now he is an integral part of the defense with Silta blocking it up for him with this R99. The ammunition may be running low, but Guild Esports show no sign of weakness, actually making certain that there is no choice to push through this choke point. They've effectively defended, and now it seems like Outplayed are going to have to take another angle into the zone. Speaking of other angles, though, 789 found another fight. What a nice finish off as they take Outplaying for content.
Now 9 kills on the board here for 789, and revenge after that last game too, where they themselves were eliminated in the very first 50-50 there in Geyser against this squad. I'm excited to see how they can potentially transition this one outside of that cave, maybe wrap back around towards the chokes. If there's anyone who's on fire to take a decisive 3x3 like that, it's definitely 789. Meanwhile, Navi still defending towards the north there, that fragment area. Looks like they got the perfect of all care packages. I don't know if it really gave them anything to work with them.
We've got to illustrate, by the way, what 789 are doing, because I know that we've talked about it on a factual level, but let's think about it in terms of our expectations for this match. We were pretty significantly worried about whether 789 would be able to take the momentum that they got in game 1, the great play that they had there, and actually turn it into consistency throughout these 6 matches as they struggled to yesterday. Well, match 3 is already proving that at the very least they can do it twice, if not thrice. 789 are continuing to provide excellent gameplay, great decision making, and it's looking good for them and quite promising in terms of their statistics for the day. If they can keep this up, they could put themselves in a position where they can qualify for champs, the ultimate goal of LCQ number 2.
We'll have to wait and see. The zone is playing towards their favor, Dia. We thought it was going to be with more towards these buildings here in this no-name village, but in fact, instead, it does kind of round itself out more central towards the start of that choke there. Something else that I find maybe a little bit funny, but it warrants the pick as a whole there. Do notice that we see the Spitfire in play there for Odin Gamers. Dia, I don't think Odin Gamers were the ones near that that care drop, but they do have that black market boutique. I believe they stole that one away.
Loba goes kind of crazy, eh?
Hey.
You can change a game, and right now you're seeing games change even without Loba. Actually, TTD able to clean up just Zuni at the very end, not finding themselves a squad wipe, but still a knock and a kill. Since they've managed to reset for the moment, you gotta wonder what all this action in Fragment is about. Bardo's ended up going out. His death shot is just one-man armying it off in the side. The rest of the team now realizing they should probably join in alongside this. Rats are joining the fight as well, and this is what we wanted to see from them. Is it a little bit too late? Rats have always been great at third-partying, and now that they're trying to capitalize on the issue that they found in Fragment, will they actually be able to make their way into the building before resets come in?
I'd love to see them take it, say, screw it. Rotate up to the high ground where you see Tolkien right now. Play off the back end because none of these buildings are going to be available here going into Zone 3, and that damage severely ticks. They have the perfect angles to gatekeep this one out and also not be shot from above on this hillside. So already, Mania, Sorbin, finally up there, making me feel like an IGL.
Outplayed, going down in the kill feed to second Portaya, trying to get a little bit of momentum in this third game on World's Edge. Like you said, third ring is really starting to tick, and Rats take advantage of it. Helping out, ushering out squads left and right. TTD end up going down just barely to the last shot of that R301.
It was a phenomenal rotation, maybe a little bit obvious to you, but definitely one that provided here for Rats. The problem now, though, as you did see in that final moment, they were shot in the back by Navi from above. They had to play that cover just very, very tightly there. And now you can tell from those shots that a team like Congarna knows they are there. You can see urban sightlines, and of course, with the utilization of that drone from Graceful, they're going to confirm that position.
They know as well, having seen the drone, everybody's wise to where Congarna are positioned. Even a defensive bombardment to try and make their lives all that much harder, as nobody wants to eat an EMP right now, especially not when you've got to rotate in the next minute. Congarna wisely are playing back behind the cover of this bridge, not exposing themselves to too much risk, but In the next 45 seconds, the teams up to their north are going to have to push into them no matter what. Congarna need to be the ones securing themselves a good position for when that time comes. As Urban starts to beam over the side here, finds himself a knock with the help of a little bit of assistance over from Na'Vi. EMP comes in. This is a friendly one as Congarna are able to use that slow down, that big nerf that you throw out to other teams, and clean house, eliminating Rats.
Oh, Congarna, the big brothers from the south there, Na'Vi helping with that knockdown rug with the beam of that charge rifle to provide there. You've got Urban still looking for more. I don't think they were going for the loot there. My apologies. I don't think they actually know that Adept Club or Cool Gaming is still alive. They made their way out of frag as well. Na'Vi, of course, though, now working their way officially into where this zone is going to pull for round 5. They still have a lot of cover to work with. Curious where they defend. Looks like there is a squad oobing right above them. About to drop down in front, but I think that's going to be an Odin Gamers problem.
Exactly. You look at that and you go, well, as long as they don't land on us, right? Everything's going to be okay. The fight in this building, though, is proving to be anything but as T-Rex make it definitely not okay. Huge cracks from Kearney as he throws out 101 to the face. And now T-Rex start to make their way into zone. Second Portaya no longer joining us in this game. A big Ash portal up to the front as well. Eliminates the angles that Odin Gamers previously had on this squad, and it's T-Rex versus Odin just in the corner of this. Will Odin be able to survive? Will they eliminate the Apex Predators of this lobby?
Ooh, they got a lovely head peek there, and the utilization of that Spitfire might be enough as they drop down here and will pump it out. A quick elimination. T-Rex to fall in 7th. Meanwhile, 7, 8, 9 eliminated here in their trade against Horizon. We're not able to source that one out, but still 6th place with a confirmed 9 kills since we last checked in on them. That's going to be a fantastic points to keep them relevant.
Points go Burr. We saw Odin Gamers do it, and now we're starting to see Guild do it as well. Check out where they're positioned all the way up on this high ground. We called them out last game, saying it's been 2 games of nothing for Guild Esports. Now, can they turn this around and show us how they broke the 100-point mark just yesterday? Positioning says they can, as for right now, they're stacking up shield swaps. That's how confident they are in their ability to play this endgame position.
I like the utilization that they'll have available with this high ground. It's one of the few peaks that it will provide, especially in that kind of blue blocks area that we do see the zone finish. That Vexed Hall, don't make fun of me.
I'm coughing.
Okay. I thought we were doing that weird laughing thing that you always get on me about.
I'm like actually coughing. To be fair though, I was coughing because I saw that Matafe was the kill leader with 6 kills, and I was surprised. Do you ever do that thing where you get surprised and then you cough? That happens to me all the time.
No, Dia, keep that to yourself. That's worse. Still, I mean, best game we've seen out of Guild thus far. I mean, that's praise in itself as much as we do joke about it here. So they pull back to this high ground, have both Spires in play here for the next iteration of this zone. And we're pumping it down to Vex, but also across as well there. Finally, rotation up from Congarna. Badoli to fall before the dome is down. Now a fight to ensue, and the EMP to drop both domes.
Somebody's getting their recoil practice in. Silta is having a field day with that EMP going out. It's going to be Congarna that exit, as well as Na'Vi, putting us in the top 3 squads. And Guild casually make their way in, now dueling it out with Odin Gamers and Vexed, who are honestly probably wondering what on earth is going on outside.
Ooh, gotta give props to Vex, though. They had been there on those blue a while now, and we saw both Na'Vi and Congarna try to sustain that fight. Were unable to do so. As we take a look, of course, at this zone pull, it is going to be pulling right on top of Vex, and these areas for both teams is just incredibly open here. Now, the question is, obviously, Vex can't defend against both. What choice are they going to make?
They're going to have to pick one squad, and right now it seems like Odin Gamers are choosing them, not wanting to fight up against Guild. It's the push from the squad that previously held the high ground, and a risky one at that, as Odin Gamers almost lose a member to Jellied Corn in the R301. Guild are starting to recognize weakness, though. Check out this wrap, sandwiching Odin Gamers as the bubble's about to expire. A nice stick comes in from Matafe. It's going to be another Guild angle as they are picking up kills left and right. Vex are starting to capitalize on Odin Gamers, and now as Odin go out, it's time for Guild Esports to slide in and to take the win they earned.
What a fantastic rotation from Guild there. Odin, we talked about it. They said, okay, I guess the time is now. Went for the moves on Vex. In that split second, Guild came up right from behind. But it wasn't even just that. They were the ones to also provide the damage to start this fight off against Odin Gamers. In a situation like that, you'd think potentially Vex would be ready for the turnaround, but it was nowhere close, even in the face of that advantage. Guild here, massive kills on the board, were the kill leaders before that rotation, and now more than likely to compete within, I would even say, close to #1 here.
Yeah, that was the science of third partying from Guild. They managed to balance it perfectly, and Odin Gamers on a big overcommit there, playing for second, ended up going out in third. Vex more than able to absorb that push in the territory that, as you illustrated, Zephyr, they held on to through the entire mid game. Come the end game, they weren't giving it up.
Well, it didn't last for long there, as they were forced to nonetheless down onto that low ground as Guild swooped in to finish the job here. And I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I just want to see the points. I need to know exactly where this team puts themselves up after 2 poor games here. Guild now sitting in 4th with 31, more than likely secured, making their way forward towards those finals.
Yeah, the 4th place is looking really good right now. Top 10, where you want to be, as a reminder. Right now, having finished our 3rd game on World's Edge, we are about to see these standings go into chaos as StorePoint gives us an entirely different game where different squads can succeed. Right now, if you're 11th and down, that's what you're hoping for, is that StorePoint is your map. But Na'Vi are hanging on to their spot in the top 10 with a death grip right now.
And there is a sort of gap there that has existed more so than we've seen in some of our other last chance qualifier lobbies. I know 7 points is not crazy, guys, but still, in recent days, we've seen much of a more lenient kind of 1 to 2 point gap that could be a flip of any kind of game. At the end of the day, though, a 7-point gap actually does require some level of maybe either a top 10 finish or at least one squad wipe on top of maybe another on that one as well here. So maybe as that continues to extend and the bar begins to raise, our bottom 11 might not be able to catch up. For now, though, it is still 1 win away. Before we take this one to break, I do want to give a great shout out to 789. We're kind of on the cusp there, sitting what was that kind of 8th, 7th place position, quickly maintained themselves that final game of World's Edge. We know 9 kills on the board, down out in 7th, making up for a majority of half of their points walking into 5th.
Yeah, they and Underrated have done a really good job of being able to clean house when it comes to these mid-game fights. Big props to them, and Kungarna starting to step up there as well. I know that Kungarna
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers number 2. We're still bringing you the action here of Losers Round 2. If you're just joining us, we finally saw the resurgence of Guild, a team with high expectations that we've been all waiting for to pop off, especially after Losers Round 1 yesterday, where they finished with 108 points. I'm Zephyr, that's Dia. Let's take a look at those standings before we introduce Stormpoint.
Yeah, with the first 2 games not trading them too well, Guild still have managed to rocket themselves up to top 4 in the lobby. And given the fact that we're halfway through the day, it is worth saying that your goal is to be in top 10 by the end of the day. And everybody in the chat who's been here since the beginning is tired of hearing me say that, but I'm going to keep saying it because it is the most important thing. I know, dude, Zephyr, you've been with me for 2 days here. You're tired of hearing me say it. It's been the story forever, and now that we've come around to Stormpoint, it's time for those squads that maybe haven't gotten their chance, maybe not had the best games on World's Edge, start creeping up. I'm looking at teams like SNK, ANC Outplayed, Nemesis, and Rats to really take a big step up here.
So I think Game 4 is going to be the most crucial one of this series, right? Because it is the first iteration of Stormpoint. So for a lot of teams that don't have the consistency coming off of World's Edge, this is their opportunity to play into that chaos to find themselves a win here. And then on top of that, a win right now still nets you enough points to qualify at least within that top 10. After this game, I'm not confident I can say that. The bar might be raised down there in 10th, where even getting one good win might not be enough going into 5 and further.
Certainly so, and that means that consistency is even further rewarded, right? A squad like Na'Vi, who has been picking up kills time and time again, great placements as well, if not in those top 3, have still got a big advantage when it comes to teams that are relying on just one standout performance to mark their place into those final matches.
Still, plenty of names here on the board to make that happen. We're not going to set it in stone yet. Some of the squads I look at going into this game, I want to see consistency among, of course, our top 5, all with their own stories of success today. But I am beginning to sense a little bit of fall off among some of our bottom 6 and down. Obviously, we talk about teams like Horizon, Vex kind of holding out God spots, Horizon with their great rotations, underrated with their fights against Kangarna going into Game 2, all with individual stories here, Dia, but none of them really sourcing out the efficiency that makes me say, yeah, this is where they deserve to go to finals, that moment right there.
Yeah, we haven't had these big explosive performances that where some people just mind control the game. However, I do think that it's worth pointing out that I'm still finding myself in awe of what went down yesterday and how we ended up in the lower bracket. Because taking a look at the standings right now, the top 10 that are currently in the top 10 after 3 games, 8 out of 10 of those teams come from the winner's bracket. And it's to be expected, right? Those are the squads that performed well initially. But it's just Guild and Kangarna that are partying at the top with everyone else. And I'm wondering how these squads ended up in the lower bracket. What on earth happened that they, who can compete with the squads coming down from the winner's bracket, now have to fight their way up this way?
Well, even if it's just a bad day one that we can shake that up to, that's why we have this kind of double elimination format. It gives the opportunity for a subtle mistake like that. But these are some of the last opportunities you get to make mistakes, because moving on later today, I mean, all of these recent series, they look like major warm-ups for what's going to be that top 2 that each of these squads are qualifying for. I, of course, need to touch on it because you can't not. Guild are playing through back again with the Watson-Seer combo to the Watson. Trust me, I completely understand we got the opportunity to see that coming through, but the Seer, something they tried to utilize yesterday with marginal success, we'll say.
Yeah, we've actually seen, you're going to meme on me for this, Zephyr, but over in North America, Furia using the Seer to really great success over the course of this weekend. Landing over by Lightning Rod, they had some really good usage of Seer. Despite the fact that it initially seems like a sort of all-or-nothing pick, it's managed to provide a surprising amount of consistency. The biggest sort of hurdle that you encounter with Seer is communication when you're not using the ultimate.
Well, To me, it seems a little bit fishy, but you know what? I'll leave it up to Guild to figure that one out as we make our way into this lobby. It was just yesterday that we got to see things like the Major Habitat and a few others come out and play. It's just not one of the final responses that has netted wins here. But hey, good rotations like last game in combo with maybe the information it could provide is something that will make me eat my words here in just a moment. As we go, go ahead.
I was just saying, we managed to see a lot of wall and north pad zones yesterday. That was the really big theme, was how well can teams play over on the western side of the map. I do see that the zone is pulling that way over on the mini-map, that we haven't got a taste of it just yet in the larger map as a whole, seeing that second ring. But it seems like, well, the trend continues, Zephyr. The trend really do keep going.
It just don't stop here. Looking at this zone, it looks like it's going to be pulling more directly into the wall itself. Yesterday, we had an insane split in between the final kind of edge building that's available there towards the southeast of wall, where we had a full stacking of 7 squads going into round 6 close. It was High Society who sourced out that win, and now sit, of course, secured with a plethora of points on their way to finals. Now we look towards the losers round 2 here to see if they can do the same. But even as I say that, there's still the utilization of that high ground, that no-name kind of hillside where you see Congarna just setting up on the lower end towards that beacon. That'll also be major real estate.
The fact that they've rotated in here super early coming from Cascade is proof that they know exactly where they want to play for later on, especially given the fact that there is going to be a beacon available to them. Easy pickings for Congarna if they're able to hold on to this. I was actually looking at the defensive capabilities of some of these squads, specifically noting 789's composition that is running Gibby lists. When we get over to Stormpoint, that's where we see compositions really have different points of strength, not the ones that we are used to when we're over on World's Edge, where everybody runs things like the Caustic and the Gibraltar and Valkyrie. Here, we get a little bit of a mix-up, even if Setcom Portilla aren't the ones doing it.
Well, for Second Portilla, they do source a little bit of damage out, of course, in this moment, and even still from afar, trying to see if they can take advantage of this building. What's crazy to me is that this one in particular actually isn't in play, which gives me the notion that we might be seeing a little bit of a further rotation out from the wall. But for Second Portilla, their rotation will be taking them towards the high ground here, but they have to be careful. Rats are just above them. They're going to force that dome down now and look for more.
Quick rotations out from Second Portilla and in from Rats do cause a little bit of a troublesome situation. Seems like everybody is getting out for the moment. 789 perhaps not so lucky in the kill feed, but Rats are sending it forward. This is the Rats that we need to see, large and in charge. Crack on the blue shield in the distance. Zorban has this triple take in hand, and you've got to imagine that you're attracting attention from wall as well. People know there's blood in the water over here.
Whew. Rats still trying to see if they can collapse on top of them. I like the fact that they rotate out here a little bit more towards the north to try to take advantage of that high ground area. Ooh, meanwhile, even further north up here towards the higher end, we've got 789. We check back in with them. Looks like they've already lost Zanya in some midst of action here out by the Prowler camp. Their squad just a click away, starting to head off that area there. There's still plenty of time for them to pick up the banner. Dave's going to rotate in there, utilizing that Valkyrie, hopefully with a little bit of mobility to get that banner back and go for the quick revive behind them.
Nice, yep. Yeah, no question about it. Prowlers are going to cause a little bit of a problem. However, with the high mobility of this squad, if anybody gets dropped, they should be able to make a relatively fast rotation. Speaking of fast rotations, T-Rex are making their way in towards the zone, and even the subsequent one, as they did get that second pull scan, now will be able to prioritize buildings as they see fit. I'd be surprised if this one already wasn't taken, but if T-Rex can grab this high ground, they put themselves in an excellent position for the end game.
It is one of the more difficult positions, though, to hold on to, especially given the fact that you have the double rotation in from the cave side on that back. Can confirm we had at least 2 or 3 squads last time we approached this zone in the EMEA winners round 2 here. And already you can see missiles down there from Lara. That leads me to believe that, yes, there is fighters. Not a fan.
Since we've got T-Rex holding this spot, I cannot help but think of Scars yesterday. I know. It's gonna be gone. It's okay. We can talk. We can talk about Scars, because I was just thinking about the fact that we are going to be going into the finals here and that there are so many high caliber teams waiting it out when we do play on World's Edge, if we get a zone like this, it is always scars in the cave. And if T-Rex and they come to a head, it's going to be a battle to the death. With 7, 8, 9 starting to make their rotation in as well, we can see a lot of crowding here that is not only going to cause upset inside of games like these, but in the future as well, when 7, 8, 9 are almost sure to make it. They're instead going to take this rotation down towards the
Oh my
south,
gosh.
opting for a little bit more loot, and then I don't even know how we found a hard fight in fish farms, but I'll take it.
Fish farms apparently where the action is at. Ordnance down. Arc doesn't quite hit there for Daney, but they could push up behind that. Arc going to be doing so there. Look for the quick shield swap. The car does find a bit of a beam, but not quite the break necessary. They have this high ground. They have these angles. They just have to look for the necessary knocks, but for now, I guess technically they're being gate kept.
I mean, nice patience for the moment. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, though. No chance to disengage anymore. These teams are entirely too close. And a nice beam from Danny evos him up to blue while reducing the shields on the other side. Shades ends up going down to a shot, though, and it seems like there may be a little bit more to this fight. Odin Gamers looking like they're going to be able to take this. Nemesis starting to come in as well. And it seems like there may be a little bit more to this fight. Odin Gamers looking like they're going to be able to take this. Nemesis starting to come in as well. Straw batting up for the moment. Only small heals on Straw. But with this Prowler R301 combo, he ends up popping up to the roof. Nice shots so far. Switching to the R301. It's a very quick wipe. Odin Gamers go out, even though it looked like for a moment they would take it.
Yeah, for a second there, Odin tried to find what was their success, but the shield disadvantage is definitely what came back to bite there, especially in moments like that where you are in zone and you've got it constantly ticking. And as long as it was extended there, they played to the advantage knowing that they were always going to have the quick health available with the purples. So for them, major success found, playing for content, though eliminated meanwhile in the midst of that fight.
And Rats have made their way into Wall, the building that we spoke of earlier that wasn't quite in ring, has pushed Cool Gaming to a point where we've got to crawl along the floor to see if they can survive. Anybody spots YOLO and they will go down. Despite the slipperiness of this Wraith, there are enough squads in the area that it's a risky position. May still be able to rat this one out, but playing around the outside of Wall if teams like T-Rex and Navi give you enough space.
And even if they don't, there's still plenty of opportunity to what looks to play towards kind of these ridge lines, the major fauna that be out here towards the south, where the zone will continue to kind of open up and pull towards. As we check in, of course, with our round 4 zone there, you can see T-Rex there, that squad that has extended actually outside of the caves to hold onto the high ground position, where sometimes we do see that kind of beacon set itself up. I'm very interested, of course, towards the east here, some of these late rotating squads that either have to come to command or say maybe like 7, 8, 9, who are going to breach through that cave system as they make their way out of Thunderwatch. Also watch, of course, Bim Bam Goom, currently set up by Stormcatcher, and what I can only assume is Nemesis, all the way down, just peeking out of the no-name POI above North Pad, or Pad, launch pad.
7, 8, 9 may end up finding YOLO as well. I'm watching the rotation from this solo Wraith who managed to pass by Rats on their way out. Still in trouble over by this Prowler cave where you can attract a lot of attention. T-Rex will have their eyes on a fight like that if it breaks out as well. The YOLO should be going down very quickly if 7, 8, 9 notice them. It's all about just awareness, and I like the way that everybody's positioned at the moment to keep eyes all around them. Guild taking up to the skies right now, running, as you talked about, this Watson-Seer combination. Their dream would be to set up nicely in zone to get a little bit of sustain going with the shield generation that Watson provides and the zone control that Seer has, but they're rotating just a little bit late to actually find buildings. Are they going to play outside of Wall?
This is... The rotations here from Guild always kind of make me just want to shake my fist here. Yes, this will allow them to last for now. And granted, there's not much to work with on that high ground. The problem is if you have any one of these squads extend off of the position that they control here right up along the edge, Guild are going to be that first squad that will be eliminated here from the angles that are provided. And I'm sorry to say, something like a Watson fence isn't going to be enough to capitalize on. Please pull up the zip line. Play up by the boxes. You definitely have cover to work with. whatever.
I mean, they've got nothing to hold on to now with the EMP having destroyed all the Watson fences. It is rough stuff for Guild, but fortunately, nobody's shooting at them right now. They've set up a little bit of that fence line up towards the top and should be able to alternate between that and the low ground, controlling as much as they possibly can. If T-Rex and they don't start trading shots, both of these can sort of have a gentleman's agreement that high ground will be mutually defended by these two.
Well, I have to say, for Guild, I would prefer them to be up there. It is, not the safest position to be, but it does defend against what could potentially be the damage onslaught that does come through in that region. 789, they finally made their way into this cave, but you can tell already T-Rex pressuring back. Estesu down. Zanya with a portal to try to get some safety going here for this squad, but they've got to try to get back up their roster. Meanwhile, it's actually Bim Bam Goom out there from the south we talked about earlier, now looking to finish the job! The leap with the PK!
789 end up going out, but the fight is not over yet. T-Rex are still looking at this, and the tether is unforgiving. Arcstar connects, and Yoke ends up falling relatively low. Bim Bam Gooms do still get the chance to reset, and actually sitting in a place right outside of the ring right now, they've still got enough cover that should they get inside ring, they're actually not dead by any means. There's no sort of open ground here where they can just be shot at. They've still got plenty of head peaks to work with. Bim Bam Goom get to hold on to their spot for now.
And for Bim Bam Goom, that's the best we've seen out of them all day long. To remind folks at home, they currently sit in 20th with 0 points coming into Storm Point. So yeah, a little bit of that chaos, the bit of shakeup onto this map has already made it all the better for them. Still, they would need to surpass with major advantages, the win on top of several squads, a plethora of kills, just to make their way past that kind of 18-point mark where we currently see our top 10 reside.
Now, as Rascals are setting up inside of the previous home of the Kungarna squad, we've got to start wondering where Kungarna have rotated off to. Because they had the beacon, they would have gotten first dibs on any of the rotations. Unfortunately, I'm just watching Cool Gaming and sort of kind of sad for YOLO, who does not have the same luxury. But with Kungarna being missing, you have to look out for them in end games. As we determined just a few games ago, that is where they are the happiest. I'm taking a look right now, and they're actually sitting right inside wall, if not inside of the subsequent zone.
Ooh. This is going to be so tough for Guild right now. They're still playing what is that low ground, and the zone did not help them to any advantage. I would have loved to see it pull more towards where we see T-Rex. The problem is it goes even further north, back towards that building where we saw it finish out in last chance qualifiers, winners round 2 yesterday, where High Society took that win off. The problem now is you get Rascals, Little PogChamps, SNK, Second Portaya, TTD, Vexed, all of them begin to collapse upon that region. And guess who's at the very bottom of that valley?
Yeah, this one's going to be rough. It's fighting your way out from the valley as Second Portaya is going to be tough. But with Guild sitting down here, that's the thing that I think you're concerned about. Guild are... They've got fences. They should have Watson ultimate soon, but with drone EMPs incoming, their fight is going to be the toughest by far. They're going to have to pull out a kick from what we saw earlier, or even if you guys were watching over at LAN, perhaps a little Swinny 469 IQ.
Little E6 here, another EMEA team that gets a plethora of love occasionally. I will say, we do see that Rats position right up there towards the north where they kind of gatekeep that kind of final entrance from the east into the wall. I'd love Guild to push their advantage. Go for the fight. Obviously, they don't have the best read regarding the teams that might still situate themselves in the wall. We have that dramatic irony, but that could be their opportunity. For now, speaking of opportunities, Second Portaya finding the drop onto Trivia here. That'll leave the 2 members of TTD to defend. Gonna heal for now. Broken Ash will provide.
A lot of damage dealt back, though. What was initially supposed to be sort of a poke, where Second Portaya are already using a lot of resources, and their ability economy is going to be in shambles. Think about the fact that they still have 2 different squads to fight through in order to make it into this beacon building, and the fact that they're struggling on overtaking this rock is tough. The fact that they're using the Valkyrie ult is going to make this even harder because, while it may get them into the zone, it doesn't actually make surviving in zone any easier.
I'd be interested to see if they actually put themselves, yes, right here. It is only Rascals in this building area. They can definitely play for the loot or try to fight their way inside. Immediately, Rascals to defend. It is a 2v2 situation. Into the dome they go here. Where is the sight lines? They're all up there with Clone. He will drop, but he'll bring down one as well. The gas is ticking. He takes to the skies and finds final shot there to bring Sec Comporte down. But the problem is, third party galore.
Good nades from Saven at least get you into the top 14, but just like that, boom, Rascals end up going out, and TTD show up to wonder what on earth happened inside this building.
I mean, they definitely heard it. They just didn't get the opportunity to see it. I think we actually saw shots kind of come in through there, that sight line that is available from the Zips. And that's what actually took down that final member there of Rascals. As yeah, Nemesis, they're the ones extending a little bit of the pressure there from the cave side.
Hold on, if Nemesis are here, did Bim Bam Goom go out? I've got to imagine so, as we're starting to see death boxes over here. It was just sort of silently that this happened. Nemesis usurping their spot with the Bloodhound Bangalore Valkyrie combination. This is a squad built for fighting, and Nemesis, I want to say are looking good doing it, but because we didn't actually see them, maybe they're not.
Who knows? Either way, they're the ones to take the position that will allow for a nice rotation. Appreciate the checkup here on the major tab. Bim Bam Goom, yes, officially eliminated here, much likely with not many points to spare. Probably only going to net about 4 to 5 coming out of this game. Little PogChamps down as well, though, to also update.
Oh, that's tough. That is real tough stuff. Little PogChamps have not had a good day ever since they popped into winners bracket round 2 yesterday. They have been on the back foot, not giving us that top 10 performance that I think we were all hoping for. It's been a difficult read on the meta, and especially with so many teams that are taking up as many positions as they are. Winners bracket has been harsh to everyone, especially right now to Cool Gaming. I feel like every time I'm just about to make a point about positioning, we just are reminded that Cool Gaming's life is very difficult.
It's about to get much, much worse right outside the hole there. Oh, and they've spotted him straight into the zone. He will fly, but it won't last for much longer. SNK happy to pick up the easy KP, bringing us to 11.
Respect. Cool Gaming end up going out, and well, another kill does get picked up by SNK, who have had a good game so far. The rotation into the zone is still fraught with peril. I'm reminded of the fact that Guild are on the low ground of the bloodbath that we're expecting to ensue there, but for the moment, the buildings are what's lighting up. TTD eating caustic gas, tick after tick of it, have got to leave the building. No way in through this locked door, and find themselves having to choose between deadly noxious fumes and gunfire on the outside.
Well, surprisingly, the roof is something to work with for now. We got one member up there, potentially the second. They will be playing for a 2-man in this extended future. We'll note, though, that this zone is going to be pulling towards that high ground, so that position can be capitalized on. For a lot of these squads here that we check in, SNK, T-Rex right up against the backside. Guild also beginning to source out kills of their own here.
Freest third party of T-Rex's life right now. They're just laying down the fire from above. Who even knew this spot was playable? With Oxbow, Kearney, and Lara up here, no squad on the low ground is safe. Kumbra ends up going down, and you just do not get to have fun at this point. Arcstar going to do the necessary work, although it does take down Hey I'm Styles. Vex to actually end up going down, and Lara is the one person that can poke down here. If T-Rex want to full commit as a squad, though, that's where things get tricky.
Well, for Guild, I will check in with them and say they finally have made their way over the wall, and they've been the ones successfully to take out 2 squads now. Vexed here, we're in that corner, and now they extend this one already onto what was TTD as well to drop down Death Shot. Still have a climb to go regarding the next zone, but definitely a lot better than any of these squads currently still fighting within the walls of Wall.
Horizon are playing out of the high society corner right now. We have seen this spot turn into a victory, but not with this zone. Look at where the end is pulling us, as opposed to in the winners bracket yesterday. We're going outside the wall, not inside. And Horizon, well, they do have the Valk ultimate. I suspect they're not going to be the only ones using it. There's already another squad in the air, and Guild are going to have to deal with so much on the outside of this zone. T-Rex, the ones that are just sitting pretty. Remember, they're still on the high ground.
I love the fact that Guild has finally taken a position for the high ground. They're going to utilize that habitat to give them the information necessary to hopefully start to find some of the kills here. They still haven't made the best of rotations yet. Might going to pull back up towards that corner or just barely try to play the rocks here. It's still not quite in that zone as I can tell from that mini-map, but they got to make moves.
Horizon end up losing Mimu, and that's on the push over towards T-Rex territory. Now aping it out as a two-man. We'll see if Horizon are able to survive. For initially, Guild take one of the kills. Navi in the chaos as well end up having to jump onto the low ground, seeing so many people batting there. You're just not able to finish it off as Rugby, but the Thermite is going to start doing work. Ron waiting on the shield bat here is totally comfortable inside the gas, but T-Rex are still waiting. Your Predators at the very top of the lobby, at the top of the food chain. Watch everybody get whittled down to 5 squads.
Nemesis gone. Now T-Rex finally on the drop right into the corner to eliminate Horizon. Dome down for the defense. And quickly, do they portal back up to their perch here to look for the revive here on Lara? I think they might have just the perfect source of cover, being the fact that they just have the ultimate high ground angle.
This is only going to work once. There are so many other teams that are going to occupy this spot from here on out. Everybody is recognizing how game-breaking this position is, but Guild have no way of challenging it. No one does, as again, look, the zone is pulling straight on top of T-Rex.
I don't think it's going directly on top of them, but they still hold the highest position here on the map. Guild, they'll be having to fight up the ridge right alongside Rats and Navi, who more than likely T-Rex will take the fight to here first.
Arcstar's going to provide a lot of value here, forcing out the bubble. T-Rex still retain their cooldowns, and a defensive bombardment right now would be death for Navi. As the bubble expires, here it's going to come. T-Rex are not giving up any ground. They are taking it by force, but a defensive bombardment forces out their bubble as well. A nice response from Navi, stalling out this push. It's a hurried reset, and T-Rex surely are going to make moves now.
And surprisingly, in the face of that bombardment, no damage, no one to fall. Finally, the cracks are starting to come through after all of that has been exposed. Meanwhile, Guild on the low ground. Rats drop from their side off of the cliff here. They've already found the one knock. Now with the Vault will try to beam. Horizon having to reload. Fights his way back through the side of these fences here as Rats from above. Navi are the ones to finish off the rest of that squad. Guild now gonna play right up against the wall, right behind T-Rex.
Yeah, this is where things get dangerous. T-Rex could be taken down here. Guild are wondering when they're going to climb. They gotta pull off that perfect Kungarna angle. The timing has to be immaculate, but with T-Rex so low, with all of that in the base of Guild, Bubble may just have to be used. Kearney's gonna actually use this on the low ground here, an unorthodox spot for T-Rex. Will they be able to survive? Guild are trying to go back up. T-Rex are playing for second. They commit but get taken out by Guild. And now it's Navi Gaming as they jump down and take this fight to take the game. Rugby is able to just barely survive on tens of HP, turning things around, getting knocked, but just as his team takes the win.
And for Navi, it's gotta feel absolutely amazing here for them, sitting in 10th place with 18 points, right on that cutoff, potentially there to face the final elimination. Oh, just barely pick up that win there in the end, and they had the pressure of gods above them, below, from all angles into those final moments.
They needed this victory. Navi had to feel secure, and with the fact that they've been able to have such consistency up until now to retain them inside of top 10, plus those points, this is where we're starting to draw that cutoff points for, yes, this is a team that we're going to see in the finals. This is a team that is going to have their shot at champs. They got to keep this up for 2 more games and then double down in the following 6. It's a long day for them, but they have proven that with consistency and time, they can come out on top.
I feel like we're making a return to stability, to nature, finally seeing squads like Kungarna, Guild, Navi finally get their opportunity to shine, the expectations that we've had for these rosters for so long. For Navi now, like you said, that bar has officially been raised. Let's take a look at those standings, see potentially who might have been knocked out in the fray of all those points there. Navi now sitting in 3rd with 40.
Looking good for them. Nemesis starting to crawl up the standings as well. It was a big game for them, taking them out of 16th, 17th, and putting them in 11th. While they're still in touching distance of top 10, they do need another game or two like that to actually push them in here. Navi, of course, secure 40 points, and T-Rex still dominating with 58 and an incredible power position. I am not going to forget that that spot exists. I swear to Christ.
Wow. And just to touch on it, because I think it is remarkable here, anyone who is in our current top 10 has yet to fall after that game. Yes, we do look at Cool Gaming, who only were able to pick up the 1 point from taking it to 20 to 21, now sitting in 10th place. But everyone else, of course, has been still able to retain. Still, though, you make great points. Nemesis starting to crawl up, some bigger names, Rascals, Rats that we got the opportunity to see in some chosen moments there on Stormpoint. Just one game away from potentially pushing someone towards elimination here.
The really important thing to watch is the fact that at 2nd and 4th, Guild and Kungarna are holding on to their spots. They are the teams that were not in the top, or that did not come from the winner's bracket, that are still here. It's still 8 out of 10 squads from winner's bracket that are holding on to the top 10 spots, not going anywhere. As long as Guild and Kungarna are in there messing up the standings, it becomes a desperate fight for the bottom, as everybody who came from the winner's bracket struggles to earn their place back there.
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers number dos. We're still covering the action here in Losers Bracket number 2. Let's carry ourselves directly over to the points as we only have just a moment before we make our way back into Game 5.
As we were illustrating just before we went over the break, 8 out of 10 teams still come from the winner's bracket, with Nemesis, Rascals, Rats, and SNK the closest to being able to break in, and even that is separated by quite a margin. As you and I were sort of talking about even before this, that margin is something that we haven't really seen existing in the games previous.
Right, I feel like there's something a little bit more top-heavy oriented in this lobby in particular, to find your, top-ended teams all kind of sitting around the upper 40-point mark of top 4 and further at what is already Game 4 goes to show me that there really isn't a lot to work with for our bottom 20, which means we might be seeing them out sooner than expected.
This 5th game is going to say a lot. It sets up what is going to be that 6th game, the all-important one, where we do see upset stories told, where we can see miracles worked. But right now, I'm looking for another great performance from the squads that we've already seen at the top. Nemesis trying to shake that up with a little bit of Bloodhound here. We saw them get off to a good start last game with some early fighting, but couldn't quite convert that into an endgame position.
Well, as we make our way back here onto Storm Point for our second time today, I can confirm that we aren't seeing too many changes regarding the character selection, still some standard compositions all around. I'm a little bit disappointed that we aren't seeing as many Bangalores as we did yesterday. I have a preference towards them. I think they provide well for a lot of those edge compositions, but just the standard kind of iteration, the Gibbies, the Caustics that now find way more prevalence for some reason on this map, as well as the rotations with the Ashe when Valk on top of it, whatever. You get it. You get it.
Yeah, I mean, it got a little garbled at the end there, but Ashe Valk, it's crazy. Early contest, also pretty crazy. Didn't expect to see 7, 8, 9 contested like this, but right now, Bim Bam Goom are looking really good as Yuke ends up finding 2 downs with the bow and is looking for a 3rd. Still has plenty of ammunition here, and it's going to be a Bim Bam Goom victory in this contest.
This is a problem for 7, 8, 9 in their last moments, finally eliminated here. I remind us all, 8th place, 20 points. Bam Bam Goom sitting at 20. You can't let a squad just disrespect you like that from the get-go here. For 7, 8 Guy, they now have only one opportunity to secure their options into finals. And to be honest, the consistency regarding this squad leaves a lot in terms of expectations. I don't know if I can confirm something like that.
They've had a good day today, and even that's netted them at 8th, right? So we're hoping for more in Game 6 from 7, 8, 9, as we already illustrated. So much of this game is going to be setting up tones, setting stakes for that 6th game. The dramatic tension starts now. It's going to continue rising, continue going, in this case, over towards Cascade Falls, where the ring is pulling us directly on top of where Kungarna land. We saw them make an early rotation into ring last time. I'm expecting that here, they'll just sit tight.
Yeah, and you get a ton of squads that can position themselves out there, of course. There is the available beacon potentially up there towards the north that you have the opportunity to utilize into Zone 4, of even maybe potentially Zone 5 as well. I actually consider that to be potentially the best position to be, because we know for a fact that this zone doesn't just pull towards Cascade Falls, it also has the opportunity to extend a little bit more over towards the west there, where you get those double parallel buildings, as well as the L-shaped one in the corner, where you can sometimes see the zone finish out.
The hot dogless bun is what we'll go with the parallel buildings, right? The bun buildings, yeah. They're waiting to become hot dogs buildings. Yeah, that's
see the hot dog. It's escaped over there into the corner. It's looking a little sad and bent.
Maybe some folks will visit it. I know the Cool Gaming do tend to pass through that area, especially on their very quick way into the zone, right? They've got double choke points over here, and we'll typically see those be a point of pressure. What I'm expecting is the high ground outside of Cascade Falls is going to be the real power point here. Those that start and come from Command Center and Stormcatcher having a big advantage when it comes to claiming those positions inside of the next ring.
Whew. Cool Gaming, though, they take their time. North Pad's a ways away. Maybe going to be that one squad I discussed regarding the beacon building, but for now, just slowly finding their rotation. For some reason, I thought that Mastiff was much farther than expected, but it happens to be right there on that horizon as they making some quick trades regarding the weaponry. Prowler now in the hands of Bardo as they pick up the Trident. They're going to find some expedient rotations here.
Wait, pick up the heavy mag. What are you doing? What are they doing?
Doesn't need it. Ego check. Doesn't need it.
What is happening?
It happens.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool gaming. Not gonna go for it. Instead, I guess maybe swapping off to the Mastiff. So you know what? I understand now. There we go.
Never mind.
Now it makes sense. Yeah, we're actually. I feel
wow,
zero
we
IQ
totally
right now.
into that.
Woo, Lord! All right. Well, it isn't our whatever it is 17th game of Apex Legends this weekend. We're jumping in over towards Cascade Falls, where we're getting even more folks starting to arrive. Rats are jumping right on top of Vexed right now, and hopefully you'll be able to avoid a fight.
Okay. I love Horizon's positioning. This is the team that is going to look to capitalize off the beacon information, and it goes hand in hand off of the identity that we built for them earlier on regarding their macro play. Meanwhile, from a very dangerous rotation, Kangara now take advantage of the Rats. Sorbin low, now Tolkien and Mania to defend for themselves. They're going to try to climb into the building, but no revive will ever come through for a man like that, as now Kangara have to retain the building that they initially came from.
Props to them as well for not getting greedy. They do step up a little bit far initially, but are able to get Graceful back inside and recovered with Caustic Gas. Keeping them relatively safe. Kangarda shouldn't suffer for the KP they tried to get earlier. The Rascals throws in an Arc Star. Now they are the ones at risk, taking up to the high ground. Kangarda still going to be able to try and defend. Bubble inside buys Rascals a little bit more time, but a defensive bombardment just locks them inside with Kangarna. Already 1 down, 2 down actually. Kangarna may be losing control of this building, and Rascals have somehow managed to take this away from a Caustic.
Somehow foot their way into the building off the top, and Kangara weren't able to defend. And yes, maybe the extent outside here was what did them in. For now, though, Graceful is allowed to survive. And I say allowed because as Cascade Falls becomes the pinnacle or the POI to look at here, these buildings are not where you want to be if you're a rat. Meanwhile, in our feed here, of course, Nemesis eliminates Second Portea, making short work of not just that, but also Orden Gamers as well.
Okay, this is big for Second Portea. They have not had a good day so far, but to put themselves into a top 10 would need to start this game. They're coming up on the points that they would need to qualify if, in fact, they manage to clean up both those squads. But I'm actually looking at the kills right now, and it must have been only a third party because I see 1 kill for Wrath and nothing else.
Gnosis there, maybe, who knows? It was just Null or Torch who were the ones to pull that one off. Still, it's some loot to work with. They've got a rotation ahead of them, but the double boxes will be allowing them to feel a little bit more kitted as the zone tends to tighten up. Thankfully, if you are playing from the south kind of into this one, obviously if the zone pulls towards Cascades or our hot dog-less buns, you're going to be worse for wear. But there's still the opportunity, yes, to pull towards the river itself. Meanwhile, Cool Gaming out here towards the north. Looks like they're very split here towards Checkpoint. It's underrated who takes advantage of this squad.
I know that we didn't get the chance to see it, but I have some insider information on how it is that Cool Gaming ended up going out here. It's because they didn't end up committing to the hot dog buildings. Had they stayed there, everything would have been fine. Checkpoint comes with a wrath that simple hot dogs do not. Navi, well, they've also not gone for the hot dog buildings. Are they also going to walk into underrated and also suffer at their hands? Answers point to yes, but we'll see what Navi can pull out.
Mind you, we sound insane. We have yet to explain where that term has come from, and we're just hoping that they have been here since yesterday. So we're here calling out food choices. It makes no sense. We are the pinnacle of Castic. There's some buildings right up there you can see in the top of the mini-map on the very northern end that choke outside of Checkpoint. We like to call them hot dogs because you get the 3 in pairing. A bun, a hot dog, and another bun.
It's
and
like
yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, like I was going to talk about it, but it's...
No, it's done. We'll drop it.
Yeah.
Now y'all know. Now y'all know. This is where we explain things. Thank you!
Oh my god. Okay, what I was going to say, now that we're looking at it, I have to bring it up. It's a really unfortunate hot dog. Like, the sausage was definitely messed up in the making of this. It's like it wanted to be a burger, but instead it's become some weird between bun monstrosity.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we all love a little thick hot dogs occasionally. Meanwhile, Rats taken out.
I don't know if this is an appropriate topic of conversation with the Apex Legends broadcast. We're going to pop back over to Congarn and see if Graceful can survive any longer. I am red as the sun at the moment, but with Graceful able to actually use the Valkyrie to reposition right now, you could find a spot much like T-Rex had last game. I don't know how many people would know, especially intra this foliage, to look for Graceful right now.
Hey, you just got to hope those PC specs are as low as they get. Still, though, Graceful quite a ways out from anyone who would provide a little bit of danger there. Yes, you do have T-Rex kind of coming up the bend, but we both know it's very unlikely that they'll be able to spot that one out. Meanwhile, Navi actually able to take the successful fight here against Underrated in the rotation. Looks like it was close.
Very much so. Masanya, still at full HP, is ready to help the rest of the team reset. And good thing, too, because they're going to need it. Resets actually don't come in time, but Sanya's still putting in the work. Takes down one, but cannot survive against the onslaught from Cool Gaming, who, as a two-man, managed to find themselves 3 kills.
Thankfully, it was low for them, so they pulled the trigger at the perfect time here. And for Cool Gaming, it's got to feel great. Remember, this is the team that currently sits on our cutoff 10th with 21 points. Falling now would be just as bad as, say, what we saw out of 7, 8, 9. It might push them into a place of elimination. We take a look, though, at our Zone 4, and yes, you still get a bit of Cascades and some of our non-hot dog list buildings in play, but this zone is going to be pulling more south towards that river. So when we talk about a lot of those teams who are making slow rotations, notably SNK and Seca Porteya, who are still out of zone, they definitely have the opportunity to play this one out. I'm very interested to see how those fights fare, though, towards that kind of central island.
This reminds me a lot of Lava Fisher endings and even gameplay in general, with the big disparity between high and low ground where this zone is pulling. A team like Guild, who's sitting on top of the bubble building, looks safe initially, but is taking a lot of focus from every other team in the area. Popping right back into the bubble building. They actually managed to, as 3 folks, take down a squad, but they're so low right now that 2 end up going down to the Nox gas grenade alone. Now it's just Matape against the world, even with the Seer ultimate now expired. He's gonna go for the Thirst, and it'll bite him. Guild Esports go down to Little PogChamps.
Mind you, that squad underneath is also faring quite poorly with damage, and they haven't quite found exactly where they are. Leave it up to Mix potentially on that low ground to peek that corner, but no, it's Jez who finally is found out there. That Caustic now from behind will be dropped, as well as Outplay find their way out. Lil PogChamps, got to give them props. I mean, they also were the ones to provide damage from afar before coming into third party that once, so they found more KP than to be expected.
This is the timing that they have needed throughout the course of the last couple days, being able to find the appropriate moves for when they end up going for the third parties. Nets them so much loot now, putting them in a much better position than they were previously. And our Little PogChamps also have a great position inside of Ring to be able to translate this into a high ground advantage, or try and hold Spider Caves if they want.
They don't have to do that.
It's true. It's true.
Actually, I like the positions that they're actually in currently here in a non-ironic way to hold what is going to be that pineapple building. I'm more than sure it's going to be potentially one of the hot spots to be for the end game, especially as this one pulls more towards the south. It's one of the only defensible positions, as really that area is fairly open here. And you're going to see a lot of squads as they come collapsing out from Cascades and our no-name buildings over there. They're going to be forced to play the backside of that wall, and you're going to get maybe 1 or 2 alive into that moment.
Notably, right next door to T-Rex, Graceful is still alive. We're in our top 12 now, so we've got placement points starting to be accumulated, and they're only going to go up once we start hitting top 10 as well. With T-Rex able to provide a lot of safety, nobody wanting to push them. Graceful should be good. The interaction between these two is going to be rough. Somebody may have been spotted. I believe it's Kearney right above T-Rex, not Graceful.
Well, still, I don't think they're ever going to be able to potentially find that one. You can see just a little bit in the distance how far away Graceful actually is. And actually, I believe that is another squad coming off the back end of this ridge. Might be taking it toe-to-toe here against T-Rex fairly soon. That's Horizon, who have been taking advantage of the beacon all game long. Now, this is the squad that I'm very interested to watch. They have the best information to work with. The macro, this is their moment to shine, to make those final endgame decisions now in Zone 3.
They're the real estate agents of Apex Legends. They did it on World's Edge. Now they're doing it on Stormpoint. Mimu has been going off with the Sentinel in the kill feed. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to that, but he has found knock after knock and turned it into a kill, into a squad wipe actually, for his team. Horizon in a very good position around this gravity cannon. Cannot risk actually taking it just yet. I'd rather see them walk it into the zone than take this really risky pathway in. So even if we're going to Valk ult, that'd be much, much better than the sort of defined path that something like the gravity cannon puts you on. But they're meditating their moves for now, wanting to avoid a lot of the carnage of squads that are going to start squeezing in and around the next 60 seconds. They're going to go for this early.
I know for a fact that the zone does pull very extreme towards that southern area, so we know for the fact that that Valk rotation has to be absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, towards Cascades, we finally begin to see what is the fights take place here. Crack found, Sivin, PK in through the dome, but still dropped down here. Rascal's now a two-man, gonna rotate around the back end here. Alpha Draft with the PK does find the 28-36 to drop. Now one last member, but it looks like another squad from above. Beacon is found, back into the building they go.
If you lose the member inside Cascade Falls, though, you're likely to lose everyone. ETD came up for that third party, but seemed to be disengaging right now, uncharacteristic of most squads that would have gone for this sort of action. GTD maybe are prioritizing the ring instead, giving Vex the chance to recover outside. Bambino's going to stick this res onto Jelly, and they don't have Moon's Banner just yet. They can go back for it, especially given the fact they have a Crypto and can get it from 200 meters away.
Ooh. Bambino's got to be careful. He's making rotation with that Crypto, but that's not going to prevent him from being eliminated here. That's playing for content to find the drop, as well as the full wipe here onto Vex Gaming, taking advantage of our L building. I don't even think Vex really understood where some of those shots were raining through as they pulled away from Cascade. For playing for content, finally, some kills to their name here as they continue to compete for one of those top 10 positions. Holding pretty aggressive angle here towards Cascade. Want to defend against any of the last remaining squads.
It's a little bit late for it to be Horizon, so I do wonder who has just landed there playing for content and got their eyes on a Wraith, and a nice crack comes through from Otter. Congarna end up going out in the meanwhile, but that squad not joining us in the end game just means that we're going to have a lot less fragging potential there. Bim Bam Goom may be the ones to instead bring it to us. After a big performance in last game, will they be able to replicate that here, getting themselves potentially even further into those top 5?
Yuko gives us a bit of the angle. Trying to see what squads may still remain. Obviously, there's someone within the last bit of those buildings, but thank you. Love the fantastic pull on read of zone here. This one's going to be a bit of a mixed ending. Thankfully for the squads out there towards the west, they get a little bit luckier as, of course, the major kind of L building is still in play for now, and then into one of our parallel buildings. That's going to be taken out by T-Rex. Or Second Portilla, some of our southern-ended teams, and be a little bit more difficult.
SNK have the cave on the low ground to play with. Nobody else has claim to that yet, but it's not a spot that you want to take early because you open yourself up to shots from the Bun buildings. Instead, playing this patiently, they got a field out Second Portilla, play on the lower ground of this waterfall, and hope to God that they're able to survive in the 3v3 without a third party from perhaps an over-eager little PogChamps.
An over-eager little PogChamps. Words I never thought I'd hear on ALGS.
yeah. Things go crazy.
Ooh. Yuku, they have dropped down from what is this kind of water wheel. Now look for some angles inside this building. Obviously, they know for a fact that this is the full 3-man, and they want to make sure before they make the rotation towards the tree here to play for their next defense in the zone that it is completely clear. What may end up happening is, though, they're going to have to play for cover on the back end and then just try to wipe them on their rotation out from those chokes, and that's looks like exactly what they might do now.
Going for this little bit of cover. The head peeks that will be provided by going into the low ground will favor Bim Bam Goom now, as T-Rex hurriedly disengaged from a defensive bombardment and tried to find a better spot to gatekeep from, playing for content instead, focusing them down, recognizing that the only way into ring is forward. You got to be worried about playing for content at this point into the game, because round 4 hurts, round 4 will kill them, and they're not the only squad in this building.
Ooh. Back to Bim Bam Goom. Defensive bombardment down. A little bit concerned regarding the utilization of that one there. There's a big split between this roster as it feels like they have a bit of a crisis regarding what they may want to do. Meanwhile, defensive bombardment way too far. Big whiff there. Not going to capitalize on any sort of damage from DB for DB.
Limited sight lanes are favoring Bim Bam Goom for now. They're able to avoid a lot of fire. Se comporta ya, limiting those sight lines even further with a crazy position outside of this ring. They've still got to make it in. Little PogChamps, the ones gatekeeping them for the moment.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, no way to escape that. At this point, you are dead to the Little PogChamps. However, one member still above, and I'm not sure that Little PogChamps will actually have the presence of mind to be able to check this trade.
Going to defend themselves, break down some of the gas, mix a little low in terms of the health here, but for second Portella, yes, Wraith has found a very nice spot to rat in, the absolute perfect crack. There's no way that anyone can find their way up there to take that one out. And for Little PogChamps, as they are eliminated here, you gotta wonder if anyone actually recognized. Oh, well, Wraith gave himself away. He was the one to take that kill. I was about to say that you are going to be rained down. How?
That's broken. That's so broken.
No way.
Seco Portaya have the best spot in Apex Legends. 7 squads left, and I think they're untouchable.
Well, for 27 seconds.
Wait. 1v1. Wrath wins this. He's goated, actually. Oh, jumping up just a little bit too much. He gets taken out by Jump Axe's wingman shot, but he was going to win that 1v1. He hit flesh with the Mastiff. That was almost a Seco Portaya angle.
For second Portella, I do respect it. They were able to last longer than Little PogChamps, even though they were the ones that were pushed back into that corner off of a great position there from Wraith. Finally, though, we are beginning to see how this zone plays out. Looking for playing for content. They're able to pull away from the L building that was still just a corner in play for what will be this massive redeploy. Where they land is still a big question. For T-Rex, I'm worried, though. There is little to no cover here, as this zone is going to be as open as it gets. I'm curious, the teams that fare above or below, which will come out on top? I'm little to no experience regarding the Anarchs.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that it's Horizon right now. They're the team that took the low ground. The real estate agents of Apex Legends have probably struck gold once again. History is likely to repeat itself as T-Rex descend from above. We're seeing last game play out in even more of a chaotic manner, this time with a massive disparity between that high and low ground. T-Rex start taking teams apart. Bim Bam Goom are getting destroyed by the wingman shots from Oxbow, and we're going to see ourselves whittled down to 5 squads.
Bim Bam Goom eliminated, much provided there from Oxbow with the wingman. Gonna carry this one forward, playing for content on the other side of this high ground there with the ordinances down. They'll find the break. Corny now with the bubble, push them one forward with the PK shots here. Playing through the back end, but all members are took to flesh. It's up to Lara to finish the job with the EVA. Yes, the knocks will be found, but they will be forced to low ground right into the hands of Horizon waiting below.
Finally gets taken out by Kumbra. SNK, the ones benefiting from the kill, just barely, as there was a sliver of HP when flying away from Horizon. But we're down to 3 squads now, with SNK and Horizon on the low ground. There's just one rat left here.
Ooh, I believe that is, in fact, Little PogChamps.
Little
managed
PogChamps
to survive against it all there. That initial kind of wingman shot from Wraith wasn't actually the final kill. And so Eyes is sitting in third confidently here. Now for Horizon, this is the one we'll watch, though. They'll be pulled out and away from their cover much earlier on. You got to pray that they find the perfect Kraber shot to make this a 2v3 advantage into a fight that shouldn't be playing their way.
Ring's starting to close now, and while they do have a little bit of rock cover to use, that initial damage is going to be meaning a lot for Horizon. I think they've heard the squad above them. Little PogChamps trying to play silently, have a good angle on whichever squad they choose to... whichever squad whose life they choose to make more difficult. An Ash Portal in is going to bring this into the close range combat. Little PogChamps still waiting on their chance to show up. Lippin doesn't quite hit the Kraber shot, instead committing to just the damage right now. forces out the bubble, throws down the Arc Star, and might get the chance to throw out a second shot with this Kraber. No reposition available for Horizon in terms of the Ash, but they get the bubble out, and it's enough for them at the moment. Lippin looking up to the sky, takes out Little PogChamp with the headshot, and Horizon are going to start going crazy now. It's the last 3v3, and as the bubble expires, there's no safety for either of them. Lippin beams left, right, and center, and it's going to be a big victory for Horizon, the real estate agents of Apex Legends.
I am so glad that Horizon, who put themselves in the position I called Zone 1, the perfect beacon, the information for Zone 5, were able to pull that one away. It goes to show the macro ability that we talked about as early as Game 1, where we saw their kind of wide extended rotations that allowed them to last. It's been a while going through our last 4 games, but as we breach into this 5th one here, finally Horizon show us why and how they typically find success.
It was a big step up here. We've constantly seen them position well, but it's just been a struggle to get through to those final 3 squads and even further to the victory. Lippin stepping up was the big difference maker there. With the Kraber and the car, I have never seen so much damage put out in such a short amount of time, and that alone changed the game from eliminating not just one, but both of the enemy squads with a styling headshot on the Kraber.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing eyes there. That was potentially a great opportunity for Little PogChamps to rack up some points, but a little bit too forward with the peak there. Should have chosen something more akin to Wrath, taking some lessons from the rat we saw earlier on here. So now for Horizon, we already knew they were secure within that kind of top 10, but this more than likely will push them towards the top of that bracket, make sure that they feel comfortable going into that game 6. Let's take a look at those points here and confirm the final position there. 4th place, 42 points, more than happy now on their way to finals.
I'm noticing that SNK have snuck their way into the top 10 as well. A big game for them, tied with Cool Gaming at 25 points and having just barely usurped their spot. SNK are looking good, but with 1 game left to go, it is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight between them, 789, underrated Cool Gaming, and Rascals.
It'll be close here because at the end of the day, I can still count in pretty much everybody. If you have a fantastic win and you can net yourself, say, a 20-plus point start that we sometimes see in Game 1, yeah, you're going to go into the top 10 here on your way to finals, all the way even down to ANC outplayed with 10 points themselves. They can even put themselves above the rest, even if the bar begins to shift here. Still, though, Dia, one last game to go here for our losers round 2. The final opportunity to show you have what it takes to make your way to the finals. For us here on the desk, we're going to a short break. We're going into our final game. You won't want to miss it. Don't click away. Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers, Losers Round 2 here. I'm Dia, that's Zephyr. We're still bringing you plenty of the heat here as we make our way into the final game here of our Losers Bracket. The final opportunity for 10 of these teams to secure their position into our finals here just later today.
I think our break song said it best, Zephyr. Never stop dreaming. We are so ridiculously close to sending yourselves into the finals, even if you are, as you talked about, ANC outplayed, and you are at the bottom right now. You cannot give up hope. This is going to be the end of the season for 10 teams right now. At the end of this game, if you go out early, you could just watch the season sail you by. Leave us with your story, and that's what I'm excited to see. Teams giving us their personality, giving us their best for what, for most of them, is going to be the final game of this year.
Well said there. Let's, of course, take a look at those standings one last time. This will be your final opportunity to check out who falls where here. And for teams like Underrated, 7-9, I'll even throw Vex at 28. Vex down all the way to even 20th place. They are not any place of security. Their position could become the next bait here. SNK, they've just barely secured it off of Game 5. Can they retain the position?
They were barely able to swoop in. Cool Gaming has retained that 10th spot for what feels like such a long time now. The past 2-3 games it has been theirs. And with 789's grip on the game starting to slip, who would that let in? Could it be Little PogChamps on a big upturn towards the latter half of these games? Could they just have a massive Storm Point buff? It's all to be determined right now. I'm watching Seco Porte. Yeah, of course, with a little bit of bias for the fact that I love saying their name. And I'm really hoping that Rats get their chance to pop off. I'm not sure if Rats actually are going to have a win today or not, and answers point to it being unlikely. But I really would like to see them have at least their moment to pop off, because I'm remembering them from earlier, and they are such a good team at being able to take unexpected fights. And yet they haven't had that opportunity in these 6 games. It feels like they are constantly the team that is behind the fight.
Looking at our character select here, right off the bat, it should be obvious. Rascal's sitting 1 member down. That's got to feel awful, especially knowing that they sit in 12th with 20 points. They're only a click away from pushing themselves into the final moments here. Going to be playing without Alpha Draft. Big shame.
Not impossible to make work, of course, but like we know, it's tough. We've seen some crazy stuff, though. I'm remembering just yesterday having some Rats do insane thing. And was it in LCQ 1? There was some insane thing where a Rat ended up taking an entire game. I think it was LCQ 1 for NA. Ended up winning everything over in North Pad. So the answers are there. We could see it happen, but it's starting to get slimmer, right? Especially with the contest of Cool Gaming right above them. Rascals need to have more points than the team that has been very consistent, who's right next door. Dropping into our last game. We'll see if we get early contests like we did last time. Lightning Rod suspiciously empty is... Evidently, 789 have decided not to take the risk on contesting.
You know, something I haven't brought up because I don't want to damper any moods out here, but the truth is, for a lot of these squads who sit on the cusp, you know, fighting their way in their opportunity, you have to remember that as we make our way towards the finals, the only 2 qualify. They are the representatives of what will be EMEA land. And I'm sorry to say, moments like that aren't going to be allowed. For now, Underrated, a fight here off the end of Mills. Yes, an RE45 is found. Yes, some blue armor, but 789 have taken their time. They're now here as well. They've changed their drop.
All right, well, I looked at them and went, they're not going to take the 50-50 over by Lightning Rod, but they instead jump in here. They want even more blood going. If we're going to 50-50, it's going to be worth it for the loot. Gosh darn it, they take out Underrated instantly. 20th place, and now Underrated spot is in contention. They were at 27 points. 79 have absolutely overtaken them by now.
So 789 has to feel wonderful, because after faltering here for 2 games straight, dropped early. They now sit at 29, guarantee that there is officially a team lower than them. All they have to do is sustain, take another fight, maybe take into the top 10, and they will be on their way towards the finals. It's finally the resurgence of this roster that's had such a hard-fought last chance qualifier. Meanwhile, Bim Bam Goom on the hunt themselves here to rack up the last necessary points. Just barely, the wingman do not connect here for Tired.
This is that 6th game that I was hoping for, though, where the teams get bloodthirsty, where the bottom 10 realize that they simply must find Tired. This is that 6th game that I was hoping for, though, where the teams get bloodthirsty, where the bottom 10 realize that they simply must find kills. Bim Bam Goom have done that, but an Ash Portal away to safety means they won't find any kills, at least initially, having to run up even further. And oddly, Zephyr exposed themselves to more risk up against Rats, but at the same time, think about the storylines here. Rats have also had a really difficult time when fights are brought to them. If they can win this, what would it mean for the squad?
Meanwhile, I want to point it out there, yes, Navi starts at wall, but they could potentially come up the backside here if they hear the necessary shots. I mean, they have nothing to lose. This is the perfect opportunity to continue to rev and ramp yourself up in preparation here for what will be the final lobby. Rats, Arc Stars down, forced out of the second floor. Sorbin, Tolkien, both broken. That's going to force the dome here. Oh, the tactical, it doesn't hit the zonage.
But the usage of the bubble is really conservative from Rats. Of course, make sure that they're not going to be pushed and have the opportunity to heal up, but now they're playing the next 30 seconds without that cooldown. It's going to be really important when the fight becomes close range. Mania throwing up the Arc Star doesn't really find any damage on the back half of that. Instead, Bim Bam Goom put themselves in a dominant position on top of the building, starting to poke in. Now their own Arc Star is starting to fly loose. Yuke does have a good angle right here and calls out that on the left they're in trouble, but on the right there's a Gibraltar coming up. Tyrese goes down, and Rats are taking the Uber reverse card to this fight, whipping out the Rampage in close range combat and putting an end to Bim Bam Goom's season.
Finally here for the Rats, they respond to when it is necessary, and I gotta say that conservative play granted them their success here. I'm glad to see that they are finally taking the decisions that should help them in moments like these. Now sitting at 16 points guaranteed, they push themselves into the top 14. 5-6 more points like that, and they could be on their way forward here. A big congratulations to them, but a heavy heart to Bim Bam Goom, who are now officially out. And we're finally Warchalk! We've been waiting all day for TSM here.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. That's not where I expected we would be going. I'm sure that this was unexpected as well. Take a look at that. ANC outplayed, end up losing one. Actually, taking a look at the other side, it looks like they've lost a second as well. Two squads collaborating on the destruction of ANC.
For ANC, they at least have the one member to stand alive here, still standing, and Elton John among the rest to potentially come back and find those banners. But I don't think T-Rex, a team rife with plenty of, well, I'll just say, consistency in this lobby, will be letting them go with that much ease. Still, Shex will try to pull this off. He has the grav cannon potentially available if he wants to make what is a very dangerous escape if necessary.
Okay, got the banner. Wingman shots could hit him in the back, but it seems like he's escaped without too much notice, as there's a much more pressing matter at hand. Care package up on the height, and teams shooting their shots over there. Ultimately, T-Rex are going to be able to pick up all of that loot, picking a Volt for Oxbow.
Oh, man. T-Rex, they turn back around, they go, what? What just happened? They don't know anything. We're dramatic irony right now. Either way, T-Rex now taking the ridge for themselves. I'd love to pull back and see what this zone fares in store for us. It looks like we're getting quite a wide-ended zone regarding the round one close, looking to play directly into this kind of open-ended region. I'm interested if it pulls down towards that beacon building right on the cusp there. You can see it on the sight lines of Oxbow now.
Yeah, this village devolves into a lot of terrifying fights, especially around the one that's wide open. There's the sort of high ground that you can play. And that was not a specific way to say that, and I'm just going to ignore that entirely. The point is, there's like a bit, the market building. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Same replicated in Cascade. That building home to normally 2-3 squads that are trying to fight it out. A lot of late game Valkyrie 50-50s end up going directly into that building as well. And if the zone continues to pull over here, that's what I am expecting, nay, demanding that we get in the 6th game, as already Second Porte are giving it to us.
Second Porteria coming in with the early 50-50. They're going to have to contest against the Caustic that has already set barrels here on the side that they have chosen. Maybe put themselves on the other end, but Congarna are quick to respond. But Dolly on that door will prevent the rotation. Now Nox gas grenade potentially prepped and ready.
Do they want to fight this right now, or do they relegate Second Porteria to their side of the building, leave these gas canisters up? It's a difficult decision. You don't want to expose yourself to too much risk, and it seems like both these squads are itching for a fight. Congarna's spot in our finals is secured at this point. Should they want to, they can test out their 3v3 mechanics.
At this point, I think it's far too late to make a decision like that. You had your opportunity on the initial drop there, and if you can't take a fight within the 10 seconds, I'd say, allotted here in positions like this, you could already see that there are plenty of squads in the area. We know T-Rex Navi just passed that ridge line, and now they themselves here as well. But still, Null is officially dropped. This begins the 2v3 scenario, but Dolly looking low himself, but finds the white shield swap as now Graceful looks for the return on the back end.
A med kit as well. Second Porteria have lost 2 so far, a third being hunted down right now. Graceful eats some shots from the side though, and this building's starting to get iffy with Wrath taking up towards the height. He's gonna try and get the heck out of dodge, hoping there are no squads around the side, but look at that, eating shots in the back now. Wrath does not have a simple escape. There is no clear way out, and just like that, Second Porteria, their season may be coming to a close. Wrath once again hitting the roof and praying to God the T-Rex don't hit him.
Already unable to find what is that bad as the shots come flying through from the upper angles that were provided from T-Rex, but it's from afar, the other buildings on the south side, that it is Vex Gaming that eliminates Second Porteria, sending them back to the drawing board for year 3.
Their season comes to an end, but hey, Second Porteria continued to give us exactly what we wanted. The 50-50 contest inside of that building. True. They always live up to expectation. We love those guys. We'll miss them. Like you said, onwards to that 3rd year as we continue onwards in this game with plenty of teams starting to pile up inside of Cenote Village. 789, they're the ones playing the Rock PowerPoint up over in the west.
Definitely like that for them. That position can extend for quite the late game, especially if the zone continues to pull, well, it should, out more towards that direction. There's a little bit of an iffy rotation when we talk about gaming down from there, but for now, we'll have to hold that thought. Playing for content, just barely trying to keep themselves alive in the Cenote Village inside. They finally drop. Very quick elimination on the Jez there, stemmed out due to the fact that they also have the window angle with TGB.
Okay, but with a Seer ult starting to come in, we know that we know exactly who they're going up against. Guild here have got to be itching for a fight, but got broken on the way in, surrounding the building. With this defensive bombardment coming down, you actually get bought a lot of time. EMP causing some trouble as BZZ starts to, well, look for angles on two different squads. We've got, of course, Guild over there, but playing for content right underneath. Their fight isn't finished just yet. Initial nade does just a tick of damage. Playing for content seem to have survived.
And someone who hasn't survived, Rat, eliminated here, had such a strong start, but will also be out of our competition, taken in the midst of that fight there. Meanwhile, as we tune back in, of course, towards this area in the south, it looks like Lil PogChamp successfully made it towards their cave in the north, and Guild have played a little bit more towards Barometer that is still available for the time being. No squads looking to make their way out just yet.
I respect that they attempted the third party, but recognizing that it wasn't going to happen, both squads backing off, both Little PogChamps, of course, and Guild, who ended up leaving playing for content until later. Playing for content, importantly, getting themselves some points, given that they're sitting at 16th place with 16 points. They need every bit that they can get in order to push them into contention for champs.
Meanwhile, 789, one more kill to put upon their belt there. They drop down what is Zuni there from the Adept Club or Cool Gaming roster. Not something you want to see for Cool Gaming, especially knowing the fact that they're sitting in 11th. But for 789, that's great news. That's more points to continue building what they've already set up for themselves. Now sitting at what I believe is 30 points after their initial wipe in that one as well.
They've got to be considering sending it into zone, especially as they see that mobile respawn beacon. 3 potential kills with 789 sitting at full HP right now. Cool Gaming are risking everything to bring their third back in, and while sitting at 11th place, no less, things are that risk sort of gets even bigger in a way when we consider how close they are to making it in. 789 going to continue to play gatekeepers for now, importantly not getting baited in by the mobile respawn beacon, but that does not make Cool's job any easier.
No, you can already see the massive split here between both Zanya and Stesu. She's covering that south end, they've got towards the north, and they're going to make sure that if anywhere they try to pull back, it will be spotted almost immediately. It's going to have to be a massive rotation here for Cool Gaming if they want to keep their dreams alive. But as I say that, like ants in the distance, they count them out. 1, 2, 3, behind the rock they go.
Dave's got access to the high ground should he want to pop up with this Valkyrie, looking for alternate angles on Cool Gaming. Most of the squad doesn't have that privilege, and we'll see if 789 choose to try and abuse this Valkyrie to get themselves a few more KP. SNK, in the meanwhile, playing underneath the bridge near where we saw playing for content earlier, are going to be pretty happy with the spot that they've gotten. However, one that isn't inside of next ring will put them up against playing for content eventually.
For SNK, they can ride right up against that wall. Potentially, you have to worry about some of those teams that have put themselves there for quite some time. Guild, notably, that's a big one that also has to make their way and could be putting themselves in the same area. But hey, Styles with the Kraber, that's at least some strength to work with here for the extended fights. Gotta hit that drill first.
Styles, as soon as he dropped down and saw Kraber on the floor, I was like, wait a minute, that's ground loot? What is going on right now with SNK? I know, I'm so stupid right now. SNK,
so
able now, of course, to effectively edgeguard, especially with that, and it's a much needed pickup for them. The Kraber is what I'm talking about here. Since they've got the 25 points, every kill matters, and that's the one weapon that can really deliver you kills almost on demand with just a single headshot. You would have, if you were paying attention to the kill feed, seen little PogChamps go out while I was making that point, and it is yet another team whose season is now over.
Taken out by Na'Vi here on the northern end of the zone. Looks like they tried to go for a wide rotation out through the tunnel and tried to contest what was a different building for themselves. Sadly, as you can tell, was not successful. Granted, on the inside of that one, may have tried to fight their way through pretty aggressive. No, they were here before. What am I talking about? As you see the black market, they had actually put themselves in this building, so it was Na'Vi who came through and took that one away. Meanwhile, finally, from the wide rotation we talked about, it was in fact a combination here of SNK and Nemesis to eliminate Adept Club or Cool Gaming there. And for Cool Gaming, I don't think they netted themselves any quantity of points to stay competitive within the top 10. They were in 11th. We'll have to check in with the leaderboard afterward, but I think their journey is finished.
SNK get to rest a lot easier now as well because Cool Gaming with a squad that was tied with them earlier. Oh my lord, Horizon, remember, this is the team that always prioritizes the best positions. They've somehow landed themselves in the worst one possible. Mimu's gonna pick up Lippin, but there's barely any time to heal, no time in fact at all, as both of them get taken down for the sin of trying to go for the res, and they're left with just 0-0. Horizon on this low ground are on the brink of death.
That Valkyrie ult could have been just perfect to put them into the low ground to maybe sustain for Horizon. Didn't work out quite that way. Now left to their one member 0-0. Got the gas to potentially provide some defense, but you can see it's not just 789 above. You've also got other squads extending out here for that extra additional point of KP. Meanwhile, side Vexed here, they're the ones sitting above 789 just on the outside. They were the ones who got to catch the angles regarding that drop down from the very edge of that rock in the south, hence why they found those initial knocks.
They've been playing really well. This is the return to form, it seems, for 789 that we've seen now 3 games today that has been just enough to keep them inside of the top 10. Currently sitting at 9th, likely pushing themselves up a few more positions after this game. As is promised with our observer, we've got a taste of what's inside the care package. Spitty about to be picked up by Kangarna should they want it. But take a look at the kill feed. Playing for Content and Rascals, we just said goodbye to. Both of them now done with their season.
Jeez, Rascals as well, but granted, we know coming into this one they were a two-man, so they've already set themselves up potentially for that failure. T-Rex now tuning with them, more than secured in their position at the top of this lobby, making statements for themselves. They have to take some seconds to heal, but right up against this wall, should be able to wipe this squad as the gatekeepers out from this area. We know for a fact that Navi was close by, only Mogo, but from behind, Wilhelm with the charge rifle finds that knock. Ox was gonna have to pull back with that phase shift, and they're all gonna have to recover here.
All of T-Rex grouping up now, recognizing that they are better together than separately, making their way up the hill to deal with the problem of the charge rifle. Hopefully going to be able to make it out, but Lara is not going to be joining them. That is down one for T-Rex.
Mind you, Wilhelm's doing this all with the 1-2 times hollow there, just barely a figment in the edge. Hey, it's a hit scan weapon. It gets the job done. Still pumping this one out, able to find that next Evo there. Not quite the elimination on the T-Rex. Still, those shots should be spotted out by Navi at this current point. I respect that they are playing a little bit passively because actually, as we get this information, that's not T-Rex on the ridge anymore. I'm pretty sure that is Navi.
May very well be. Kangarna inside of the building thus far. They've held this for as long as we can tell. With an early contest from Seco Porta, yeah, they recognize there's another two-man in this building and are not going to give up an inch of space without a fight. Kangarna will not overextend, but they're going to make it difficult for you to live next to them.
For now, that'll be pushing that one back. Meanwhile, a successful fight for 789, once again able to eliminate the final member of 0-0, but it wasn't before. 0-0 did in fact find who drops on that roster, and that actually opens up 789 for elimination as Vex from above on the second floor of that building over there are able to take them out. A finish in 10th place with at least 4 kills there. I think 5 should be enough to put them in the top 10 here for Vex Gaming. Be careful. Nemesis now below, trying to occupy the same space as before. Going to pull back towards the fence line.
With confidence, I can say 789 should be safe. T-Rex also absolutely. Though they go out in Game 6, that being our first place squad still sends a message. And at the moment, Navi are the ones that have to worry. They are in a position where, yes, third place, they're comfortable. But Navi still have a lot to prove when it comes to the consistency that they've shown us today. They've looked really good, but their ability to make it into end games is difficult now and only going to get harder in the next couple games.
For Guild, finally eliminated here from behind. That'll be Navi out on the side who finished that one off as they make the rotation down from that high ground. Kangarna have extended themselves a little bit forward here. You can see Urban trying to put this one down with the utilization of those arcs. Crack found here onto multiple members. The first drop down onto Sonya, leaving just Rug alive as Shex picks up Ron in turn. I believe Rug sitting on the very, very edge of this building here. Oh, that's it.
Arcstar goes pretty darn crazy, and Kangarna continue to thrive inside of this marketplace building. With the bubble now expended, they are slightly vulnerable on this lower floor, but no one is pushing up to them, especially since it's revealed that the zone is pulling away. ANC outplayed on their roof, should be able to share space until such time as both teams have to move that little bit further to the south. But check out how open this area is. There's almost no teams playing the fence line right now.
I wouldn't blame them up until this very, very point. It was probably one of the worst places you could potentially be, but it has now evolved to be something of a god spot. I'd love to see which team makes that initial rotation. You can already see TTD on the outside. Maybe it could be potentially them. Meanwhile, Rug leaping forward to the underside of this, quickly eliminated a headshot there from Deathshot from the roster. Meanwhile, Kangarna, they're the ones to make the move. They're the ones to find the dome down. Gas canisters coming out. They want to play this one for the end, but they got to defend against TTD.
This is big, though. If TTD managed to survive this, they could send themselves to a victory. They need that in order to qualify for the top 10. Kangarna are not letting them have it easily, even still, but Dolly ends up going down to ANC outplayed. Playing this out as a two-man, much like ANC now. They're going to go for the res. Can Kangarna pull this off?
Madoli back up. This should give them the access to potentially wipe what is TTD. Meanwhile, Vex finally out from their second floor, outplayed, eliminated from the high ground as that phase just come through. It's a perfect massive shot for a quick elimination there onto Vex as they tried to pull away from that island, taking them down, leaving, I believe, just the one last member alive to survive.
4 squads left, and Odin Gamers coming from 6th place want to send a message with their last game. Like you say, with the elimination of TTD, we're going into endgame territory, Zephyr. It's time for a big showdown in Game 6.
I need to see Congarna pull this one off if they want to secure my opinion, especially going into finals where we need to see them push themselves into that top 2. This has to be their moment. They're in a prime source of real estate. They've got the zone pull. All they need to do is find a way to pull the trigger successfully. Already, though, Gamers have extended themselves here onto the other side of the island and had begun to take some emphasis on the pressure here. Vex, not quite yet.
Vex do have the biggest problem here, having to go through all of this open ground. Gibraltar Bubble is going to be the cooldown to look out for. Congarna, the ones that otherwise have cover to work with, but they get a little bit antsy, and Graceful steps a bit too far forward, now retreating back to the cover of the smoke from Caustic. Vexter thinking about their next move. Are they going to use the bubble? Are they going to use defensive bombardment as cover? They're trying to bait in an opportunity for a third party by defensive bombardmenting on a vulnerable team, but Jellied is still taking damage, and Vex need to wait this out. Cracks come through, but it might not be worth anything for Congarna, just focusing on them.
This is the problem here for Vex. They've been targeted all series long. They're now going to utilize Bambino to just provide just a little portal to utilize what I believe is the kind of peeking coverage they have in the sand. Now Congarna, they're going to launch forward onto Odin, knowing that they are weak here to start this fight off. Double dome down.
Now that Odin is in a weak position, you've got to look out for the third party of Vex. Congarna certainly are. While they throw down the bubble, they instead use that time to set themselves up defensively, eliminating Odin and daring Vex to come at them. Can you surmount the defensive monstrosity that is Congarna right now?
Over the wall there, the Gibby to fly there, but the massive shot still provides into the bubble in return to find the first knock here, and the win as a whole as Congarna take a guaranteed victory here, Game 6.
Absolutely massive last game for them. You called it out, Zephyr. If they wanted to make sure that other squads knew that they were strong, if they wanted to convince us here on the desk, this was a victory that they had to grab, and they managed to do it in one of the most convincing ways possible, not allowing themselves to be third party, instead turning that around on other teams. They looked good, in control, and like they have a perfect read on the meta right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said earlier here today, I'm glad that we're finally seeing this roster mesh. I mean, they just lost what was JMW. What is literally, let's not even just sugarcoat, the strongest member of this team coming out from the recent win there from the LAN in Sweden. Now forced to work with Urban, pulling from Invictus Gaming, who also was removed from team on that LAN. This mega combo has finally sourced itself out, and now we're beginning to see the Congarna strengths finally come through in the last possible moments, Dia.
Urban looked really good in that last game as well, being able to play anchor so well with this Gibraltar. That's the real challenge, especially when you're subbing in with a Gibraltar, is getting everybody on the same page, since he dictates so much of the fight. And that was the communication from Congarna that I think they were missing yesterday. They've somehow dialed it into today, and now they've got to hope that it's enough to send them in to qualify for champs.
Well, speaking of champs, only 10 teams will move on here to join our winners from winners round 2. Dia, the points are prepared, the points are ready. Let's see whose season ends here and who still has the opportunity to make their way to North Carolina.
T-Rex first place, Congarna second, but we are not concerned with the top, as impressive as it is. SNK barely making that cutoff right now. Underrated joining them, and 789 rocketing themselves up a place. I'm actually taking a look at it, and despite the fact that we had some shuffling among the top 10, none of them actually dropped out.
Not a single team here was eliminated from that game as a whole. Even though we saw some very, very early knocks on teams like Underrated putting up no points, and SNK only able to find 2, they still were able to retain their positions here. High praise for anyone who has qualified today, each of them with great moments of their own. But I do want to touch on it as we moved away from it very, very quickly. The Congarna win should not be left alone here. The fact of the matter, it's wins like those in final moments like that that allow pushes to happen where they do put themselves into a top 2. If something like that is replicated as we make our way to the last chance qualifier finals, that's a team who could easily contest against the rest and maybe potentially find themselves over to North Carolina. The problem is now, though, you're going up against some of the best here left to play in the EMEA region.
Yeah, lobby gets harder and harder from here on out, and now it's not top 10, it's top 2. If it were this game, only T-Rex and Congarna would qualify. That's how strict this is going to be, and it's going to get even stricter when we consider the added level and the increased competition. We haven't seen Scars in 6 games today, but they're going to be playing, and they're going to be playing for the win.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly to just reiterate who's sitting there waiting for these squads in the finals right now. You have Rebel coming off of their massive play yesterday, finishing first against expectations. Kick, Totem, Scars, all 3 pulling from the land. Solo Q Goats, a fan favorite. High Society wins of their own. Phoenix Legacy, Zeta, and Mutarium and 4Gang all ready, poised to take the action. You have to hope these last 6 games have warmed up some of our losers round 2 squads in preparation for what is their final opportunity.
Well, we're getting all hyped up for that, as I certainly am. I think it is important that we take a moment to acknowledge that 10 teams' journeys ended right now, from Cool Gaming all the way down to Seco Porta, yeah, whether they fought through the Challenger Circuit or whether they were from the Pro League and trying to play back for their chance at champs. They have all given us some amazing play so far, and we'll remember their service. We look forward to seeing you guys in the next year of the ALGS.
It's so sad, because saying something like that just reminds me that we're sitting maybe 4 or 5 months away from a season where we will see not even some of these rosters even reappear due to the fact that the changes will occur, the shifts, and potentially even maybe a restructuring of what is to behold here in ALGS. But I still hold faith, as they all had, like you said, moments of greatness. We're going to pull this one back to studio to say some of our final messages here. Of course, we want to give some big shouts, of course, to our sponsors here, Metafy.gg, a fantastic place where you can elevate your skills to the next level. Plenty of guides, tutorials, and coaches that allow you to take any game here to the best of the best. And speaking of those skills, if you want to test them to the utmost degree, Versus Gaming, the providers here in the coverage of the secondary stream, they offer a plethora of Apex tournaments, but many, many more here across a plethora of games that allow for you to become the best champion you believe in.
To check them out, especially because we were just talking about how some of the journeys ended here in ALGS. Well, I certainly wouldn't mind seeing them dominate some versus lobbies. They have provided some excellent competition, and hey, we got a lot of really high caliber teams playing in versus. So if you're aiming for a pro league in that next year of the ALGS, maybe versus is a great place to start.
Before I sign us out here, Dia, I just want to throw this one back to you. Any final thoughts regarding what is going to be our small break before we make our way to finals?
No, I am going to eat something. I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to drink some water, and I'm going to get ready for the craziest 6 games of my life, Zephyr.
All right. Well, with all that being said, we want to thank all of you who showed up today for our Losers Round 2. Do not hesitate, though. We are going to be very quickly back with our finals here for Last Chance Qualifier number 2, only sitting roughly about 40-50 minutes away from the final 6 games here among this tournament as a whole. We'll be back. Same desk, same people, same crew. You won't want to miss it. Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers numero dos. We are finally bringing you the finals here of this massive weekend-long tournament. I, of course, am Zephyr here, bringing you the action alongside my good time friend, Leah.
It has been a long time that we've been saying Last Chance. Last Chance Qualifier 1, Last Chance Qualifier 1 final, Last Chance Qualifier 2. Now it's finally true. Now it really
is the last.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get into a course of 6 games today. We've already done 6 in the morning from the losers bracket up, and now top 10 from the winners bracket, the top 10 from the lower bracket are going to go down in a knockdown drag out fight where the top 2 teams will get to advance to North Carolina.
It blows my mind hearing it said out loud, and the absolute mass amount that is confined now to just 2 teams remaining. We're talking about 60 plus 80, just an insane plethora from Challenger Circuit all the way up to Pro League, and even just some of the teams coming back from LAN themselves. Before we, though, get into the action, for those of you who may not have been here prior to this and are just joining us, let's explain what is to expect here. Looking at our overview, yes, some of our teams have joined us earlier today from Losers 2, the top 10 of those, but also yesterday, the top 10 teams from Winners Round 2. All 20 of these squads will be competing through a standard ALGS 6-game series, and of course, the top 2 teams qualify for the ALGS Championship.
And in case you just tuned in today, if you didn't get the chance to check out the games yesterday, well, the top 10 teams from the lower bracket are going to be going up against teams the likes of Rebel, Kick, Totem, Scars, all of whom placed at the top of their group in the winners bracket yesterday, joined by Solo Q Goats, High Society, Phoenix Legacy, Zeta Division, Mutarium, Borg Gang, and even more from the lower bracket. That alone is a stacked lobby, and to say that we know who's going to come out on top would be crazy at this point, but I will say the LAN teams from the international competition in playoffs of Split 1 have been performing exceptionally this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of those teams, let's start taking a look at them, break down who exactly will be officially joining us among the 20 here. You've pointed out, of course, some of our top squads from LAN, Kick, Reply Totem, and Scars themselves, but I want you to notice this. These orders aren't random. From 1 all the way down to 10, that is actually the final position of the top 10 polling from what was winners round 2, and in regards to 11 through 20, that from losers round 2 respectively. So in that concept, to go along the line of thinking there, while Kick, Reply Totem are from LAN, it was Rebel, the bottom of the barrel Pro League team, who actually finished among the rest in first yesterday.
This is where I think it's worth bringing up as well, that those who came from the winners bracket actually get a little bit of a bonus. They've come in with advance points for this week, for these last 6 games, and those points I'm expecting to actually be really impactful, because especially when you get up towards the top, you can sort of forgive a bad game with the advance points that you get.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll take a look at those in just a moment, but are there any names on here that, other than some of our kind of highlights, that you might be watching out for, kind of the underdogs who really could be taking this one away to North Carolina?
Other than literally everyone here,
oh, okay,
I think that I'm going to have to go with Mutarium and Horizon as teams that I'm looking out for. Mutarium was super consistent yesterday. I think that they've got what it takes to pull it out, and Horizon showed us in the sort of what I'm liking to meme as the real estate agents, some excellent priority on good placement for endgame, and not just good placement in terms of getting top 5, but in terms of putting themselves in a position physically to win the game. I think that they've been done really well at that, especially on Stormpoint, where a whole lot of teams are still looking pretty uncomfortable.
Fair. And for me, myself, I'll pick 2 other teams that have also shown us some great highlights. Solo Q Goats, well, not alongside Shiv anymore, now bringing Chaotic Much, who just recently played the LAN with Kick, who's also in this lobby, finding massive success yesterday, notably picking up a major win for themselves on World's Edge and continuing to dominate competition, showing some major improvements in comparison to some of the earlier seasons play as well as Pro League as a whole. And then from our losers bracket, I always have to give praise towards T-Rex, this combo, this squad that's been through the ringer from Challenger Circuit into Pro League with a legitimate qualification and now fighting amongst the rest for those final 2 spots. They've seen some roster changes, but it doesn't seem to have slowed them down.
I tell you what, Zephyr, I've actually come up with another team to watch during this time because you brought up Solo Q Goats, and my other team to watch is actually right above Solo Q Goats, Taishin.
the team Taishin.
Just Taishin. That guy went crazy yesterday. The amount of times that we saw Scars whittled down to 1 or 2 people and still able to pull off the 2v3, or in some cases the 1v3. It happened a few too many times for it to be just chance. Taishin goes crazy. Scars really stepped it up coming into the LCQ. Their LAN left a lot to be desired, but very clearly they have come back with a vengeance since then.
Oh yeah, plenty to prove for them here, and they've made good on that. But I gotta ask you, where are they proving that?
Oh, all right. Well, we're going to be starting off, I believe, on... Hold on. We finished off on Stormpoint, so we're starting off on Stormpoint. There it is. That's how it goes. Stormpoint for the first 3 games, World's Edge for the last 3. And I really like this. I think you and I were talking about what we prefer, Zephyr, in terms of the order of maps. The chaos of Stormpoint to then be whittled down by the calculated play of World's Edge is an incredible arc.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to also take into account the fact that we saw some teams from losers bracket work their way in through a whole 6-game series where they just finished 3 games of Stormpoint, are now well and warmed up to play through another 3 games of Stormpoint, so that may provide an advantage of its own. But we're not going to care about those loser bracket teams just yet. Let's take a look at the squads who sit among the rest with those extra points that they earned for themselves here regarding our winners round 2. Of course, it's in that same order, but it feels a lot nicer to actually see the numbers alongside it.
Yeah, right now, most teams starting with nothing, but with Rebel and Kick right up there at the top, it's not quite a win that they get, but given the sort of advance that they have here, I would be surprised if we didn't see them sticking at the top for a while yet till they get overtaken by some other squads that might be accumulating some momentum. Do you think that Rebel end up taking the top spot again today? We saw them with a crazy performance yesterday. Do they have that stuff of legends? Are they that consistent?
So the thing with Rebel here is that, I mean, they came out of the woodwork yesterday in Winners Round 2 to find that success, which was a massive surprise to not just me, but I bet plenty of people out there. Remember, Rebel was the squad that finished, I believe, 30th in Pro League Split 2 here for what was our recent split, right? And so for them to come into winners bracket, pick up 2 wins as well as a plethora of top 10 placement and kills among the board here to finish with 78 points, definitely well within bat, makes you have to consider them. But then at the same time, in every other scenario, every other qualifier, Rebel has been meandering amongst the bottom, just right along the cusp, the edge. So with that in mind, I can't quite, D. I can't.
After finishing 30th in the regular season, this is a squad that almost had to play through LCQ1 to get here. That's the craziest thing about it. T-Rex, on the other side, finishing 25th as well, definitely goes to show that the teams that stayed back at home, that didn't end up going over to playoffs, were not wasting their time just watching the playoffs and weeping that they couldn't be there. They were putting in the practice, they were putting in the hours, and now, with these 2 teams at the top of their respective lobbies, I think that we're going to be seeing a resurgence even into those top 2 at the end of the day of teams that wouldn't have made it into the playoffs otherwise, that have doubled down, put in that time, and I'm excited to see it. We're jumping into Stormpoint for the first game of the day, baby!
Map number 1, Stormpoint here, our first game character selection among all of your eyes here. We'll take a look and see if there's anything that particularly stands out. Look towards Guild notably here. They're the ones that are still bringing the Seer out into Batafe, and Silta, of course, on that Watson. Notice though, Phoenix Legacy, they've also got a Pathfinder coming out, and Tyler, of course, on that horizon. We've got a wealth of variety here.
Yeah, this is really exciting. We're not just getting this Pathfinder, although it even gets shown on the championship screen. But I think it's important to note, looking at Kick's composition, that we've got several teams running without a Gibraltar on Stormpoint. This has become more and more common on Stormpoint, especially with those teams that like to take fights a little bit earlier, that are willing to experiment, but it is still a really big risk in endgames that we see so reliant on bubble resets.
That is very true, but the defensive ability of a Bangalore should be respected in its own regard here. It's not as consistent, of course, as the bubble. You're not going to be able to defend against something, say, like that defensive bombardment, but it still does manage to provide some source of action as you're allowed to play through the chaos here of not just the smoke, but also kind of Storm Point's open area and not really source of cover that most teams get there. So that's something in itself to work with.
Yeah, when you play well, teams without a Gibraltar destroy, but they leave very, very little room for error, right? If you're playing at the top of your game, you're going to run over teams that even do have that Gibraltar with your increased mobility, the lack of vision that you can give to another team, allowing you to walk up on them, get in close range, but outside of situations like that, you really don't have a whole lot of time for even contests like this. 789 running without a Gibraltar at this close range, already put on the back foot. Bangalore does buy them a little bit of time, but they're trying desperately to stabilize. They do not want to be first-blooded in the most important tournament of their careers.
And crazy enough, it's right alongside Underrated, someone that they've met up many times before here, going into the tournament today. And already cracks are being found here. Dazo to drop what is the first shield broken here of Last Chance Qualifier number 2. And the first drop there onto his Desu, and now the follow-through here from this squad as they wrap around the back and continue to provide with shots necessary, but a response with the car from Zanya.
Shot imbalances here. This is going to be a clean wipe. Simple as that. 789 go down in their very first game of the Last Chance Qualifier Finals. Underrated, picking up an additional 3 KP, putting themselves that much closer. But the fight isn't done yet. I'm hearing shots going off, despite the fact that we're looking at the map.
They're shooting the boxes.
Oh my god. Here I thought T-Rex was going to come down from Thunderwatch. Here I thought the pace of the game was increasing. But no, it's more about asserting dominance than anything, isn't it, Zephyr?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, after what we saw from 789 coming out of our losers qualifiers, they're not ones to shy away from those 50-50. So I believe Overrated might be feeling a little bit good about taking that one out, given the nature that we see out of the squad in the early game. We look, though, towards our zone. That information here presented on your screen. We are getting a southern pull, and the most southernest of southernest into Fish Farms directly. That one will continue to pull over into that POI itself and leave little to nothing on the outskirts.
Now, Kick starting in Fish Farms are, in most cases, operating an advantage here. Now, I'm not really sure. When we started seeing Kick, when this roster really became one of the #1 squads to keep your eyes out for, it was, oh my lord, that hurts. It was because they liked playing Edge and they were really, really good at it. But now that they've been forced to play Zone, and with a disconnect no less, I can't help but feel bad for Kick.
Yeah. You gotta pray that Raka gets back into that game as quick as possible. You already have rotations coming through here from some major notables. Vex, they're gonna be taking a building on the out west, but more importantly, Totem, one of our land teams that have come back looking to meet up here. We can only cross our fingers.
As everybody starts piling in towards this zone. Teams like Mutarium up at Lightning Rod are going to be taking things a little bit slower while Guild try and make their way through the open water. Remember, this is a composition running without a Gibraltar. You do not have that emergency button to pop down on this Trident. The only thing that they're using for cover right now, they've got to get behind the rocks in order to do so. The open ground is proving a little bit too much. Matape and Zelda already reduced to flesh. Horizon, the only one that is left to defend them as they retreat to cover, but even this is dangerous.
Now, Reply Totem, not too far away. They might be able to take advantage of this one. Arcstar's doubled down here to block out the door. We zone this one out. Still, a beam is able to be provided as Maze taken very, very low though. And now the Nox Gas Grenade trying to pressure back Guild. Doesn't quite land as we pull outside towards Guild, who are set up already with their Interceptor Pylon.
2 ultimates down for them, just to fuel up defensively. They've expended a few cells in order to get themselves here, and the Watson ultimate has provided some necessary shields. But Guild are still scrambling for a position. You can tell they don't know what to do. We've been on line with Horizon for so long, but even now they're forced to give up the Trident, retreating to a bubble building outside of zone simply to stay alive.
And to just kind of clarify, yes, Yarka was officially eliminated there, picked up in turn by the Odin Gamers squad as they also rotated in. We take a look at a nice overview here, and we get an analysis regarding some of the other squads that have come to play. Scars officially taking that central building for Gang, Kungarna, as well as, of course, Odin, as I've mentioned, finally making their way. And just in the distance, right off of the corner of the wall, you do see another redeploy coming in through there. D, I want to ask a question. What's your opinion on playing for zone directly, this kind of central hold, specifically in the Fish Farms POI?
Specifically at Fish Farms, it's much better. I think that, interestingly enough, where Horizon are landing right now is a good spot for teams that are trying to rotate in late. But in Fish Farms, there's just so much open ground, and it's a little too much for comfort. I'd much rather see teams rotating in early, and I like that that's what we're getting from a lot of our top squads.
Yeah, it seems like they already have the analysis coming out in terms of the macro here, which goes to show you the skill sets that exist among all of them. And of course, seeing Horizon, there's always a good notion being them, our real estate agents of Stormpoint here. Rebel, they've got a ways to go. Could be playing out through the Pineapple, find a little bit more of a southern rotation, but it looks like that one has already been taken, so have to play a little bit respectful outside of Shipfall here.
Now they're going up against Guild, or tangoing with them at a distance. I suspect that they've noticed that the shields are a little bit lower on this side, but with no real rush to make it into the ring. They've got plenty of time. Mutarium, however, are also taking a little bit more leisurely of a stroll in towards this ring, but in an unexpected way. Not a whole lot of teams feel comfortable playing outside of zone, but Mutarium may just have been unlucky enough to run into one.
SNK, one of our few squads that have pulled through from the last chance qualifier number 1. If I'm correct, I believe it is the only squad who fought through the last chance qualifier number 1 to still retain a position to the finals. And hey, I'll say this right now, I'm not going to set anything up, but even if they don't make it to the championship, that's got to feel incredible. You are proving to yourself that you can compete among the top 20-esque in the EMEA region. For now, though, SNK, they catch things out, they back off.
It took a really big game to get them here as well. Going into the 4th game of the lower bracket, we weren't sure that SNK were going to make it. They were outranked by Cool Gaming at the time, but they were able to turn things around, and nothing says... What is it? Devotion? What do people use? Motivation? Passion. Nothing says passion like SNK right now, because they, in the course of this weekend, have already played out their insane amount of games. They've done 24 already, and are going to be hitting 30 by the end of the day. Crazy. This is the grind that SNK are on to prove that they are the best, to make it to championships. And while it is only the first game, they're playing with a wise amount of respect towards the other teams like Mutarium that were rotating around behind them. You don't want to take fights too early because the lobby is still sorting itself out.
Speaking of sorting things out, here we take a look towards Gale Station, where yes, you will get quite a few squads that tend to situate themselves before they are forced to make that rotation towards kind of our end zone in Fish Farms. Zeta being one of them, but notably one of our land dominators, Totem. We saw this squad, especially in Winners Round 2, show up a plethora of times here. I believe in going towards that second round, they picked up at least... maybe close to what is like 3 or 4 top 2 finishes. I mean, insane in terms of consistency here. So it goes to show me how they want to play this one out. They're not looking for central control. They want to pick up the extra KP, look for the edge, play slow rotations, try to catch someone out.
And Totem, even in our very first games of this weekend, actually ended up winning the game over by Fish Farms. In the same game that we had Scars taking that 5-minute engagement with Baguette. That sort of craziness, that's exactly what Totem thrive in. And they've actually shown up in the very same place that Scars were playing during that game. But it was one that ended a little bit further off towards the north. And Totem, for their own part, may still be able to claim that high ground if they play this slow. First round is just closed. We're waiting the next 2 minutes for the next little bit. But like you say, they're relocating. They've given up that high ground. They want into Fish Farms, and late.
It'll be designated to one of our other squads here coming out from the northern end to potentially take advantage of that one. Not quite Na'Vi, though. They themselves, also with their redeploy, going to be trying to play the very, very outskirts here of Fish Farms. Have to get some analysis exactly regarding what squads do persist. There is one towards that northern building, but Na'Vi not taking a single shot in response there.
And they fortunately managed to find a building that is unoccupied. While it isn't directly in where the zone is pulling next, it still does provide them with a lot of cover and a pretty decent rotation in. You'll notice the rocks in between them and fish farms, as well as the crates scattered around. Well, it isn't perfect. It does actually give them a much better rotation than most other teams would have. Teams like T-Rex, for example, that are still sitting a lot closer to Launchpad are going to have a troubled way in if they cannot get past teams like Na'Vi.
What I'm very interested to see here now is where does the split occur on Fish Farms? What does the zone say for us? I'm going to be betting it pulls more directly towards the south, where you get that kind of half moon shape left in play, that kind of final major residing island, where you currently see, I believe, Kick position in that kind of two-ended building there. And as a result, you're going to be forcing an even further rotation for a plethora of these squads. Meanwhile, towards Shipfall, Rebel taking their time to craft. It looks like finally Phoenix Legacy, our Pathfinder squad, making their way in from Barometer, and that's the utilization of that mobility to get on top of that roof.
Shot in the sky, though. The instant reaction to the skyward mobility from Imp does put Phoenix Legacy on the back foot. They are not going to be able to hit this beacon for free. Accenti would have to use the dome, and Accenti, a big part of Phoenix Legacy as well. The damage really coming from him yesterday as we saw Phoenix Legacy take their first big steps forward as a full squad. They've given up for the moment, a little bit of high ground using the vertical mobility of the Pathfinder to get that right back, and now finally hit that beacon scan and maybe a little bit of a zip line for later.
Well, they'll find their own sort of rotation potentially into Gale Station. For Rebel, they've decided to go for the southern-ended exit there, utilizing that Trident and the Dome down to find their way all the way towards that Pineapple building, which I, for a second, could have sworn had already been taken. But given what we've seen with the zone, more likely we've seen already the movement from some of these squads as they want to play more directly for Fish Farms. I have to say, at this current point, coming from this southern end can be fairly risky. I know we're going to see this fight particularly stemmed out here, but even with that in mind, I'd like to see these squads begin to push themselves to try to encompass what will be that round 5 or 6, and not from the south, as that's usually the most open-ended in terms of rotation there.
Yeah, and this is a big reason why you and I were talking about how good it is to play zone when going into Fish Farms. A team like Phoenix Legacy now has to choose between walking through Rebel or going through where Totem were. I'm not sure if they're still here. No, there we go. I remember they relocated now with the Valkyrie Ultimate into the Fish Farms of Fish Farms. But with their position now being vacated, I think it's Guild that has taken up residence here.
Still trying to press the issue. A nice crack found there on the opposing Valkyrie. I like this from Imp. Going to be making his nice rotation out there to take what will be this kind of building that they more than likely will utilize to try to gatekeep Guild's current petition. I will say Matafe on the back end there, still looking for what might be an angle. Take a look, of course, at one of our care packages. It's actually officially in the Fish Farms area, but no squad's actually over there. And looking at Fish Farms, there's actually a lot of buildings still in play towards that kind of northwestern end. But yes, zone, it is officially pulling towards that south area that I talked about, right on top of Kick, which I predicted.
I don't think that Kick could have asked for anything better. Given that they had a disconnect in this game, the fact that the zone is pulling straight on top of them is a godsend, and it leaves them with having very little to worry about, unlike teams like Phoenix Legacy that are rotating in through Guild and now have to fight their way through it. A huge interrupt and scan came through from Matafe, and it's time to start destroying the noise. Time to start destroying Phoenix Legacy. Accenti explodes, and Guild find their very first pick of the 3v3, turning around, finding Sabs as well. That's 2 down, 1 to go, and Guild, they are absolutely dominating their fight in the corner.
Coming through here, it's going to be important trying to run away, utilizing that Pathfinder's extra mobility. Guild going to take advantage of the lack of control that he has to turn around and look for that full thirst here. Able to find what is those initial knocks, finally coming through to award that 2KP. Solo Q Goats, though, they hear some of this action. They're going to look to follow through.
Sure whether they'll be able to. At the moment, we haven't gotten Phoenix Legacy eliminated, and with the lack of shots, Solo Q Goats assume that the fight has been concluded a little bit too quickly. I was worried about the Rebel third party as well, but take a look at where Rebel are sat over by the gravity cannon. Are they considering using this, or are they trying to sneak up on Guild? One of those two plays has got to happen, as Imp, all on his lonesome, is going to have to rat this out for the squad.
This is tough. There is the potential opportunity for him to find his way maybe back towards the zone and try to take advantage of that one. But with Rebel covering this high ground, it's very unlikely that he'll be able to find his way in there securely, and especially as the zone closes in, very unlikely. Meanwhile, Mutarium, they were taking their time towards the edge of the zone. They're one of the few that will be trying to play for that high ground, but it looks like from across the way on the other side of the ocean, they are pressured back. Now Singularity down, Blast low. LCQ Goats, they're looking to clean this one up with their own Horizon. That's what the one started.
The low ground is a risky spot to play at this point in the game, and at any point of the game, really, until it becomes the high ground. Solo Q Goats demonstrating exactly why that is, and the great use of the Horizon that we typically value for her verticality, instead being a big displacement tool in this fight. However, they are not alone. Rebel are starting to poke them from above, instead taking a separate fight as they get full sent on. Noth drops down, and while he does find a crack with the Arcstar, he ends up falling, ultimately leaving just Kawia alive on the high ground, trying desperately to escape from the chaos that is happening just in the north of this zone. He will not be able to, and just like that, we lose Rebel.
Rebel eliminated here. Now Solo Q Goats potentially the next to fall there off of what was that rotation to take to the skies. Diff launches up among the air, but he's shot down. Skeet shooting for the rest as Mutarium surprisingly has still lasted against it all, but potentially not for long. You can see that fire coming in from everywhere here.
Slick shield swap from Tyler, though having a lot more to deal with from behind. He needs some sort of cover, and the smoke is actually providing that. Mutarium get the chance to shield and heal up. Maybe, just maybe, finding these respawns as well. Nice turnaround on the res, but Mutarium go down. Dazo from long range takes them out, backing up with this Ash and making sure that you can take these reses at your leisure. Nicely done, and just in the nick of time.
So for Underrated, they officially are going to be the ones to contain hold over that high ground. For how long it will last, though, and provide an advantage, there's not much to say there. Meanwhile, of course, another package just ahead. It's going to give us a nice pullback as we take a look towards the central building. Surprisingly, Zeta Division coming into the center of it, they're already that two-man, which is perfect when you look and know that it's Kick in response with the two-man of their own. Something more balanced that I wasn't expecting.
Since Kick do not have that data just yet, they'll let Zeta reset here, not knowing that Sunset isn't going to be a part of this game.
Dang.
Now with two separate two-mans taking up residence on opposite ends of this building, it's difficult to approach, but not as difficult as it could have otherwise been for all of the other three-man squads, the full teams that are going to be looking to get here in the next couple seconds.
Oh, speaking of full squads here, it's going to be Imp ratting in the corner, sleeping with the fishes for now. Trying to survive there. Sadly, in the next 16 seconds, it's going to take one heck of a leak, one heck of a line here from this Pathfinder to find potentially a spot maybe underneath one of these buildings, but I promise you it'll all be highly contested. Meanwhile, Underrated, starting to look for the third here, clear out this team on the inside. I believe that's Gil.
I'm just wondering how on earth Guild managed to do this. They've somehow cleared so much space, and they forced Underrated out. Even Jazaz going to end up going down for the price of that rotate, but not as bad as Forward Gang, who ended up leaving us in 16th.
Now for Underrated, yes, they'll play under the crates here, but for how long that'll last as Guild comes through, utilizing the phase shift themselves. They have to be careful. You're getting scars in high society, finally rotating out their buildings, and as a result, Guild, they take a risk. They take to the skies here to reposition with that Valkyrie deploy. Now, we've seen some poor redeploys with Guild earlier today in Losers Round 2. Have they learned from it?
Phoenix Legacy have ended up going out. Imp was unable to rat it out, and as we wait for Guild to drop from the sky, other folks are dropping like flies. Na'Vi are the ones farming that up, and Horizon with some excellently placed nades could find themselves some extra kills as well. Reply Totem end up going out in 13th, and now Horizon full send it down into these fish farms to pick up some kills, but losing Lippin so far. The battle is harder than they thought. They've almost lost 2. 0-0 is low. It's a 1 versus 3 that Underrated almost pull out.
The problem here for Horizon now is the fact that there's other teams that could potentially come through, but for T-Rex, they've got a problem of their own here all the way on the northern side, already losing most of their members. Oxbow's left to defend. Yes, he'll find a drop on Matape, but he won't last for much longer. Still, it is a one potentially and done here, as now Silta has to escape into what is this dome here, trying to play around that shield, hopping like the bunny they are, going for the Bears, but unable to last past 9th place.
Almost grabbed that shield swap as well, but in the course of the past last minute, we have lost High Society, we have lost T-Rex, we have lost Guild, but Scars are still alive and well, approaching the building that Kick have been in since the beginning. They're the ones with control over this wide open area and over the loot boxes right next to it. As long as they do not fall into a little bit of a lurk play that's happening right in front of them, they should be all right.
Na'Vi here playing off the back end of this grav cannon. Now this is definitely a spot to work with here, especially if you don't want to contest against the fray of teams that will try to put themselves within this building. My problem is there's going to be a plethora of squads that will try to take that high ground roof area, and they will have the angles necessary to punish here. As we check in with Scars, they're still trying to play this one in directly on our T structure here, just on the line. Finally, they have brought Taishin over, and they're going to be the ones to play for the roof here. Watch Na'Vi. This is crucial.
Already taken shots from them, and you're hoping that Scars aren't eating anything in the back. In fact, no squads coming in behind them until that landing on the roof, bringing in another squad. It's now a battle for the rooftop as inside the 2v2s continue, and Vexed are starting to creep up on Na'Vi, who are eating EMPs and defensive bombardments. Surely Na'Vi are going out now.
Vexed finally making their way officially towards the grav cannon. The massive shots will land, but the gas ticks even harder. They're successful in this fight, but you gotta wonder, where is Odin Gamers? They're just on the side, and here they come!
The bubble as well keeps you from beaming them from a distance. No chance in heck as Jellycorn gets denied from his entry into the bubble. Bambino goes out, and Vexed Gaming are put down by Odin Gamers.
Meanwhile, look at that kill feed. Horizon finding the drop onto Taishin. Monday is down as well. RPR is looking for that final battery here under the stairwell, but there's another squad potentially coming through to clean this one up. One shot will do it, Dia.
Scars just like that are out, and we're into top 5. Zeta Division have taken control of the building. As I recall, with the scan now revealing, we've still got teams on the roof. Taskmaster pokes out as the pace of the game continues to be ramped up higher and higher. Horizon operating as a 2-man on the opposite side of this roof. But everything seems to have taken a little bit of a chill pill as we've sorted out top 5 squads. Last ring, Kick still in it.
Kick still in it, a 2-man as well, like-sided with Horizon here. Zeta Division potentially to pull outside. You have to wonder, who do they put their attention on? Odin Gamers holding that grav cannon might be able to extend their success here if all of these 4 squads focus upon one another and don't full send it. And you can even see through the windows, they're still trying to beam this one out.
Zeta Division really want to focus on Kick as well, but they just cannot get the time of day. Chaco ends up going down. This could be it for Kick. Only 2 members up. The wingman shots, perhaps a little bit of a distance, can be remedied with a nicely timed res. Horizon buying you a lot of space in that regard, keeping teams off your back with the distraction they provide from the top. Kagarna, however, have absolutely no space. Through the fences they get taken down, and Badoli, the last one left, is ultimately going to try and turn it around, taking out Kick. In the meantime, we're down to 3 squads in 2 short seconds.
Zeta ahead right under the Horizon. Now Horizon themselves here going to look to push their advantage, but they're quickly eliminated in pair down to our final 3v3. A defensive bombardment reigns. This prevents any kind of push here from Zeta Division as they're going to try to take cover behind this Trident.
Still eat a lot of damage and still have to push up to Odin, getting slowed down by the missile swarm. Zeta Division are so low, no full health on any of them. Machines gets taken down. Zeta Division might be able to turn it around. The P2020 with the hammer points. It's wreaking havoc, but still 3 members up for Zeta Division means that they take the game away from Odin Gamers.
Zeta Division, a perfect timing, the collapse out of the building, taking the advantage, taking the fight against both Kagarna and Horizon as well. And then in the face of what was a plethora of damage, they still managed to defend. I have to give high praise to the Bangalore Smoke there in combo with that Digi. They never were really able to find where Zeta was, and that was all the defense you needed, Dia.
The Gibbyless composition
it works.
Yeah, in the end game especially, it actually does exactly what we talked about. Ironically, when you are playing well, when you are on the front foot, it allows you to get so much more aggressive than comps with Gibby can get, even through that bubble. The denial of visibility was the biggest thing there, and I think we're going to get to see even more of that because the Storm Point continues, so will Bangalore.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see just that, especially for some of our edge teams that didn't get the opportunity to perform here, given that Fish Farms is such a centralized zone that you kind of have to work your way into immediately there. So potentially that legend will accelerate once we get something maybe a little bit more different in terms of a pull here. For Zeta Division, though, let's not walk away from that point. A fantastic return to success. Winners round one, they were among the rest here, competing hand in hand with our land squads, I believe just behind Kick in what was maybe second or third place there, and then definitely took a little bit of a step down as they approach winners round two. Pulling away with this win, it sets them in good sights for a place into the championship.
We'll see if they were able to overcome a lot of those initial placement points as well, because with people like Scars making it into close to the final ring, they will have been able to bolster the game that might not have gone the way that they wanted with the additional placement points that they received. So, as to who actually came out on top, I want to see if we can pull up our scoreboards to get a little bit of an answer on that one. Zeta Division.
Woo! More than happy with their position now, sitting among the rest, a small gap to have formed, one large enough to consider what was supposed to be one of those advanced placement first start positions. 10 points here, now 25. Scars, though, as you said, not too far behind, sitting in 15th, tied with Odin Gamers, who were there till the end.
Now, Odin Gamers, another one of our squads that came from that lower bracket, so the
Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier 2 finals here. If you just missed it, we saw an impeccable ending by Zeta Division if they defended against Kick, Horizon, and Odin Gamers against all the damage they took to find the win there. I'm Zephyr, that's Dia. Let's take a look at those standings to keep this one moving forward. So, right off the bat, Zeta Division sitting among the top here, easily make a point for themselves right off the bat there with 25 points, surpassing what you said, Dia, in terms of those extra kind of qualification points.
Thank you, Zephyr. My mute button is now fully functional. Holy moly.
Yes, sir.
Woo, Lord. Zeta Division, yeah, big performance for them, of course. Unlike previously, cutoff is at top 2, not the top 10, and we've still got plenty of games left to play, but I was still really impressed with the teams that were sort of the old and gold, the land squads.
Yeah.
Scars, Kick, and Totem still had very good games for their first round, and Rebel also showed up big, with Horizon actually topping them in the scores. Remember, Horizon coming from the lower bracket.
Right, Horizon, our real estate agents here among the many maps, made an early decision to find themselves into that building, and at some point even lost their one member, but still managed to remain, much similar to Kiku for Hyaka, who was taken down at the very beginning due to a very untimely disconnect. So, I mean, that's got to say something if your squad with 2 members is outperforming literally 75% of the lot. 75% can't do better than 2, baby.
They held out against multiple 3-man pushes into their building as well. For the early game,
Yeah.
a lot of people left them alone, but once Vexed started to show up, things got very scary, and Vexed do not take things slow. They are a terrifying squad in their own right, and definitely known for taking fights aggressively. And the fact that Kick were able to repel them with only 2 members, I don't recall their composition. I'm not sure if they were one of our teams running a Gibraltar or no, but the very fact that they were able to outlast, really impressive. Teams, however, like Phoenix Legacy, like Mutarium, like High Society, like T-Rex, we're all sort of teased with success here. They made it into, I want to say 3rd, maybe 4th zone, but couldn't quite cut it in terms of approaching that 5th and 6th. That's the thing that I think really gets under the skin of some of these professional level teams, is the fact that you can almost make it in and miss out on your chance for all those big point games.
Right, and I made a quick point about this before the end of the last game. I think Fish Farms being our final POI had a lot to play into that, given the fact that for T-Rex, Mutarium, and some of these other squads like High Society, they do love to play for that edge, and a finisher like that doesn't really permit, as for that zone, you kind of need to be there if you're looking to finish the game off strong. Finally, though, we make our way into our second game. Our character select incoming here. I want to see if some of those unique picks stay true here, especially for Phoenix Legacy. They've already moved away from the Pathfinder. They're going to be putting importance back onto that Valkyrie there.
789 picking up what is hopefully going to be a spicy contest, since they have already relocated several times. I'm recalling that to finish off their performance in the lower bracket, they got contested initially over at Lightning Rod, and then just decided they were going to full send it over at Mill. So now that they've been contested at Stormcatcher, I do wonder where they're going to end up going. At least initially, though.
Yeah.
We're going to be keeping our eyes out for them on the hot drop. Everyone else seems to have had a relatively calm start to the game.
No major 50-50s here, and to be fair, it's only really ever 789 who looks for those. As we pass right over Storm Point, I'm trying to get a good idea if we can spot out some of those members here, but it's clustered as it gets per usual. We'll just have to wait and see. As it stands, though, with underrated landing there, no. It looks like they have chosen to move on, choose a different drop spot, more out there towards the west, as we still see them remain in the Mills area.
we found the. You know what? He's right. We were worried about whether
we
they were
worried.
Fish farms. I guess it's because they were all farmed. Big shout outs, however, since we've got the early game while everyone's landing to say it. Our observer Warchalk, a 1-man army in the back.
Literally one person
has been throwing out professional level observing for the entire weekend, including Friday. As many games as these players have played, he has observed. That is Warchalk, and big props to them. So if you guys have some chance, I'd love to see some Warchalks in the chat. A little bit of hype for our 1-man army and observer.
It's okay. You're not going to miss out on zone. It's here now. And, you know, the Fish, they've taken their rightful spot as well here. Not quite in Fish Farms, though, still kind of out towards the edge. I will say it does answer the question that we brought up yesterday. For now, though, as we do begin to discuss this zone, it doesn't look any better than what we had started with here on Storm Point. No, it's not going to be directly into the POI itself, that is Fish Farms, but it still is going to force a major southern rotation out of a lot of our squads.
789 with an interesting northern route here will need to, like you say, make their way south, but it's interesting to note that they ended up dropping alongside High Society and splitting loot over by North Pad. It seems to be one of the places that teams are most comfortable splitting up, especially with a lot of it happening over in, you know, North America. Yesterday, XSET dropping and very frequently being able to disengage from other teams. 789 sort of take a page out of that book and try for a non-violent beginning to the game that they can still quickly turn around with an entrance into Cascade Falls.
Well, continuing to expand upon this zone here. We've seen this one finish out in a multitude of ways. What looks to be the most apparent POI, though, in play is going to be that northern pad, albeit, though, I don't think it's going to finish off in that region. Look more towards where we saw teams like Mutarium and Solo Q Goats fall, up towards that high ground that they tried to play out. I'm expecting the zone to continue to pull more towards that southeast position. Thankfully, due to the fact that it does allow for at least antenna north pad and a little bit of Gale Station, you more than likely will see a lot of teams survive for that much longer this time around, as they don't have to be directly there.
Curiosity around Mutarium's relocation right now. Starting off in Lightning Rod, they've moved over to High Point, where there is a single jump tower available, the only one on Storm Point for the moment. This may be an attempt to relocate themselves using that and then the Valkyrie ultimate, but we'll see how it ends up working out for them. Guild Esports, unfortunately, find another situation in which they attempted to rotate through a little bit too much open ground, and unlike the first game, this isn't going to work out nearly as well. Vexed were waiting for them, and now it's just Horizon left holding the Guild banner.
And that was in combo here between both Vex and Kick, finding angles there from the north of Fish Farms to eliminate that squad. It is going to be Vex who are able to take advantage of the majority of that loot there, but you can't give thanks without at least acknowledging what Kick were able to provide. And for Vex, I don't think we're going to be seeing them move anytime soon. It's a perfect place to be, of course, for right now in round 2. And as a result, it's very unlikely that Guild are going to be able to find those banners, make a return. I mean, we never touched on it, but do remember a squad like Zeta came into Fish Farms, I believe, with 2 members with the banner, and were able to find that revive.
It's true, and hopefully that'll happen even more so, as we'd like to see ourselves topped up back at the 60-player mark, get a little bit more action going, especially with a team like Guild that throws a wrench into everyone's plans. I'm taking a look, however, over towards the eastern end, or rather western end of Fish Farms, where Scars are starting to stack up. We could get some action over there. Mutarium finding a little bit over by Prowler Dens. We are going hard over by Wall.
I was about to say, Mutarium and fighting squads here out on the edge. This is the best that they always provide here. Finally, some major cracks found. Gibraltar the first to lose the majority of that shielding here. Unlucky now with the angle from this high ground. Unable to get the full beam off, but will continue to look as most of these squads is forced to drop here into the valley. And this could be deadly.
Mutarium will likely continue chasing as well. There isn't a whole lot of cover on this low ground, and seems to be just a bit found with the Gibraltar bubble. Still not a comfortable position to be in at all. Mutarium mostly playing this one cautiously, are going to surround you in this area. No hope as Mutarium cover every single bit, leaving the Gibraltar up on the zip line. We do get defensive bombardment down, starting to dismantle the surround sound from Mutarium. Nico still has gone down, and you are still in shambles. SNK ultimately end up going out.
Finally, that is the aggression that Mutarium is feared for here, and they're finally able to do so on the edge that they typically play. SNK, of course, to be the first to eliminate, but 3 points that Mutarium crucially need, and that kind of answers a lot of the questions we had already about how this zone should play out. Now, for a lot of these squads, they're probably not over here, and shots will not have been heard, so it's unlikely that we will see a continuation of this fight here, but I am still wondering if Mutarium will run into another squad similar to last time as they make their approach towards the south.
One of the benefits of being an edge team that plays so deep outside of zone like Mutarium is that you're unlikely to encounter teams that are also venturing this far out. 789, bit of an outlier here that they could find on their rotation inwards depending on how quickly they choose to do it and whether they go through the high ground or the low. Because remember, technically, Mutarium have things like a Trident, like a Valkyrie ultimate available to them on the bottom side of wall that they wouldn't have should they choose to go up. And I'd like to see them use those to get a little closer to zone.
Tuning back in with Scars, it looks like they dropped now Taishin after the response that was that Gibby Bubble revive. They don't have that safety, so they're going to try to crush it against this wall to get some sort of safety, even body block a majority of those shots. RPR taking a plethora of damage as a result, also having to pull away. Now that defensive bombardment forced to be utilized as a defensive tool to hopefully dissuade the pressure, the assault that would have come through. Revive, keen to stick.
It'll be time, and time is all you need. Just as the bubble comes up as well, instantly going to be utilized to allow Taishin to heal back up. Already knocked twice. His knockdown timer is pretty low, and that's something that for Scars is going to matter quite a bit, especially if they choose to hold this area and not relocate to a much safer location. 789, they've come up against Mutarium. The high ground rotation was taken, and as Desu instantly throws out that Rolling Thunder to buy a little bit more space.
Then able to stick down with that medkit. That's going to give them the help to potentially rotate out of here, especially with the utilization of that Valkyrie deploy here. They take to the skies here. Mutarium unlikely to find the cracks necessary to bring that Valkyrie down here, but it was a good shot, if any, to try to capitalize on one of these late rotating squads here.
Nice shots, and meanwhile, Guild ended up going down. We saw them whittled down to a single member earlier, unable to escape the hellhole that Fish Farms has become. We're into 18 squads now, and T-Rex are having just as much trouble surviving in this open ground. We saw this spot prioritized earlier by actually Mutarium, and we saw exactly how difficult it can be to hold it down. To see T-Rex opting into this now in a little bit of a different zone is still very unusual, and I believe that's a stick here. That's a knock even. T-Rex have lost two, and Prophecies continue to come to opting into this now in a little bit of a different zone is still very unusual, and I believe that's a stick here. That's a knock even. T-Rex have lost two, and Prophecies continue to come true. You cannot prioritize this area.
This is such a problematic place to be, especially this early, especially with the North leaving so much room in play there. It provides all the angles necessary to target every single enemy out here. For Lara having to take the skies, forced out by the Arcstar, taken down, sniped out of the air with the utilization of Totem Chirp with that charge rifle, but most of those kills being awarded to Vex there.
Hit scan goes wild, and Sharp has got to be feeling good. Mutarium continuing to make their way down over towards 789, who are now in Cascade Falls. A lot of teams lagging behind the zone in the north. 2 minutes left till this one closes, and we continue to pull just off towards the south of Launchpad, where Totem are right now. Is an incredible place to be.
Absolutely, but it is difficult to defend here. Yes, you are on that high ground, but we speak about 50-50 Valk rotations that could potentially come through to usurp this position. And obviously, the minute you've got that bombardment down on top of you, you can't hold this anymore. You have to make your escape, make for your run. So when we start talking about Zone 4 and further here, it's going to be a true test to Totem's skill to see if they retain this one.
One of our squads that has managed to make it into the ring that had an unfortunate game one is Forg Gang. They're sitting inside the buildings just off towards the bottom of Launchpad, in between that and Antenna, a place that actually is usually a lot easier to defend than, say, the high ground over by Launchpad that we were just talking about. With Forg Gang's already great defensive capabilities, we're hoping that they can show up in this second game, take one that really puts them in serious contention for a top spot, given their performance in the winner's bracket.
Ooh. We're talking about some of the rotations. Many redeploys found out. This one notably here for Na'Vi, seeing a squad just land in the building out there towards their west. Now for Na'Vi, they left those positions up there to try to contest for an entrance into the zone, but the problem is there is a squad gatekeeping. They are pinched, Dia.
With the Valkyrie redeploy, they may just have to use it themselves. They did just expend the bubble, but it'll be available as zone starts to close in. Zeta Division are edge guarding this, hoping that they can find the squad taking off, but just behind the rocks. Even Taskmaster's scan isn't going to allow them to get a knock. Take a look at the kill feed, though. A knock did come in from Horizon, taking Na'Vi out of the sky. Mimu went crazy and ended up doing a squad.
As a result there, Navi falls right into the hands of Zeta Division as they pick up the last 2 remaining members and a plethora of health to do so. Now themselves being a gatekeeper as they try to hinder the squad out here towards this building in the west. Gotta be a little bit careful. I know Zeta just came in off the back end of their own redeploy out of Fish Farms, but I'd like to see them take a more consistent position now into zone because it's very unlikely that they will be able to play up into this region where you currently see Horizon.
We got Deadeye Mimu on Gibraltar still whipping out the Sentinel, reminding us of what on earth just occurred. Not every day that you see the Valk knocked out of the sky like that. Little bit of damage, just enough to enable that headshot. I would not be taken off with Valk anywhere close to Horizon from here on out. Everybody's got to be careful, and that includes Kingarna, who are right next to them. If they should choose to play the roof, you're exposing yourself to a lot of risk.
Taking a look at North Pad now, this is still within play, even for the extended further round 4, as you do still get that southern area. This allows for a lot of stacking of teams here, as there is that kind of underground spot that you actually currently see, I believe, Solo Q and Underrated both playing out here. So curious to see, as some of these squads are a little bit more late to play come in, if they're going to be trying to take advantage of that one. 789. Playing what is that waterfall area, and look who they meet up with again.
You just can't escape. These teams are destined for each other. Mutarium has been shadowing 7, 8, 9, or in this case, the reverse, for the past, what feels like 4 minutes now. And even though 7, 8, 9 are on the low ground, this is going to be difficult to contest. Mutarium may still not actually get to engage fully in this 3v3. Just because you want to avoid taking a 50-50 fight where you have to push down to the low ground. And besides, the ring isn't even pulling here.
And look who takes position in the only building of play here for this ring. We've said the name once and we'll say it again. Kick, finding that perfect god spot. They seem to have some supreme luck here with Fish Farms. Granted, they do land there.
Yeah, something about the zone RNG has decided, though, that Kick is where it is at. We're going to continue going to the south. We may still get even more, but with such a different lobby, now that they're at a full 3-man strength, Kick have so much more staying power inside these buildings and won't be coexisting with squads such as Vex, who may be trying to come over. Taking a look at Odin Gamers, who are trying to get a little bit of that slice of pie. They're going to have to play over by the rocks on the low ground instead of inside the buildings with much less cover and much less safety.
And I was about to say, the thing with that position for Kick is there's little opportunity for squads to try to play around it, especially not right now, as so much of this high ground is still available for, you know, rosters like Totem, who could potentially poke and bring you down. As a result, it leaves Kick on their lonesome to continue to route this one forward. Scars still stuck up against the rock. This is the second time we've seen that defensive bombardment utilized in a defensive action here. They take a look, gonna look for the back. Can he pull it off before the beam comes through? Phase drift taken towards the ground where we saw T-Rex drop, but there's already a squad behind the fence line.
I was just thinking, you cannot prioritize this spot, and it feels bad because it is a last resort for Scars, and even then, it is not going to be safe. Having lost 2 already, it's up to Tai Sheen, and we've seen this man work miracles before. It's been against one squad, not against 3 different ones that are all shooting at him.
Tashin, though, he's going to try to play this the best he can, but from behind, Totem on that high ground, able to source out that kill. Actually, I believe taking all 3 of those in response. A fantastic utilization of those angles that will continue to net them points, keeping them competitive in that top 10. Tune in with Mutarium, though. They've got a little bit of a rotation ahead of themselves. I believe they just took down 789. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, I just saw the kill boxes there, but I was not looking at the notification instead.
All right.
Trying to figure out what Taishin was up to. We'll get the chance to find out later, as already only 14 squads remain. We are in placement point territory, even if it is only the 1 point that you're getting. Consistency so important for these teams to be able to continue to find these, much like Kick did last game. Borg Gang, one of the squads that also placed relatively high, but just couldn't get the kills to back it up.
They, by the way, also pulling out the Watson, one of the few squads to utilize that one, and in a sense of holding down these buildings, especially this one right here, it could be extremely effective for them. So while, you know, Guild might be out, it's still represented.
Careful for blasts right now as Mutarium are trying to rotate in after clearing out 789.
No.
He's had to bubble out in the middle of nowhere. No safety for the rest of the squad as two different teams end up taking blasts out again. But I think he's made it behind cover. Hopefully a resurrection can come in to get this Gibraltar right back into the game. But it's going to be a close one as Phoenix Legacy start to apply pressure and Blasts gets taken out fully.
4Gang in the advantage point that they have from those windows will be able to completely wipe Blast here, and that's a major problem for Mutarium as they no longer have the safety of that Gibraltar. They're going to go for a risky move here, drop down that solo respawn to see if they can get their former teammate back up. The problem is, you know for a fact there are plenty of squads still sitting within Northpad that could easily capitalize on this one.
Oh no.
They know.
As soon as you hear that, as soon as you hear that Bloodhound ult after the smoke comes down, you know you're gone. Mutarium get fully sent on, but they're fighting back. Unlucky manages to take a big chunk out with Peacekeeper, taking down one member of Underrated and exposing them to the jump in from Phoenix Legacy. These squads may have killed each other, but a defensive bombardment to cut Phoenix Legacy off may just be enough. Another knock comes through onto Dazzle, and Underrated have lost two.
Already down there, it's in combination from Solo Q Goats as well as they're the one to pick up the full thirst, and there they are on the backside here, now looking to potentially take advantage of what damage might have been provided from that angle there. Still, shots not quite landing. Diff a little low there's got to pull back and find that battery.
Borg, in the meantime, have taken out High Society as people start clamoring for these next spots inside of Ring. Borg will have to leave their buildings off towards the southwestern side of this ring, and Solo Q Goats will have to finagle their way out of here as well, maybe using a Valkyrie ultimate, given the fact that they are relatively alone inside of launch site and shouldn't be bothered when taking to the skies. A squad like Phoenix Legacy will also have to push up into the last remaining member of Underrated, and Totem is going to get to farm up all of that.
Now, they don't have the direct high ground anymore. They're going to have to pull a little bit down towards the hillside here, but hopefully in moments like these where maybe you have someone run up, that one's going to be a redeploy, but potentially a squad that comes through a little bit slower might be able to take them down before they are forced to give up what is this great angle. Already from above, you can see some squads landing there.
Zeta Division have managed to find themselves a small corner of the building that Kick were using earlier, not inside, but right underneath with this smoke. However, being challenged outside is going to attract a lot of attention. Zeta are working together, but Imp with the one pump ends up taking out one of their members. Kick pop out, operating again as a two-man, but still with an incredible placement. Do find a lot of damage, but Oirain jumps right back inside the building. He and Hiarka are going to have to fight this out against the remainder of Phoenix Legacy, and that's with Kongarna right next door. Vexed have gone out, Underrated are gone. Zeta Division have left the game, and we're into our top 8.
Mind you, it's going to be one quick move there from Kick. If they find their way in, the damage that could be potentially provided if they lose that fight is just one sweep for Kongarna to clean up and take that building for themselves. Rebel successful in a fight of their own. Finally, the first drop. Oiran, Hayarka brought down to our 6 squads remaining. Kongarna quickly sweeping to the side here to make sure that they claim the entirety of this building and don't let Phoenix Legacy in.
That's not a lot of KP, by the way, for Kick. Even though they had a great spot once again, operating as a two-man towards our end game, they weren't able to pick up nearly enough kills to put them in contention for one of those top 2 places. Odin Gamers, on the other hand, having secured top 2 last game, are still operating at a deficit, but are going to get the chance to respawn their 3rd member for free.
Yeah, utilizing potentially the distraction from these squads, trying to rotate early in to play around this building. They could potentially get that one back up. Meanwhile, for Horizon, they find themselves just barely inside to hold this one out alongside Kongarna, placing a gas trap down, but ooh, a take there from Imp on the outskirts, able to drop Mimu down in completion to take the 2.
And a really interesting way of playing that as well, because I mean, I'm going to have to watch that again. I think that Horizon actually had Mimu taken down from the outside, just given the geometry of how that res was going. Phoenix Legacy never entered the building. They were able to somehow cancel that resurrection and get the kill, all while being outside of this God spot. Reply Totem, speaking of God spots, are making their entrance. They have become more of the Horizon team this time around, prioritizing those best positions and getting there first. There's competition now in the real estate industry. Reply Totem start to crest this hill, make their way on top once again, and have decided after clearing everything out that they really don't have that much to worry about.
Oh, for Reply Totem, they have to be careful. The dome is down. They got to clear out this rotation from behind the rocks before they are able to contain themselves on top of the truth in soul completion. Rebel, though, they want to take advantage of the pressure that has been provided and also push themselves right above here. But they themselves, they have to worry. Congarna's also on that door constantly.
Keep in mind that Rebel were the team in first place coming out of the winner's bracket. They want to replicate this success, and they started off well, getting a knock onto Congarna. Graceful does get responded to, however, with that Nox gas grenade, buying Congarna just a little bit of time and even forcing out the bubble in response to that Gibraltar ultimate. Now Rebel left defenseless on the outside. Congarna still with plenty of safety inside this building. Congarna are winning this trade.
Successfully able to defend. Got to give praise towards that Nox gas grenade that allowed them the ability to retain themselves. Meanwhile, by the way, we did officially see Mimu come back and play, able to get the revive off against all expectations, bring them back down inside. Meanwhile, Reply Totem, all members, no shields. The ticking of the thermite, they're going to have to take a moment. Phoenix Legacy playing the back end here. It seems like they have the calm in all of this chaos.
Just nobody's paying attention to Totem right now. You talked about it. They're all out of shields. They're all on top of the building, but people have got their own fights to be a part of. Phoenix Legacy are desperately trying to survive around the outside. Rebel are doing much the same thing, and both of them, in an attempt to get inside the building, are not able to get on top, and instead are just taking harassment from multiple squads as Congarna still pushes themselves further and further back into a corner. A res on Graceful may go off, but Congarna are being heralded in, pushed into this corner where nades abound, and their health bars just cannot stand up to it.
Ryzen able to push themselves towards the center of the entirety of this building, still looking for more against Congarna. Meanwhile, actions to play just outside. Totem finally able to find our first wipe here of our five squads remaining onto Rebel. Now they control the outside almost completely. Only Phoenix Legacy to defend against. Meanwhile, Congarna, all three members, almost full red Evo here.
With Totem able to take out Rebel, such a massive amount of pressure is relieved for Congarna. They get to make their way even further into this game. And with Phoenix Legacy now playing the underside completely uncontested, Rebel not trying to get out here anymore, we've got three different teams that all have incredibly strong positions. Congarna the ones that are contested the heaviest, as we see another full send on the highlights into this room.
This is going to be scary here because that door more than likely will be closed off just a moment. Meanwhile, Congarna finally able to find the respawn. Dome going to defend for a moment, but it's from behind. That Totem is also pressured with their damage. Still, Congarna follow through, find the wipe onto Horizon, and now pull back to just play around the little walls that are available to put their shields back up. Three squads remain. Reply Totem waiting on the roof, just looking to throw the Nox gas grenade down, choke this one out. It might be a heal off.
This is going to be a heal off. We saw exactly the same thing yesterday in North America, and now it is time for these same things to come to light. You gotta take a little bit of damage here initially already. It looks like we've got folks sending down. Reply Totem end up giving a maze over to try and secure a few more kills. Doesn't get it, but if Totem win, they're going to get the kill participation for this. Reply Totem end up taking the victory, get an additional 3 KP with the shotgun shells from Amaze, and massively piloted themselves to an incredible win.
Reply Totem send themselves down to try to take advantage of the perfect moment to also wipe what is the health there on to Phoenix Legacy. With that in mind, we only saw Amaze on top of that roof there. Yeah, what might have happened is they could have sent additionally Savage as well towards that second floor there to also pressure Congarna, bring them down in just the lickety-split of health to prevent them from winning as well.
There's a good chance that that's exactly what we saw. You give over 2 KP, you assure yourself the heal-off victory, and, well, you end up getting 6 for it. This is a really big uptick for Reply Totem if they were able to secure as many kills as we would otherwise believe. We've got just a few seconds until we get those scoreboards up, but holy moly, what a heads-up play from Totem, recognizing, much like you did, Zephyr, that it was going to turn into a heal-off and taking advantage of that.
Yeah, incredible movement there in the end to find that advantage. But I want to talk about a little bit more for Totem because it wasn't just that moment, right? They retained their position on roof incredibly well. And maybe you could say that many teams weren't paying attention to them. but in my eyes, they did a great job to defend against what was potential rushes from outside the rocks there to the north, and what was constantly against Phoenix Legacy towards their south. So praise in that regard, on top of the fact they also were the only squad to hold the hill high ground there just south of North Pad, and that for sure garnered them a plethora of KP.
Never got pushed, never gave it up. One of the things that I wanted to say to address and even further double down on your point, when we said in the game nobody was able to pay attention to them, a part of that definitely comes from Totem. You're never going to push the roof. You're never going to think about it if every time somebody shoots you from the roof, your shields are cracked. Right. That was the kind of pressure that Totem were putting down. They were covering multiple entrances. They were not just holed up in one corner waiting for all the chaos to go down below. They ended up playing a crucial part in eliminating Rebel, allowing Congarna a lifeline into the rest of the game, and subsequently ended up sort of controlling the situation to the point that they were able to find that win.
Well, all right, we've peddled our Totem praise enough here. Let's take a look and see how they fare coming out of Game 2 on our overall leaderboards. They now sit among the rest, but are still tied alongside Zeta Division for 32 points equally.
That's surprising as well, because Zeta Division did not have that good of a game. I suppose with their last game win, just enough to be able to clinch that top 2 for the moment, but Reply Totem with a massive one to send them to the top. And the thing that's surprising me the most, Phoenix Legacy coming up third. Did not have a convincing performance inside of our winner's bracket. Looked pretty darn good, but to be third right now after 2 games is a big showing in their favor.
Gosh, that is just incredible. Phoenix Legacy, a lot of respect for this squad. I want to make a quick call out to Ascenti coming in here to replace what was the shift of Liffen leaving to play for Horizon, who also happens to be in this lobby as well. So the fact that they sit among third, even with that quick roster change that only happened recently, is fantastic.
Adaptability has been the name of the game for these teams. Remember that these 20 teams, the specific combination, not played against each other before. Everyone's still getting used to it. Yeah. But with the chaos of Stormpoint to bolster us, we've had some really incredible end games to talk about. That was our second one of the day. We're going to be coming up on our third. And when that third happens, it'll also be our last time on Stormpoint. The last showing for a lot of these teams in the entire season on Stormpoint.
Ooh. Well, that will have to wait here, as we on Desk are going to be going towards a short break. When we come Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifiers number 2, the finals here. We're still bringing you the action as we start to approach Game 3. If you're just joining us, we just saw an ultimate end there for Totem as they denied the heal-off by sending their members down to complex on both of the squads, Kungarna and Phoenix Legacy.
I wish we had the stats on exactly how many kills they had that match, because I want to know whether that worked, whether the timing of the kills actually made it so that they got those additional 6 points at the end, because Totem were farming up, but to be at 32 points right now does seem achievable based on, even if they hadn't gotten those 6 kills. So I'm curious exactly how much it's worked out for them. I'm getting an update from production, in fact, that it, what is it, Zephyr?
My mind's telling me it was 11. I've been keeping track.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah, production said, I don't know, you should ask Zephyr, so.
With that in mind, though, it's a fantastic start for them in regards to putting themselves within that top 10 position. Definitely confident now as they make their way through the last 4 games here. Let's, of course, take a look at those points so we can embellish a little bit more upon some of these teams that sit above the rest. Totem, of course, now tied once again in that position of the top 2 alongside Zeta Division off the back of their win here in Game 1.
Phoenix Legacy still having a huge day. I am ridiculously impressed with them. They are making a strong argument for why they should be one of those teams sent over to North Carolina. The cutoff this time, top 2, is stressing a lot of these teams out. It's been top 10 for the past, I don't even know, 4 or 5 days over the course of LCQ 1 and 2, but now is the time to really dial it in, and Totem have managed to find themselves at least that first burst of success. A double win would almost certainly lock them in. Any team would be lucky to find 2 wins in a lobby such as this, and that's the pressure that we're under as we pop into our 3rd game.
Looking at the recent days here, I'm still having high expectations, though, for teams like Rebel, Kick, Scars, Kungarna, all who have had their major pop-off moments between what is our winners bracket as well as the losers, per se Kungarna, as they're on their approach for this top 2, and there's still plenty of opportunities to do so. For one final time here, we approach Storm Point. Let's take a look at the character select. We've seen some shakeups between game 1 and 2. Let's see if 3 has anything else in store for us.
One of the things that I'm looking for in this 3rd game is guild specifically. If this ring pulls us towards the south again, what is their rotation going to look like? Moving into fish farms is very difficult for this composition if they're not using something like that Valkyrie ultimate, and the defensive capability is limited if guild aren't the ones that are set up first. So having seen them fall relatively early in this 2nd game, they've got a big step up to make, because average points are the things that will bring them up, and last game took their average down significantly.
And for those of you who are just joining us right now, we talk about the general overview of Guild. When they were coming out of the losers round 1, they managed to surpass everything against themselves, finished with 106 points, 4 wins upon themselves.
It's been a big day, a big weekend for them. But Guild still have a long way to go since that losers round 1. The level of competition has increased 2-fold, first in losers round 2 and now in the very top of the winners bracket. Everybody here has made their journey, and it has been excruciating to do for some of them, making cutoff after cutoff. Now, 3rd game, last potential chance at causing a little bit of chaos, and certainly for a lot of these teams, the last game on the map that they are most comfortable on is the really big thing that we've got to look out for. Nice dropship path does allow those that land over at Lightning Rod with a nice start, but 789 do not get theirs. Instead, hot dropping once again, and actually turning around with the damage. Triple take, really nice at the close range and long range, but Dave not able to find the shots.
As a result, Underrated here finding their own response. Most of them faring well for a second there, but Jazza losing a majority of their shields. Jazza trying to stick what is that medkit. A response with the utilization of the Prowler to find a knock onto Dave. This takes it down to a 2v2. Harold gonna play around the back end of Jazz's shield to at least get that next bat off to wrap around. Go for the full swing here with utilization of the EVA. A massive crack and an elimination of 789.
Really well played from Underrated. There was no ammunition left for HTP Herald in that Prowler. Had no other options but to make the EVA 8 work. And Underrated again send that message home. Do not contest us at Stormcatcher. They're going to be actually having the ring pull over to them as well. So a nice sort of reward for a very well-fought victory.
It's the second time that it has happened this game, and for the expectations that we did have regarding 7, 8, 9, leaving a lot to at least search for here. Now World's Edge going to be the next time we see them, and trust me, 3 games are still plenty of opportunities to find return, but at the end of the day, top 2 means you're going to be finding consistency all 6 games long, so I don't want to count them out yet, but it definitely alludes to that.
Exactly. I think one of the things that caught us off guard about 7, 8, 9, at least at the start of the day, was their surprising consistency inside of the mid games. They were looking much better today than they had just yesterday, especially in our games over on World's Edge, where they were able to very frequently pick up several kills, but weren't quite able to turn that into a win. Now that pressure takes a dial up as we look towards the next match for them, and they've got to keep their mentals on point right now. As a reminder, these teams are going to be playing 24 games over the course of a weekend, with SNK, a notable exception, having played 30 over the course of a weekend. It is a massive amount, and nothing to bat your eyes at. 7, 8, 9 have a task ahead of them, a Herculean effort to keep that mental ironclad.
Congarna here, major rotation straight onto Stormcatcher. They're going to be playing the opposite end of this one. Sometimes we do see squads go for the POI itself, or sometimes even play for the stairwells down below. Granted, this zone will be pulling even further, and this high ground will be crucial to whoever holds this one out. For Congarna, give it up. I believe they've spotted another squad out here towards the east to potentially take advantage of, or maybe some open area that they can play for at the late game.
I think a really big part of this has to be recognized that Congarna, while they do really want high ground, also recognize that to get the most out of their composition, Caustic has to be enabled, and that in these larger buildings is a much bigger risk. So they're going to move over to a more manageably sized building. That is, if they can get inside. T-Rex, evidently already here on an early rotation themselves, could cut off Congarna, leaving them in no man's land, and maybe even our first squad to go out, but only peeks in. A double 99 pump has started to change the course of this fight, and the R99 goes crazy, but no knocks happen just yet. Congarna are still fighting this on the outside, and T-Rex are getting a chance to reset.
Just barely there. Corny was almost eliminated. The beam had come through, just 20 extra damage, and that would have been it for Corny. Now the reset for T-Rex allows them to put themselves back up in a source of shields, and Congarna, realizing that they might be outclassed in terms of the defense of the building, no longer having the resources to work with, pull away. They're going to play the wall. They might have also spotted Guild, who's also on the rotation to take this area.
This is a big shift in momentum, though, with Congarna wanting instead to prioritize this building. They've lost the high ground, and they've lost the building that they worked for instead. Now all the way out in the open, Guild spot this, but are unable to do too much about it, with Horizon choosing to disengage. Because remember, if Guild get caught out in the open, they do not have that Gibraltar to disengage. So playing these sort of odd spots, using the Watson to fortify them and make it a terrifying place to siege, is actually the biggest thing in favor of Guild right now. It's the strength of this composition.
Oh, we'll see how long it lasts here for most of these squads. I don't think many of them are going to be trying to pressure out this area. It kind of gives me memories of Drain Gang and what was their hold of the choke just yesterday during the last chance qualifiers as they were on World's Edge here. And yeah, not a lot of squads decided to take that one out. Meanwhile, second squad, my apologies, eliminated here. Mutarium once again in a fight of their own all the way towards the north. Just happened to miss that one there as they take out SNK again.
Fortunate timing for SNK, our single squad to make it through from LCQ1 all the way here. Started to fall prey to a lot of the other bloodthirsty squads that are around and very, very mechanically talented in their own right. Mutarium have had some crazy consistency, not just when it comes to being able to find themselves in end games, but when it comes to being able to take 3v3s around World's Edge. And that's the requirement for being in a lobby such as this, that you are willing and able to take these fights out in the middle of nowhere sometimes.
Vex Gaming holding position on the other end. We finally get the opportunity to check out what's going out here towards the west. Vex have shown playing times over that they are no shy stranger to try and take fights of their own, but this building will warrant some strife, especially as the zone begins to choke out here. A little curious regarding the rotation for them. They're going to have to play up against that northern wall, especially if the zone begins to continue carrying towards Storm Point itself. But like I said, a little bit worried about what comes through from behind.
They're one of our few teams running the crypto as well, and that's something that surprised me about this season as a whole. Sort of taking a look back on that crypto wasn't something that was more prioritized. A lot of teams valuing the in-the-moment abilities, even prioritizing things like the Seer for Guild even further. Crypto, very much a setup legend, somebody that you want to plan out your route to be able to farm up those beacons from afar, but when in person, when face to face, when in close range, doesn't really provide nearly as much in terms of the abilities. So the fact is that for Vex to be running something like this, it speaks to a level of calculation that they want to find in their gameplay that we haven't gotten to see just yet in these finals. Vex can mind control the game in much the same way that Totem did. They've actually got a really big advantage with this extra tool that they have.
Looking at our zone here, there's still a lot of opportunity for play. Typically, or more specifically, down there towards the lower end of that Stormcatcher area, you still have a majority of the stairwell up, especially on that kind of right-hand side. That's actually where Scars present themselves. One of the stronger teams in Lobby that kind of dominated through our winners round. So for a team potentially like Kick or Navi, who still have to make their way up from the south, or even Odin Gamers, still all the way over there apparently in Fish Farms, that could be a potential opportunity to work with. And of course, to round out those who consider themselves outside of zone here, still looking to see what High Society Rebel are up to.
With Odin reminiscing about their first game, second place, we've got several other squads still that could encounter some trouble coming in. I'm expecting teams like Odin to run into Kick right now, who are playing the choke point just off to the south. A very common rotation for teams that would otherwise try and surpass Launchpad into Stormcatcher, as opposed to trying to go through swamps, which is a little bit tougher to make work with all the open ground in between swamps and Stormcatcher. However, over near Command Center, you've got a lot more wiggle room. Teams like Zeta may be able to pick fights with Horizon, but are more likely to actually come out and try and interrupt a fight between Vexed and whatever squad they end up choosing to fight.
Looking out here towards our zone once again, by the way, we are going to be getting that Eastern Stormcatcher finish right where you saw T-Rex put themselves for quite some time with Guild up there, of course, towards the north. These buildings are absolutely crucial in response there. What I find interesting is the fact that some of our late kind of edge rotating teams, Totem, Mutarium, now Kick potentially as well, all going to take advantage of what might be that rotation in there, play that one slow. Who might come out on top of that potential 3 excursion could be our winners.
Golf claps for Guild, by the way. Golf claps for Guild. Ended up predicting themselves a nice Zone 3. Right. They've still got a nice position. I'm liking it. I think it's cool. And hey, I won't lie. I do want to see them succeed, especially after last game. I've been loving the unorthodox compositions they run, and I want to see that sort of play rewarded, you know?
The reward comes with the win. So, you know what? Until that's on my screen, that's when we'll start talking about that one there. Guild have fought with some strife, even in our earlier brackets here today regarding the losers. For now, though, teams still kind of fighting their way in. High Society, one of those that just came from the very, very edge here, trying to dome into the command center. Able to find a great knock onto Impulse there, potentially more takes to the sky, utilizing that PK, but we'll find Kim dropping in response now. Ezzy and Denze left only 2 to respond. A pull around, a bit of a split there as Denze runs into the building, as it is not, but still, Zeta Division eliminated either way.
We'll call it a flank, a late game flank if this hadn't worked out for Ezzy, right? And it's funny because we were just talking about Zeta's options when it came to rotating through Command Center. Those have now become High Societies, playing from edge and taking the squad completely by surprise, it seems. Everyone dying right next to each other, no chance to fight back. It seems like we're getting a little bit more of that as Mutarium starts to push up onto Totem. The winners of last game are not going to give this up easily, and Unlucky is whittled down to almost no shields, playing around the outside of this bubble building. He gets taken out.
Going to make short work of that one there. Going to be able to secure themselves that pineapple. I know for a fact that we saw teams, of course, like Garna, but also Kick potentially as well, as they want to find their way up from the south. Garna, they're still holding this wall. They make no extent to try to trade or make their way out there. They're still in a comfortable position to play this one out, especially in a corner like this, where it's very rare that anyone will have an angle on you.
I'm sitting here with like my hand open, just looking at the kill feed. Mimu continues to pop off. That's a kill onto Kick that they had no chance to contest. He didn't even make it through the portal, and Oirain's gonna have to go back for this. You're running the risk of being hit by Mimu yourself. And as the phase breach disappears, Oirain barely makes it back into Kick without attracting attention from Horizon up on this high ground.
Horizon they're the ones to take the chance here regarding Stormcatcher. We saw someone like Congarna very early on kind of dissuade themselves from playing this one out. Horizon, our real estate agents of Stormpoint here, say otherwise. Of course, they do have underrated defense against underneath them. And of course, once what we can only assume are those redeploys do come through, and some teams might try to take advantage of this one. They're going to be tested in terms of their defense. For now, though, some nice angles. They get to try to take advantage and see what squads have begun to kind of put themselves in those god spots across from them towards the east there.
It's been looking good so far, and Horizon on this roof, since they have the Gibraltar, do feel much safer being able to defend themselves from things like the bombardments. Given that they've got plenty of time inside of this next ring, most of their focus is going to have to be on clearing out the squads below them and being ready for those third-party timings. As much as they are looking out and trying to pick up kills this way, their main source of actually being able to win the game is going to be a nicely timed push into the lower floor of this building.
Finally take a look back here towards our zone, and some of the teams that have yet to find their way in. LCQ Goats just coming in there from above to take that alternative stairwell that we talked about early on. Might have to match up against Na'Vi. Kick, they themselves had to pull out. We get a nice view of that all the way down to Launchpad to see if they can get back up Hyarka.
If they are able to, it would be a big step up for Kick, who have needed to be able to take 3v3s in these late games. It's been 2 games in a row now, 2 games that pulled them all the way down over towards Fish Farms, where they've been left as a 2-man, and now picking up some cursory loot. They don't have that much time to get right back into the ring. Only a minute 30 until this starts to close, and they are not going to be doing it easily either. Odin Gamers have the chance now to sort of Uno reverse card this. Initially, it was Kick that were keeping them from being able to rotate into ring, and now Odin Gamers are the ones that get to watch Kick as they struggle to make their way in towards this next zone. It's not just them though. Solo Q Goats, they're looking down the mountain, keeping Odin Gamers out right now. There's a lot of conflict going on down towards this southern end of the map.
Ooh. Something interesting that might take place here. I don't know if Odin Gamers even knew that Kick was down there. Might have been chasing out, but for now, they've opted to make the heavy rotation all the way out through zone and could be matching up against Totem here shortly. You can see them still pretty vigilant on trying to hold the angles on their backside. They know for a fact that this is still an opportunity to play around, so we'll have to take a moment in just a second. Meanwhile, Congarna pushed out of their corner from afar, potentially exactly from Dome, but from all angles, they're forced into a moment of strife there. Dome down now into this very little cover here on the extension off of Zipline.
Big fan of the way that Totem are positioned right now. They were the major damage dealers to Congarna in that moment. They have spread out all along their side of, holy moly, along their side, excuse me, of the zone, and got themselves a great spot. Odin Gamers do manage to surpass that, moving in towards the low ground, but still outside of the subsequent ring, and having lost 2, Danny's going to go down, and Danny, very close to going down, is actually going to be sitting right next door to Scars, and where Kick used to be. Solo Q Goats may be able to take a chunk out of this as well.
And surprisingly, against all odds, Danny does find their way into the very entrance there of that southern end of Stormcatcher, the low ground, and we'll see how long he might be able to rat this one out. For now, big rotations to come through. Thankfully for Danny and many others, a majority of this POI still left in place, so it won't force the rotation. But a big question for a lot of our top-ended teams, Venus Legacy, Scars, Na'Vi, they have to be making their way all the way across this one to try to combat the close.
Especially Phoenix Legacy, who do need to make that push into the top 2 based on their performances today. We know they have what it takes, and they've definitely taken advantage of a lot of the chaos on Stormpoint. Their control on World's Edge yet to be tested. They've got to make it through this first, and Kick are the ones pushing up.
Araka not having much to work with on this Bloodhound. Granted, the scan will There's Myron. Down what was that smoke? That'll prevent most of the damage to come through there.
Bloodhound ult is big. This will give you a lot more information as Kick than you would normally have, able to play the fence line. Uchako should be able to find some wingman shots as well, but there's no damage coming through just yet, leaving them in a naked 3v3. Bubble does go down on the opposite side, but Kick don't have one of their own to respond to as a defensive bombardment starts to rain from the sky. Uchako takes the time out, popping the Phoenix kit, and Oirain goes on the flank, but Kick are losing control of this fight, and it's up to Oirain to bring it back in. Doesn't get the knock at the end. He has to stick Uchako on them, but they're a little bit desynchronized. Kick do not get that knock, and once again are thrown back into the fray. Oirain still trying to find these creative angles, but unable to save Uchako as everyone is collapsing on him.
Just barely does Kick miss out on the 2 here on the edge of the fence line. They know they're low. They know they might have a second of an opportunity to play around. A nice angle, found the flat line to beam, but Oirain takes just as much damage in return. Oh, and now look at who's arrived, hearing shots. Solo Q back up from the hillside.
Who is going to come out on top of this 3-squad mess is a complete mystery. Scars have got to be thinking about getting involved, but take a look at the timer. We've got 30 seconds left. There's a good chance that all of these teams end up going down if they're not careful. It's a bubble. It's a take through the skies as Phoenix Legacy refuse to risk their game on this, but Imp gets taken out of the sky by Zippeth. Phoenix Legacy are right back where they started, and this is not going to be their game.
Now for a fact here, you know that'll be it for them. Solo Q Goats finally doing what Kick could not here. Able to finally drop them down, now rotating to the back end of these boxes. Going to finish this one off. Massive shots will bring down Senti and our final members here. Kick, meanwhile, they're in a fight of their own. It looks like they try to take the stairwell up against Scars, and well, Scars, they put them in their place.
Yeah, I respect the move, but fighting up against Scars is a last resort, and it doesn't end up going well. Always a gamble. Now, however, Scars need to make their way into ring a little bit later than I'm sure they would have liked, as Reply Totem take time out of their day to address a threat coming from the south that wasn't allowing them otherwise to set up the way they wanted. Horizon are in trouble, given the fact that they've already been knocked one down. EMEA is trying to heal up in the open. Bubble hasn't been used just yet, but as we look back, it's covering EMEA on his retreat. Totem have been forced into this situation where they're covering a lot less ground, and it's starting to cost them on both sides.
Thankfully for them, some of the gas that they put down earlier is putting some damage that does warrant at least some defense, and that defensive bombardment prevents Guild from making the appropriate rotation, and they'll be able to pull back relatively safely. Heck, they even have this corner to potentially defend, but they are on that lower ground. They need to make their way back up there and continue to find these advantages. Still, there's a plethora of squads that are in position here on the very, very outskirts of this no-name area who can come up from behind. Scars, one of them finally making their way up from their stairwell.
And while they're on low ground, they've also got the most kills in the game. Taishin popping over the side, wants to try and take on Kungarna on his own, but little do they know, attention has been attracted from Na'Vi. It's sort of a 3-squad skirmish right now. Kungarna paying a lot of attention over to this Na'Vi squad, and Scars biding their time.
They're gonna be. We thought they might have tried to play up against the stairwell to maybe contest against Kungarna, but for now they know they have a position within that zone to last with. As we pull back over here towards the east, Horizon, we had just seen them take what was an initial drop here onto Totem, but reminder, they are just that 2-man. Mimu not in play once again. Don't think this time around they'll be as lucky to get that kind of final moment revive like in game 2.
Sentinel now in the hands of Liffin, and it's just not hitting the same as when it's in the hands of Mimu. Instead, rockets cause problems. Liffin could have gone down, but at this point, with Totem having reset and sending it fully onto them, 0-0 is gone. Horizon are out, and we are into the top 8.
Here's the problem, though. Now zone's closing. You have to contest for a spot to behold here. Na'Vi, more than likely the squad right up against that line. Totem, surprisingly, no one's taking advantage of the complete open spacing. Everyone's got problems of their own. Meanwhile, T-Rex on top, finally out of their building, but 2 members down. Oxbow left to survive.
With so many squads on top of this building as well, Kungarna are going to be climbing up, but keep in mind, the Scars wanted a piece of this as well. Kungarna able to stabilize inside their building for the moment. They will lose 1 member to the zone. Badoli won't be rezzed in time, and Solo Q Goats are fighting it out and winning on top, actually taking some serious chunks out of T-Rex, who end up going out. Reply Totem end up going down as well. There is chaos on top of Storm Point right now. Last game in, Solo Q Goats want the win.
So it can go, so they have to find some time to recover here. It feels like they've never got the opportunity with all the ordinances rained down. Meanwhile, Scars try and take this from Navi. This rock is supreme positioning for the cover that it allows. RPR, though, going to be dropped in the meantime. Wasn't able to get a shield swap, wasn't able to get any source of health available. And now, Forgang might be able to see that they have this advantage. Yes, find a great break. Congarna from their own position above. That's all from Mande as well. That leaves just one member left alone. Taishin to potentially pull this off.
If anybody's gonna do it, it's going to be Taishin. Even Forgang, pay respect to that. Backing off, and right next to Guild, these two squads control the majority of the real estate here, and might even start fighting with each other. As Mande tries to make his way out, evidently a res has come through, and Scars are still technically together as a two-man. Solo Q Goats fighting it out from on top. It is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight at the end here. The last game on Storm Point for so many of these squads in their entire season.
For Guild here, they've managed to last against it all, even when they were pressured right up against the wall here. Now for the squad here, they've begun to set up their fences, but they will be pulled more directly towards the kind of area where we see Congarna and Scars set themselves up for. Wonder if they'll be able to kind of maybe get some defense regarding some of those crates that are in the very, very center, but it's not going to be a lot to work with here.
So much data on Solo Q Goats right now. With that seer scan, everything is revealed, interrupted even at times. It'll be off cooldown again once Solo Q Goats are forced into this ring. But Forgang are focused instead on Guild. They do not care about the squads that are instead pushing up on them from the other side. They are doubling down with the Arcstar, abusing one of the members that was already knocked, Matape, who ended up going down and will soon to be eliminated. Now Solo Q Goats starting to send it over to this side, draw attention from Forgang, but legit Lolly is just too legit. Now dropping down behind cover. He's got the Nox Gas Grenade to throw out, buying even more space for Forgang, but Taishin is starting to show up at the kill feed.
Here for Forgang, all they have to do is last. Most of these squads will have to interrupt one another, then they will be able to force their own source of damage. And just like that, they're all in a full health revive, all their shields ready to go here, and the zone still has not forced them up from their cover that they've had access to the entire time. Dome down now, gonna be able to assault upon this Gibraltar. Full health elimination, Mande down, Taishin out of the sky there, and Forg are your champions!
They were our last three-man squad remaining, and for good reason. Unlike Guild, they focused entirely on the squad that was next to them, not in front. And though it was a gamble, it ended up paying off, largely in part to legit Lolly's play at the end there, being able to shoot people out of the sky with the wingman and reversing the flow of that game.
I love the fact that they don't let Guild take complete control of that area. And in pairing with Solo Q Goats, we have to give some praise there. It was them who threw down that singularity that allowed for them to kind of disrupt their current position in combo with what Forgang were providing. But you gotta say, that zone just pulled absolutely perfect to what Forg had held onto for quite some time. And with that in mind, you have to think of squads like Totem, who were right behind Forgang this entire time, unable to pull that one away from them.
No, but Totem, remember, do have a nice bit of points to work with. I'm sure you do. So I'm excited to see where they ended up on those leaderboards. With a lot of other squads like Scars picking up several kills as well, it's important to note that though they didn't win, there were a lot of kill points given over, and Taishin was even picking up kills in the very bitter end, able to outlast as a two-man to the point that Forgang had to forcibly take the game away from both Guild and Scars, who seemed to be fighting each other like there was nobody else in the world.
You know what, and that's okay. That's what it takes to force out a victory here. So let's take a look at that leaderboard. Forgang, who hasn't had much success in our first two games, now in second place, apparently.
Scars trickling up behind them, 32 points, tied with Zeta Division, who didn't get anything this last game, but Reply Totem and Forgang are our kings of Storm Point right now. Were this to end now, they would be setting themselves into champs. We got 3 more games on World's Edge for all these teams to go back home to break out the secret strats where they are most comfortable, and that's where our standings are going to take a big turn.
Absolutely. And with that being said, we here on the desk, we're going to be going towards a short break, and when we come back, potentially some of the final opportunities for these teams to make a name for themselves on World's Edge. Don't click away from that browser. Stick around. All right, well, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the official ALGS Last Chance Qualifiers numero dos here. We're bringing you the finals. My name's Zephyr, that's Dia, and we're about to make our way into World's Edge. But before we do that, of course, let's keep you updated on those standings.
I want to take a look at it again just to remind myself exactly how much dominance Reply Totem had in that last game and on Storm Point as a whole. Despite going out relatively early this time around, they were still able to take out multiple squads. Horizon, one of them currently sitting at 7th place. But now that we are on World's Edge, I don't expect them to be nearly as dominant. In fact, their goal has to be really to maintain their lead rather than to find another win. Though we've seen Totem win on World's Edge before, this is comfort for a lot of teams, and I don't think they're going to get away with it that easy.
Right. I mean, you bring up a good point. With World's Edge comes that consistency. A lot of these squads who have competed through a majority of these tournaments now find themselves with a much greater efficiency, right? And to be honest, in some of our earlier lobbies, we brought this point up as to say, well, you know, not everyone feels as comfortable. Every single entity here among these 20 has played through just as much World Edge as one another. So the perfect opportunity for those who are ahead to extend their lead, and for those who maybe are potentially behind to finally find what makes them so strong.
This is where our LAN teams are really going to, I expect, succeed as well, because they're the ones with, of course, international experience on a solved map, I would say. You know, we're still figuring things out about Apex, of course, but there's a lot more science behind that in a way, especially at the international level that they were all exposed to during scrims. This is where a team like Borg Gang really has to be tenacious. We talk about Totem trying to hold on to their lead. Borg Gang are the one team in those top couple squads that didn't go to LAN, and they've got a mountain to move.
Well, as we approach character select, we start to look at some of the choices for most of these squads. Expect caustic upon caustic upon caustic here, Diaz. That makes a major, I guess, return here as we start seeing some of them locked down. Try to see if anyone is shaking up the meta here. The only notables is that Ford Gang and Odin Gamers have opted to utilize that Loba. Notably, Ford Gang, no Valkyrie to work with.
I'm also noticing that Crypto was prioritized by Kungarna, and an interesting move for this squad as well, one that I would define by their ability to 3v3, now having a little bit more access to information and a slightly smaller map. Hopefully, beacon scans are going to be their thing, but that's all going to be very ring reliant as well as to whether there's one actually in range of where Kungarna ultimately need to rotate. But sorry, no Valkyrie, you say?
Yeah, no Valkyrie, I say here for Ford Gang, as we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do. Obviously, that means they need to put themselves in a prime position for zone play as early as they can. So some of these reads regarding once we get the notion of first zone, as well as potentially too, if they have that beacon scan, will be crucial. They're going to have to pull something like our Horizons and perform what is a real estate agent of World's Edge.
I'm hoping so. I do really enjoy the way that actually Horizon and Totem have now competed for that title. We saw them fighting over the very same bit of land in the last match over on Storm Point, and we're likely going to see very similar things here since both of those teams should be staying relatively consistent. Guild, another one of our more consistent teams that have hit a few rough patches in the past little while, trading off the beacon scans with what we can only assume to be Kungarna, unless I missed a Crypto in the lobby, and it looks like I did. Vex must have pulled it out.
Vex also potentially utilizing that one as well. Meanwhile, 50-50s to begin here, in all places, it's Dome. You've got two squads landing out here in Dome, SNK being one of them. You can see some damage was provided with utilization of those ordinances, and maybe they look for more. They got to take a second, get a little bit health backed up.
And here I was thinking that it was going to be 7, 8, 9, but no, it isn't. We've got a different squad taking 50-50s right now as Underrated start cresting the top of this building. Hopefully able to get themselves in a power position as top of the building does tend to be very difficult.
Now for a fact here, you know that'll be it for them. LCQ Goats finally doing what Kick could not here. Able to finally drop them down, now rotating to the back end of these boxes. Going to finish this one off. Massive shots will bring down Senti and our final members here. Kick, meanwhile, they're in a fight of their own. It looks like they try to take the stairwell up against Scars, and well, Scars, they put them in their place.
Yeah, I respect the move, but fighting up against Scars is a last resort, and it doesn't end up going well. Always a gamble. Now, however, Scars need to make their way into ring a little bit later than I'm sure they would have liked, as Reply Totem take time out of their day to address a threat coming from the south that wasn't allowing them otherwise to set up the way they wanted. Horizon are in trouble, given the fact that they've already been knocked one down. EMEA is trying to heal up in the open. Bubble hasn't been used just yet, but as we look back, it's covering EMEA on his retreat. Totem have been forced into this situation where they're covering a lot less ground, and it's starting to cost them on both sides.
Thankfully for them, some of the gas that they put down earlier is putting some damage that does warrant at least some defense, and that defensive bombardment prevents Guild from making the appropriate rotation, and they'll be able to pull back relatively safely. Heck, they even have this corner to potentially defend, but they are on that lower ground. They need to make their way back up there and continue to find these advantages. Still, there's a plethora of squads that are in position here on the very, very outskirts of this no-name area who can come up from behind. Scars, one of them finally making their way up from their stairwell.
And while they're on low ground, they've also got the most kills in the game. Taishin popping over the side, wants to try and take on Kungarna on his own, but little do they know, attention has been attracted from Na'Vi. It's sort of a three-squad skirmish right now. Kungarna paying a lot of attention over to this Na'Vi squad, and Scars biding their time.
They're gonna be. We thought they might have tried to play up against the stairwell to maybe contest against Kungarna, but for now they know they have a position within that zone to last with. As we pull back over here towards the east, Horizon, we had just seen them take what was an initial drop here onto Totem, but reminder, they are just that two-man. Mimu not in play once again. Don't think this time around they'll be as lucky to get that kind of final moment revive like in game 2.
Sentinel now in the hands of Lippin, and it's just not hitting the same as when it's in the hands of Mimu. Instead, rockets cause problems. Lippin could have gone down, but at this point, with Totem having reset and sending it fully onto them, 0-0 is gone. Horizon are out, and we are into the top 8.
Here's the problem, though. Now zone's closing. You have to contest for a spot to behold here. Na'Vi, more than likely the squad right up against that line. Totem, surprisingly, no one's taking advantage of the complete open spacing. Everyone's got problems of their own. Meanwhile, T-Rex on top, finally out of their building, but 2 members down. Oxbow left to survive.
With so many squads on top of this building as well, Kungarna are going to be climbing up, but keep in mind, the Scars wanted a piece of this as well. Kungarna able to stabilize inside of their building for the moment. They will lose one member to the zone. Badoli won't be rezzed in time, and Solo Q Goats are fighting it out and winning on top, actually taking some serious chunks out of T-Rex, who end up going out. Reply Totem end up going down as well. There is chaos on top of Storm Point right now. Last game in, Solo Q Goats want the win.
Looking good, so they have to find some time to recover here. It feels like they've never got the opportunity with all the ordinances rained down. Meanwhile, Scars try and take this from Na'Vi. This rock is supreme positioning for the cover that it allows. RPR, though, going to be dropped in the meantime. Wasn't able to get a shield swap, wasn't able to get any source of health available. And now, Ford Gang might be able to see that they have this advantage. Yes, find a great break. Kungarna from their own position. Well, that's all from Mande as well. That leaves just one member left alone. Taishin to potentially pull this off.
If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Taishin. Even for Gang, pay respect to that. Backing off. And right next to Guild, these two squads control the majority of the real estate here and might even start fighting with each other. As Mande tries to make his way out, evidently a res has come through, and Scars are still technically together as a two-man. Solo Q Goats fighting it out from on top. It is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight at the end here. The last game on Storm Point for so many of these squads in their entire season.
For Guild here, they've managed to last against it all, even when they were pressured right up against the wall here. Now for the squad here, they've begun to set up their fences, but they will be pulled more directly towards the kind of area where we see Kungarna and Scars set themselves up for. Wonder if they'll be able to kind of maybe get some defense regarding some of those crates that are in the very, very center, but it's not going to be a lot to work with here.
So much data on Solo Q Goats right now. with that seer scan, everything is revealed, interrupted even at times. It'll be off cooldown again once Solo Q Goats are forced into this ring. But Borg Gang are focused instead on Guild. They do not care about the squads that are instead pushing up on them from the other side. They are doubling down with the Arc Star, abusing one of the members that was already knocked, Matape, who ended up going down and will soon to be eliminated. Now Solo Q Goats starting to send it over to this side, draw attention from Borg Gang, but legit Lolly is just too legit. Now dropping down behind cover. He's got the Nox Gas Grenade to throw out, buying even more space for Borg Gang, but Taishin is starting to show up at the kill feed.
Here for Borg Gang, all they have to do is last. Most of these squads will have to interrupt one another, and then they will be able to force their own source of damage. And just like that, they're all in a full health revive, all their shields ready to go here. And the zone still has not forced them up from their cover that they've had access to the entire time. Dome down now, gonna be able to assault upon this Gibraltar. Full health elimination, Monday down. Taishin out of the sky there, and Borg are your champions.
They were our last three-man squad remaining, and for good reason. Unlike Guild, they focused entirely on the squad that was next to them, not in front. And though it was a gamble, it ended up paying off, largely in part to legit Lolly's play at the end there, being able to shoot people out of the sky with the wingman and reversing the flow of that game.
I love the fact that they don't let Guild take complete control of that area. And in pairing with Solo Q Goats, we have to give some praise there. It was them who threw down that singularity that allowed for them to kind of disrupt their current position in combo with what Borg Gang were providing. But you gotta say, that zone just pulled absolutely perfect to what Borg had held onto for quite some time. And with that in mind, you have to think of squads like Totem, who were right behind Borg Gang this entire time, unable to pull that one away from them.
No, but Totem, remember, do have a nice bit of points to work with. I'm sure you do. So I'm excited to see where they ended up on those leaderboards. With a lot of other squads like Scars picking up several kills as well, it's important to note that though they didn't win, there were a lot of kill points given over, and Taishin was even picking up kills in the very bitter end, able to outlast as a two-man to the point that Borg Gang had to forcibly take the game away from both Guild and Scars, who seemed to be fighting each other like there was nobody else in the world.
You know what, and that's okay. That's what it takes to force out a victory here. So let's take a look at that leaderboard. Borg Gang, who hasn't had much success in our first two games, now in second place, apparently.
Scars trickling up behind them, 32 points, tied with Zeta Division, who didn't get anything this last game, but Reply Totem and Borg Gang are our kings of Stormpoint right now. Were this to end now, they would be setting themselves into champs. We got 3 more games on World's Edge for all these teams to go back home to break out the secret strats where they are most comfortable, and that's where our standings are going to take a big turn.
Absolutely. And with that being said, we here on the desk, we're going to be going to All right, well, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the official ALGS Last Chance Qualifiers numero dos here. We're bringing you the finals. My name's Zephyr, that's Dia, and we're about to make our way into World's Edge. But before we do that, of course, let's keep you updated on those standings.
I want to take a look at it again just to remind myself exactly how much dominance Reply Totem had in that last game and on Storm Point as a whole. Despite going out relatively early this time around, they were still able to take out multiple squads. Horizon, one of them currently sitting at 7th place. But now that we are on World's Edge, I don't expect them to be nearly as dominant. In fact, their goal has to be really to maintain their lead rather than to find another win. Though we've seen Totem win on World's Edge before, this is comfort for a lot of teams, and I don't think they're going to get away with it that easy.
Right. I mean, you bring up a good point. With World's Edge comes that consistency. A lot of these squads who have competed through a majority of these tournaments now find themselves with a much greater efficiency, right? And to be honest, in some of our earlier lobbies, we brought this point up as to say, well, you know, not everyone feels as comfortable with every single entity here among these 20 has played through just as much World Edge as one another. So the perfect opportunity for those who are ahead to extend their lead, and for those who maybe are potentially behind to finally find what makes them so strong.
This is where our LAN teams are really going to, I expect, succeed as well, because they're the ones with, of course, international experience on a solved map, I would say. You know, we're still figuring things out about Apex, of course, but there's a lot more science behind that in a way, especially at the international level that they were all exposed to during scrims. This is where a team like Forg Gang really has to be tenacious. We talk about Totem trying to hold on to their lead. Forg Gang are the one team in those top couple squads that didn't go to LAN, and they've got a mountain to move.
Well, as we approach character select, we start to look at some of the choices for most of these squads. Expect caustic upon caustic upon caustic here, Diaz. That makes a major, I guess, return here as we start seeing some of them locked down. Try to see if anyone is shaking up the meta here. The only notables is that Ford Gang and Odin Gamers have opted to utilize that Loba. Notably, Ford Gang, no Valkyrie to work with.
I'm also noticing that Crypto was prioritized by Kungarna, and an interesting move for this squad as well, one that I would define by their ability to 3v3, now having a little bit more access to information in a slightly smaller map. Hopefully, beacon scans are going to be their thing, but that's all going to be very ring reliant as well as to whether there's one actually in range of where Kungarna ultimately need to rotate. But sorry, no Valkyrie, you say?
Yeah, no Valkyrie, I say here for Gang, as we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do. Obviously, that means they need to put themselves in a prime position for zone play as early as they can. So some of these reads regarding once we get the notion of first zone, as well as potentially too, if they have that beacon scan, will be crucial. They're going to have to pull something like our Horizons and perform what is a real estate agent of World's Edge.
I'm hoping so. I do really enjoy the way that actually Horizon and Totem have now competed for that title. We saw them fighting over the very same bit of land in the last match over on Storm Point, and we're likely going to see very similar things here since both of those teams should be staying relatively consistent. Guild, another one of our more consistent teams that have hit a few rough patches in the past little while, trading off the beacon scans with what we can only assume to be Kungarna, unless I missed a Crypto in the lobby, and it looks like I did. Vex must have pulled it out.
Vex also potentially utilizing that one as well. Meanwhile, 50-50s to begin here, in of all places, it's Dome. You've got two squads landing out here in Dome, SNK being one of them. You can see some damage was provided with utilization of those ordinances, and maybe they look for more. They got to take a second, get a little bit health backed up.
And here I was thinking that it was going to be 7, 8, 9, but no, it isn't. We've got a different squad taking 50-50s right now as Underrated start cresting the top of this building. Hopefully able to get themselves in a power position as top of the building does tend to be very difficult to escape now, as I believe some of the doors should already be locked. And Underrated are following this as well. They don't want the loot, they want the fight.
Well, for Underrated, they are one of the most successful squads here today in terms of the 50-50s, and while their performance hasn't extended towards the late game, we've seen them time and time again beat out what was 7, 8, 9 here on Storm Point, and now, of course, like I said, they look to do so for SNK.
Doors are locked though, and so it's just Herald inside, leaving me to wonder when Shazaz is going to be able to join, trying to poke their heads in through these doors. Dazzo on the other side would actually really like to crack a door of his own, to have the opportunity to poke his head in if his teammates do get something right. For Underrated, taking this at a very slow pace, it's worth noting that this is going to be creating a lot of noise, and there are teams landing over at launch site.
Launch site or Lava City, each rotation could present itself with some difficulty for one of these squads, but still, they've yet to find their way in. But they do expend what is that dome. But here's the problem. Underrated have lost one already. Immediately, a caustic trap expended here to try to put some damage back into it. But Herald, he's got to contest against two here. Finds the drops necessary. It's one more that'll do it. He's going to play around his teammate's shields and look for the med kit while he has time.
The actual gas ticking away. He's bought plenty of it. Herald back at full HP. Isn't quite able to trigger the next trap, but goes in with the Mozambique, pulling it back out for Underrated, who almost went down.
I'll tell you what, Dia, when it's what you have to work with, it gets the job done here. A Mozam win, Underrated, uncontested, unlosing in their early 50-50s. Mind you, though, Rebels now outside Dome.
Yeah, this is tough. It's the win didn't get them that much, and now that you're trying to recover, Underrated are going to have to prepare themselves for the next fight, this time in a broken building and not on the high ground. And that's before they even think about rotating up to this northern zone.
Yeah, well, we'll have to take a look and discuss this maybe a little later. I am very interested to see if Rebel does go for the hard contest here. But yeah, Epicenter Climatizer, this one will continue to sway into the Climatizer region. Potentially we will get one of those kind of open-ended zones where it finishes towards the ridge line that we talk about with Survey Camp. Notably, the trains. Those are all still majorly available. I'm curious if we might see a squad try to put themselves up there. That's usually a very, well, not easy position to hold, but one that does allow for lasting into late game. I look towards Horizon as they take towards the skies. I really want to know where they choose here because they tend to have a really great understanding of the macro. And, oh, where are they going, Dia?
Yeah, going up towards the top. 789, interestingly enough, not prioritizing that position. But take a look. Horizon are committing into Climatizer, and if they're doing this, there's a big reason for it. Most teams already believing that's going to pull over here, including teams like Mutarium and Odin Gamers. And if we look over towards the hill, Zeta have taken an interesting position as well, holding down the Macaroni building to try and get some KP in the mid game.
For Horizon here, yes, while they are successful in their landing, they haven't been able to break in, but they do get the notion that there's obviously the squads that do remain here. Mutarium, potentially above. Obviously, they land here in Climatizer, so they have first dibs in terms of position. Horizon, they're going to opt to take that far northern side of what is this extended building. Just hold on for now.
Now, I'm surprised that we don't see them prioritize something like the fences. I think most of this is probably going to come from the fact that they got a scan, saw that a team was there, and went, all right, well, we can't coexist there, but we can coexist in Climatizer. Yet fences are so incredibly powerful when we have Climatizer zones. So when we get an inkling of which team is actually over there, off towards the northwestern side of Climatizer, just barely, I think that we're going to have a good idea of who our endgame teams might be. Let's say that.
Oh, trying to extend what was the kidnap there. Tyler, unlucky in the portal. Not going to be able to do so on Odin Gamers below them. So just going to have to remain for the time being. Meanwhile, it looks like Horizon dropped upon Totem, trying to come in here.
No way.
Go down now. This is a huge loss.
Well, there's a third party coming in, so both these squads are surely going to die, but Horizon haven't even lost a member. So as Totem go out, Horizon barely blink, barely lose anything, and though they give up their spot, it is a small price to pay for 3 KP and eliminating the biggest competition you have.
Now down in 19th here, Reply Totem. 0 points coming out of this one, 39 overall. It is likely that we see them potentially not just surpassed, but knocked out of the top 2 that they've held on to for so long.
And the Horizon Totem storyline continues. It's been time after time, especially on Stormpoint, that it was Horizon that weren't able to get into the spot they wanted because Totem were there first. This time, they rotate early. Totem go for literally exactly the same play, and Horizon have been waiting for their revenge for so long, able to reclaim their spot inside of Climatizer now. Things are going a lot easier for them, and I bet they're feeling good.
We tune in with 789, another squad who needs to be feeling good, Dia, as they contest what is this open-ended train. It's definitely a position to play, but they do and should know that this zone will be pulling out there towards the far east. And the position that I'd like to see for the potential rotation is exactly where Solo Q Goats pose themselves. Like I said earlier, not the easiest to defend, but it allows for the transition here, especially as a lot of teams begin to hoist themselves in what is either Climatizer or Survey regarding a round 2.
I'm looking over at Survey and spotting Phoenix Legacy in there, but not a whole lot of other teams in the area. Most of them prioritizing the Climatizer. And yeah, even on the map, it proves that it isn't just me not being able to see stuff. It's quite literally only Phoenix Legacy there. But take a look at how well it's rewarded. Now they've still got a spot inside of zone. Guild get access to this information as well, all the way over in Landslide. And while I would normally say that moving into zone this late would be problematic, there's just so much open space here that you've got time.
Granted, that is dramatic irony that we have and they do not, right? And they will have to see if they can source out that information themselves. Love to see if they combat for some of the northern area, but even if they can't, Epicenter completely wide open. Some of the survey camp where you know for a fact that you can get at least 5-6 squads stationed is going to be a major point for them to work with. Taking a look at some of our remaining squads, I just want to point out that there is one squad all the way down there, and what is the S choke between Harvester and Lava Siphon? I believe that is underrated, taking their time after the win in Dome.
They're like, all right, well, that one was really fun, but we can't risk taking fights like that all the time. And I think wisely so. Rebel, interestingly enough, ended up disengaging and moving themselves through Geyser. Not taking any risks in the early game, but still coming up behind High Society, which could be a risk of its own. 789 taking the late rotation in, interestingly enough, over towards Climatizer. It's fascinating, Zephyr, that even as we see the zone put itself in a position where it might pull away, even more teams are committing over towards this POI. Maybe there's something that we just don't know.
Granted, they might just have the initial read, but for 789, the drop is just a little too late. Like you said, so many teams have pulled this direction, and as a result, Dave, Estesu, both down here. Zanya now left to survive. No shields, plenty of gas traps, but little cover to make himself relevant here.
The question of who you give this kill to, is it going over to Zeta? Is it going over to Horizon? Is it going over to the next squad to arrive in here? Zanya gets enough time to schmoove, perhaps, his way out and over, exposing himself to the team that could be occupying the fence line. Now, taking a look over there, though, it's largely been empty. Na'Vi have moved themselves down into Climatizer, leaving you pretty happy over there.
For now. Something that I am not happy with, though, is I actually don't like the major position here that you see a majority of these teams in for Climatizer, right? In typical fashion, when we do see zones try to tend pull out this way, and the fact that we already know it splits Climatizer in half, they tend to drag that zone out of the POI, and as a result, in terms of kind of zone 4, 5, and further, you get this massive collapse where you have at least 6 or 7 squads all forced to drop, run into the open ground. It's usually those on the very, very outskirts, say like Solo Q Goats or Phoenix Legacy, who've been playing it a little bit more slow towards the west, who are able to take advantage. So once that information becomes more paramount, I'd like to see what potential rotations we do see forward here.
Perhaps somebody like T-Rex would have a really nice time here as well. They are slowly approaching, if not in ring yet. Kill feed, though, starting to light up as High Society clash with Kick. And actually are trading back and forth. It is not a one-sided fight. So look, you guys have spotted out T-Rex, and this sort of war of attrition that's starting to develop will be one that is fought over who is going to be king in the north. So look, you guys do eat some shots from the charge rifle, preventing them from being able to challenge that Ash portal. And things are getting tight.
Denze. Naraka down here. Rebels still trying to extend themselves back, and that is Kick. Dropped in almost full force here. You have to wonder where Uchako is as they make their own escape. And in turn, it's also Rebel picking off what is High Society as well. Might have been a fight extended between the two here. They are now taking advantage of the third party.
You have the opportunity to really clean house as Rebel. We can see from our perspective where the rats are, but Rebel likely don't have to worry about that. Instead, looting up some and making sure that these two teams will have even more difficulty picking their teammates right back up and being able to participate in the rest of the ring. Ushako staying silent, I think wisely. He's going to have to pop a heal soon, and if Rebel are in auditory range of that, they could turn on him.
for Rebel. They are also ticking fairly down health. You can see that they're all clustered together looking to heal that one up as Choco is able to stick the med kit. Finally, we begin to see the rotation there for Kim. Potentially back around the rock as he might look for his banners. But for most of these squads, as they've all been eliminated, they've only got 20 to 30 seconds to go. It's likely that both High Society and Kick will have to rat, but that's good information. They now know for a fact that it is clear and open area, so we might see an extended trade between the two rats here. Rat on action.
Chaco's going for it. He ends up grabbing just the one banner, not extending himself too much for Hiarka, and opting back, doubling over for this respawn beacon. Will he be able to pull this off, or will Kim call this bluff and try and camp the respawn beacon itself?
It's a bit of a shame there, but they are going to lose out on the one member. For High Society, they're feeling pretty fired up. Both Denze and Eze recovered. I will say, this is going to be spotted out, and finding a revive this late into Zone 3 is going to be extremely difficult.
He's spotted by another squad that's still trying to find their way in towards Epicenter as well, potentially Kungarna. Oirain does join back into the game, so a two-man strong, it feels like, has been the entire story for Kick over the course of today's LCQ. If they make it, if they qualify into champs, largely as a two-man, I'm going to lose my mind, Zephyr.
Well, it's going to be tough, Dia. We certainly see them at 12th place right now with 18 points. That's a whole 20 behind our current leaders, Reply Totem, 4 gangs sitting at 34 respectively. Yeah, you can throw away a game like this, potentially try to rat it out for the little bit of placement that keeps you relevant, but you're going to need 2 incredible final iterations of World's Edge to at least allow something to occur here.
Latafe has managed to separate from the guild roster and surround underrated. It's a little bit of a two-pronged attack, but with just the 3 members of guild in a creative angle using the jump tower, it's given enough time, however, for, interestingly enough, Kick to sneak up behind the roster they were fighting earlier and start to maybe take chunks out of them as Kim ends up running for his life.
Mind you, we see the portal expended here from what was underrated out. They are forced to pull back at the expense of Guild here, all looking more than healthy enough in their trade. Gotta be a little worried. Obviously, Kick and High Society not too far behind. They are going to extend Matafe out there to see if they can provide some angles that allow for them to consistently defend. They themselves do not know that it is not a full 3-man, so they are definitely going to slow the pace of what was that action down now.
Now, since we've got Guild playing on this high ground in a surprisingly defensible area, they should be relatively comfortable with the fact that they're running the Valkyrie and haven't gone with the off-meta sort of problems of earlier. The rotations into zone are a lot simpler this time around, and they're not reliant on predicting where the ring will end. Check out Zeta Division, though. We've got a Kraber entering the chat, and that means that it's time for people to die suddenly and silently.
And for Zeta Division, we talked about this a little bit earlier. It's that Kraber that can provide the much-needed KP to kind of force you into that top 2. It's pretty much guaranteed, especially as we start approaching zones 4 and further, where a single drop will be a complete elimination here, as most teams won't be able to pick their members back up in response. We haven't talked about it yet, though, Dia. Zone, it is officially pulling away from Climatizer, like I discussed fairly early on. So all these squads, little ants run around the anthill, have some tough times here in a moment.
And those are the very same teams as well, most of them even, that doubled down on this positioning, even after the zone scan came in, even after it was revealed to everyone. No one's actually had the gumption to leave Climatizer until this point, where we're going to be forced to, in 40 seconds, have a mass exodus. Vexed Gaming, the ones that will be able to retain their roof position, but in large part, Horizon are the ones that are going at it down below. Reduced down to just 1 member as Na'Vi end up picking up their teammates, and Horizon leave us for good.
Horizon now going to take the time to potentially heal up, put themselves back in a point of resource, especially as we're about to start seeing what is those initial drops from some of those teams that don't have space to play anymore. For now, a bit of targeting through the window. You can hear some gas traps taking place just alongside them, some of those auditory cues. For now, they're going to reserve.
As Na'Vi get the chance to sit back, I think that one of the things they've got to consider is whether they can contest Stars out here. These guys have got a great position. It's importantly outside of the ring, but in times of, say, mass exodus, they can become vulnerable to other teams that are trying to push up on them. A team like Na'Vi will have access to that Valkyrie ultimate, could take advantage of something like that, as T-Rex are taking advantage of the chaos up to the north. Now having to disengage suddenly as an Ash portal will take them out to safety. Kearney and Lara able to follow this up, but Oxbow is under fire and gets taken out. Rebel is the one that puts him down as Zeta continues to farm up in the kill feed. Take a look, HTV Herald just got taken out by a Kraber to the face.
Whew. And for Gil, they're also pressured as well. Meanwhile, LCQ Goats, a few ordnance for themselves. They've been in this position all game long. We called out how good it was from the very beginning. Now they're able to take advantage. Still, they have to defend what is the only cart left in play here for that final zone. Yes, some good breaks are found here. Cass in some of these angles, they're still trying to hunt for it.
T-Rex are out. Kick, lose one. We've got a squad running around with just a single member left, and we've made it into top 15.
Rebel.
Placement points have started coming in, and Kick got what they came for. We'll see if they can get any more. Rebel starting off their own fight, however, as it seems like solo Q Goats are not long for this world. A little bit of adrenaline pumping through the veins of Nog as everybody is on edge, and you lose two instantly. You let up, you loot for just 1 second, and all of a sudden, it's only Korea left.
And now the fourth party to come through. Phoenix Legacy down from their rock from earlier to take advantage of Rebel, who has taken too much damage into the extent of their trade. You can see the last ring member has run far and far away there. Zane's going to pick up the majority of those kills. Meanwhile, Underrated eliminated us, bringing us down to 12.
Underrated going down is big as well, especially for Rebel down here, who, oh my lord, could have taken advantage of it, but never mind. Zeta puts a swift end to that. Taskmaster has been on point with these Kraber shots.
Absolutely loving the damage that it has provided, but the problem is now they're on the edge of that zone. They want to play for that Spire right out there towards the west. That could be fantastic in terms of giving them the necessary angles to take advantage of some of these squads on the rotation, but lovely wingman headshot straight onto Horizon, bringing Guild down, taking us below our double digits for Zeta. They finally have taken the cement pillar.
Watch how this plays out here. Kraber in his hands, 123 on the crack, 46 flesh. Zeta do not give up their position, wanting instead to prioritize what they've already gotten. An EMP coming in is dodged by Taskmaster, barely able to get out of the range of it, and turning around with the Kraber. Two more shots, 2 shots to defend Zeta's back.
There's 2 great shots that can put a lot of damage down, but they might have to switch. Meanwhile, Vex Gaming finally out from Climatizer here, able to find the flesh and the pumps necessary to bring what looks to be Kangarna out of the standings here. And now it's only Moon left to play. Runs right into Zeta's hands and is immediately eliminated by Taskmaster's wingman. Kick to fall as well. Hit 6th place of all iterations.
Zeta didn't even lose anybody in that extended fight. As soon as it's over, all 3 of them are up, and Na'Vi, on the other hand, cannot say the same. Rugby gets taken out by the gas, or rather a combination of the gas and Phoenix Legacy, but Caustic was doing a lot of work there, and now Imp has got to pick their teammates up for, I think the fighting is over here.
It's a bit hard to say. Scars just behind the train might have some angles. All 3 members now full health here are going to try to rush in while they have this advantage. If this doesn't go smoothly, this is a perfect opportunity for Zeta to come in and clean up.
No more Kraber shots for Zeta, though. They're going to have to take this one close range. Nice knock for RPR. Nothing coming back on Scars. Instead, the Arc Star is the thing that they use. Big EMP slows everyone down, resets the reset, and Sunset comes down over the side, finding a 45 crack. An Arc Star stick, and a very quick win for Zeta Division, the first game of World's Edge.
And the first game of World's Edge, technically the first game of Stormpoint as well. 2 wins here for Zeta today. Fantastic performance that has continued to net them their success and will likely return them to their position in the top 2, potentially knocking down maybe even both. We'll have to see how those points fare in just a moment. But I gotta say, Zeta, fantastic rotations, played that ridgeline just on the outskirts, on the outside of Climatizer, like we had discussed, able to take advantage of all those sight lines there.
The early rotation into that macaroni building is just busted, and being able to make it down isn't something that all teams can do. A lot of folks receive fire from Climatizer, but Zeta approached that with the proper caution. Even after eliminating the squad that was trying to play where they wanted to, over by this big antenna, they still took their time, cleared out their backs, and while they did run the risk of going down, they were still able to somehow clinch it out.
With 2 games left to go here, we got to take a look at those standings. Zeta now with 2 wins on their belt, more than likely, yes, at the top of it all. But notably, Totem and 4Gang both fall. Scars takes that position away with a healthy gap of 9 points between the nearest here.
This is looking really good for these top two. Zeta Division and Scars had big explosive performances in their first game on World's Edge, and this is the one that you can control. This is the one that Scars and Zeta Division know so well, since we've only got 2 games left. Reply Totem is going to have to work their butts off to get into those first or second places, and Phoenix Legacy, who did have a relatively early exit this time around in that, I believe, 4th place, are going to have to rethink their strats so they can finally come away with the win. They've been so consistent today across both World's Edge and Stormpoint. They've still managed to make top 3 the majority of the time. They just can't close it out.
All it takes is one good game, though, Dia, and that's something that I find incredible about this lobby here today. A majority of these teams are still well within the running for one of those top 2 positions, even as we approach Game 5, and it just goes to show how competitive and how successful a plethora of these rosters are. I mean, you said it as we started what was our final series here. It could potentially and literally be anyone on their way towards that championship here. There is no major gaps that have truly been formed.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities when it comes to who our top squads are going to be. However, when we start looking a little bit further down that leaderboard, I think it's important to note that the gaps really don't increase that much. In between 7th place and 17th place, there's only about 10 points, and that is something that is ridiculously impressive in a lobby like this, that we've got so much parity in between the squads that are, in air quotes, middle of the pack.
Whew. Well, for those middle of the pack squads, they still have some opportunities. We've discussed 2 games left to go here for World's Edge. When we come back from the desk, we'll be bringing you Howdy, howdy, legends. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier 2 Finals here. I'm Zephyr, that's Dia. If you're just tuning in, we saw Zeta pick up their second win of the day. Some fantastic utilization of that Kraber and a perfect iteration of holding the angles outside of Climatizer there. We're going to keep this one rolling forward because we've only got a few seconds before our next match as we make our way towards that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a look at this just to remind ourselves of where we stand, much like in the lower bracket number 2 that we were just at moments ago, Zephyr. We've got to consider that this is the 5th game that's going to set the tone, set the storylines for the final game. Teams like T-Rex 789, SNK have got to start considering what their next couple games look like because they're likely to be their last of the season. What note are you leaving us on? And for squads like Totem, cannot be punished by Horizon because Horizon are very close to being able to usurp their spot in just one good game. We could see them vault themselves forward, maybe into even a top 2 position. Zeta Division and Scars currently holding them.
You know, it's insane to me that Scars currently holds that second place position. People, you got to remember that Scars has yet to pick up a single win here today, and even coming out of what was round 2 on Storm Point, they placed 15th with 0 points. It has been the consistency, though, to net themselves the double digits across the board, and of course, the help of that last game on World's Edge. If they're able to kind of string that one forward, take the momentum, and actually pick up a win, I am more than sure we will see the Scars return to land.
I mean, you spoke of Scars actually earlier when we were exiting Storm Point before we got into the World's Edge maps, just talking about that very same thing. They hadn't picked up a win, and yet they were tied with Zeta Division at 32 points. That's the power of this roster, and it's this constant kill collection that they have. A lot of teams you look at and go, well, they place really high, and Scars do, but that's just not what you're focused on. You're not sitting there going, wow, they have really Watson fences and caustic traps and are sitting inside zone until second place, and that's how they're picking up these things. No, Scars are murking people. They're murking people left and right, and constantly searching for fights while still prioritizing zone really well. They were one of the teams that were playing outside on that fence line, and that's a really smart place to be in Climatizer.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it from the very, very beginning there. Once again, we look at what was the beginning there. Zeta going to be running once again with that Loba there. It actually proved incredibly useful because that was what netted them the Kraber that allowed for them to be as dominant as they were. Granted, plenty of macro play that also helped them out there, but it's always good to have that one on your belt here as we do see some of these squads find their first drops.
By the way, guys, this is a real World's Edge drop. The last one wasn't real because it was a North Zone pull. This one is real. This time we're going to Thermal Station. Now we really get to see what the teams are made of. And I say that mostly in jest. Like 90% of that is in jest, and 10% of it is also, a lot of teams are going to be a lot more used to being able to play Southern Zones on World's Edge because it always happens, Zephyr. So let's see how Guild manage themselves going into this game, since they will have sort of initial bring polling to them and the first choice on where they want to be. The Vexed, however, could try and challenge for that, and Navi just off to the north.
Meanwhile, tuning in immediately here back again with SNK and Underrated. SNK this time around not able to sustain as long as they were the first time on World's Edge. Underrated making much quicker work of this squad here.
They're looking good doing it as well. This was a incredibly convincing fight, and that's with a P2020, mind you. So, oh my god, what is that tune?
What?
He's doing da 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 da.
What are you talking? Okay, whatever.
With the P. Why somebody click that?
What do you? Okay, yes. You could say, you can hear the shots and go da 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 da. That's not a tune. That's a beat.
Okay, sorry. My bad. Bon Jovi. Is Bon Jovi a musician? I don't know. I'm gonna Google it. Yeah. Bon Jovi is a musician. I got it right.
Hey, Dia, you remember that face we talked about yesterday during Last Chance Qualifiers? That glare that I wish I could pull up on screen anytime you said something that just pissed me off? That's me right now. It's me hoping, wishing for it.
Yeah.
I hope chat bullies you.
One day. The Zephyr Rage Cam. You know what? I'm going to go back. I'm going to check the pod later. So if you got any comments for me in the chat, please let me know, because
abuse him.
Oh, I'm enjoying this. I am enjoying this part of the stream. Let's talk a little bit about the teams that are starting to rotate in, though, because I've had my fun, and Kungarna are setting up to have theirs, rotating in the far southern end of Thermal Station, a rotation popularized by G2 over in North America, who always, whenever the zone pulls over here, send themselves down to the bottom corner of the map, making sure that no one's at their backs for the rest of the game.
Looks like that might be where Arizona is pulling for now, though. We look at High Society playing this high ground, this little bit of angle that they have here on the edge of Lava Siphon. Weren't really able to find the cracks that they wanted onto that squad to full send it, and as a result, are actually going to be rotating all the way back around more towards the tree and take their time.
I would have sworn that somebody from High Society was going to go down too, because there were so many bullets flying right back at them. But taking your time is not something every squad is doing. We'll recall the early Horizon rotate from last time, and if we see Totem send it on this building again, we'll know we've got something special, because they so frequently prioritize the same places. For the moment, Horizon will be, oh my god, watching Totem from the sky. Where are they going? So close. So close. If they'd gone one building to the left.
Well, it's still a building to behold here nonetheless. I will say, Savage not looking too hot there, just barely was able to force their way into the inner ends of that building, forcing out what Caustic had last remained there. So going to be able to put themselves in a better place of health here. This is where they'll be for the majority of the game.
Popping out and collecting shield cells and syringes while they can. I like the move because it makes your staying power all that much the better, especially with the crypto roaming around the map, especially if you want to be active in these games, as so often we see Totem be. Teams like Scars and Guild as well will be trying to get involved. Guild, who already have their spot in Ring and have a Caustic to make this hold all the better. High Society don't want to play this game. If you sit over here, your promise is, well, I'm gonna make it to end game, but you're not gonna like it.
This is a tough spot to hold for both Kungarna and High Society. If teams want to put the focus down early, they totally can, especially if they even send it on to each other or the plethora of ordinances ever come through here. Still, it is something to last with in regards to if you don't have a building here, so it's just the best place you could potentially be. I'm wondering if we'll ever see the potential redeploy ever come down towards that region, maybe pressure one of them out.
You do take a really big risk, especially towards the end game as well, when you hold one of those positions, since you are almost certain to, when you climb out, be focused by the squads that are not doing anything, that are sitting in buildings and waiting for the game to come to them. They've got free reign on you, especially with their high ground. But think on that more later. Mutarium is starting to creep up on 7, 8, 9, who have had a difficult go of it today. A lot of 50-50s on Storm Point, and now on World's Edge. That seems like they're having a better time, at least. Tyler gets taken down pretty low. 7, 8, 9 initially win the engagement, but let's see how they fare in the extended skirmish.
Currently, Mutarium is 2 for 2 in terms of taking down 7, 8, 9 when we talk about Storm Point here, but that major health exchange might put them in a better source of action. Instead, so she's taking to the high ground, trying to see if she can get a spot where she has the angles to provide with that wingman. Unable to do so, gonna have to drop back down, but still a very good position for themselves as they continue to force Mutarium back.
Couldn't quite stick on the height, but with 7, 8, 9, they've still got the missile barrage that is going to be coming back up for Dawn momentarily. Their relocation has to be a priority though, because sticking around with Mutarium, like you talked about, has bitten them in the past, and while they may be getting the better end of this trade now, the ring waits for no one.
Well, we'll have to see what takes place here. Mutarium, they're going to take to the skies, as they want no longer to take any kind of smoke here. And shut up, they're fine. They're just making their way out here. No more shots. We'll find the flesh, as Mutarium, though, will split in context of that pressure. Thankfully for them, this is going to be what is the kind of gatekeeping maybe necessary to find the return against 7, 8, 9. They're very quick to find themselves towards that balloon, maybe to follow through or just to put themselves in the zone.
Wow. I can't believe it. Today was the very first time in my entire professional career I was told to shut up.
That's not true. That is not true at all.
That's crazy. What is happening right now?
We cast all the time together, and I say that.
Ooh, Lord. I'm still reeling. They have made it safely through though, and Mutarium will be overtaken by 7, 8. I know. Mutarium have got a safe place. Solo Q Goats as well are playing around the edge of the map. And while we saw squads over towards their south doing the same thing, I believe it was Kungarna, and I'm forgetting the other squad that ended up taking the low ground. But this is a very similar one where just because of all of the open territory between you and the rest of the map, no one's really going to contest Solo Q Goats, but their spot will not age as well as many others.
I believe it was back in North America prior to the qualification for the championship. This zone finished out with Ganja Men playing a very good game for Scary there prior to their signing with Lumosity, and they themselves weren't actually in any of the buildings here. They were playing around what was those western rocks, forced to kind of exchange what was the pillars there to put themselves in the position to find that win.
You're talking about the rocks between Thermal Station and the village that everyone is playing right now, yeah? I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Those supply crates can get pretty nasty as well. I'd like to see if somebody else tries to prioritize that placement for their squad as Kick try and just make their way into Thermal Station. It's worth noting that there was a squad just off to the corner as well, starting to get rotations in with the crypto reads on the map. Forward Gang were coming alive, and Kick may be joining them if they can play their cards right. Turboed up, Devo looks good, but not quite good enough to find the initial knock as Hiarka jumps down back on this Gibraltar. Kick are back in form.
Finally able to put some kills on the board here. It's been rough for Kick thus far. Currently kind of sitting on the very edge of 8th, which is still good. It's still within the realm of competitive nature here. 2 good games, and they could be taking back a position towards land. They need a heck of a lot more. For Herald, made a major escape, mind you, all the way out here towards what is that kind of SL bait building. Time Harvester now takes to the skies. We'll see where the rat lands.
I really like the look from Kick as well. I think recognizing that Store Point may not have gone their way and putting Hiarka back on the Gibraltar where they were experimenting with the Bloodhound is a big part of why they're able to take that 3v3 with confidence. He's been playing Gibraltar for them since the beginning of this year and has honestly looked really good on it. They've been swapping things up, but now it's time for that return to form like you're going to have during Champs if you make it there.
For Phoenix Legacy, one of our top rosters here. They've already dropped down one with Imp, but a nice response with the 30-30 from Ascenti will keep them potentially relevant here. Not even the Arc Star will find the full wipe there.
Nice.
That's going to be it for Taylor down. Ascenti going to take the time here to get the full revive up, put this back to a 3-man. Meanwhile, looks like Zeta also in the kill feed, providing their own source of damage here from the opposite side of this one.
I want to bring attention to the fact that Accenti had that bubble the whole time. He could have dropped and instantly popped the bubble res, and instead chose to throw shots back, chose to make this game even more difficult for Rebel, and that is a Chad move if I've ever seen one.
We just saw the opposing team here a moment ago. They're going to try to take advantage of what is that scan. Potentially maybe a little bit more here. It seems like they still have to contest that one out. But just as quickly as they arrive, they pull away. They want nothing to do with this, which is a little surprising to me. Granted, this is probably one of the furthest zones that or places you could be south right now. If you're looking for KP, this might be your opportunity.
Certainly could be. Kick do have an easier time of it than most other squads, given that they are the only team up here on this high ground with plenty of head peaks. But with scars coming up on them, things get very scary. We've talked about Taishin before, and it's just him and Monday right now. No RPR for them. They're going to be, unfortunately, leaving that banner and maybe trying to relocate. I was thinking about their chances of taking the fight, but wisely, they are backing off.
This is tough. I won't count Scars out yet. We've seen 2-man rosters find success even into the latest of games here, but I will say this zone is quite nasty, pulling directly into the no-name village there in the southwest. You kind of have to be there if you're looking for that kind of success. They might be able to wrap, but we'll just have to wait and see. But that means that kind of top 2 position is up and ready here. I mean, 48 points. There's plenty from 3rd all the way down to, I'd even argue, 6th with Kangara that could take that one away now.
That's, I think, the biggest reason why we see Scars disengaging instead of trying to take the fight that they very well might have been able to win. Playing a little bit more conservatively, they get the opportunity instead to rat this one out, perhaps craft some medkits over in Harvester, which is where they seem to be going, and get those placement points going to keep them in the top couple squads. Because right now, we've still got 18 teams remaining, and until we whittle down to 15, there are no placement points available.
For now, I'm interested to see our kind of edge playing zones, those who have to make the wide gap close across this fissure, and see how they might play into this one. The big place I typically look for is going to be where Odin gamers typically are situate themselves right across from those lines. That allows most of those Eastern squads to at least give them the opportunity to play into what will be round 5 here, but it's going to be up to Odin gamers to see how well they contest and hold that down.
I'm looking at Mutarium, who are rotating over onto 789 right now. We talked about holding things down. 789 are not interested in that. Instead, they are relocating with speed and hopefully with precision into the direct center of Thermal Station. A weirdly uncontested high ground, given the fact that this is in zone.
I'm okay with 799's position, though, for now. Be hopefully able to capitalize with the utilization of that Loba, but there's not going to be many kills to provide here. And honestly, in comparison to what usually is available from this sniper tower when we talk about Thermal Station, they actually haven't netted themselves as much damage as I would expect. Granted, still time to work with, right? I mean, they get to play through this one into the next close as well as further once that one ticks down. It's the rotation that becomes a major question. Usually when you're forced to drop from this tower, there's a plethora of teams who are waiting on the edge to take you out.
And drop from this tower you must. I think that's one of the biggest weaknesses when the zone starts to pull away from Thermal Station. Is that if you're playing this area, you cannot Valk ult from here that so many teams rely on in order to make this clean. Well, they do have Zanya to make that drop a little bit safer. They're watching other Valk ults go off in the distance and probably dreaming about the day that that'll be them moving their way in towards the zone. Mutarium are the ones doing it, however, and they've got a nice spot picked out.
Feels good. The wind in their hair as they find their way down here in this building. And Arcstar will push them out for now. And ooh, the turnaround. And Ordnance will pressure with damage, which only brings them a click away. 50 secured there between the two split for now. They have to restrain themselves as the Thermite comes through. I like the restriction, though, from Blast with the utilization of that defensive bombardment. Finally, he's down with the EMP there. Oh, look.
Yeah.
789 move.
Once seeing the ultimate committed, I think it was a really good call from Blast. I'm not sure if it'll end up saving them, though, as even the bubble that came down afterwards doesn't seem to be enough for Mutarium. Unlucky takes to the skies, though he's still alive, still fighting it out against Borgang. If he can get a shield swap, he will be just perfect. Legit Lolly is healing up, though, and there may be a third party starting to come in. Rez is going to go off, but up comes Unlucky, and out go Borgang as Kick come in for the third party.
Very nice to see Kick continue to rack up the kills necessary to keep themselves relevant. Chaco just has to pop right over the edge to find this last little member here. Eliminate one more squad, but won't be able to find it. Maybe just give him a moment.
You need to drop down to the low ground. He's just, you don't want to take the risk on the 1v1, so. Not spotted just yet. Kick still got what they came for in the form of, I believe it was 1, but it could have been 2 kills depending on when they interrupted the res. At the very end of it, Kick will at least be able to pick up their third of the game, now getting that confirmed with Oirain with 1, but it could have been 2 kills depending on when they interrupted the res. At the very end of it, Kick will at least be able to pick up their third of the game, now getting that confirmed with Oirain once they're able to grab Unlucky, who's trying to escape with his teammates' banners. Shotgun to the face, though, puts a quick stop to that. Mutarium leave us, and we're down to 13 squads. Placement points starting to roll in.
Finally here, Kick, not just the placement, but also the kills they've sustained all game long. Now, we have been able to kind of touch on what is the zone. Hopefully, you've been looking at it in the mini-maps there. It is going to be pulling all the way towards the south, just behind that rock where you currently saw Vexed Gaming situate for the entirety of this game. And yes, you're going to see the major choke throughout the majority of these buildings. As our observer is showing us, though, those squads who are holding the very, very edge, High Society and Solo Q Goats, they take a building, they share, shake hands, say, this one's for us, baby.
So where did Kungarna go? Because Kungarna were here. Are they gone? Did they die? Did we miss it in all of the action over in these buildings? Perhaps, as you alluded to earlier, they Valkyrie relocated to get themselves into what they hoped was a better position. As Solo Q Goats heal themselves up for the moment, making sure that they're in the best position to take on squads that would otherwise try and pressure them out. But right now, it is just a game of holding on until that next zone pulls. Look at that. Everyone out to the south.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Meanwhile, High Society, they pull themselves back over towards the edge here to look for this fight. They spot out 789 on their rotation. Surprisingly, they themselves are able to defend what was a very risky dive in there. Now going to be that revive on his Desu. Hold that one back up. Daves has to crawl potentially. Oh, just barely might get the fall off.
Scars got taken out here as well. Our squad that was waiting on those placement points, trying to get up and maintain their spot in first place, now taking out that spot right before the picking. As Guild looking to get their first win of today. They have, oh my lord, looked so good, even in the qualifying matches, but have struggled inside of this winner's bracket with Kick hiding in the corner. Will they be able to outlast?
Kick here right up against the edge of that fence line. They don't have much to work with, but they need to make this one happen and want to stay alive. Meanwhile, Phoenix Legacy, this is a massive hole, but it is immediately taken advantage of. His Ip's got to look for a little bit more. The beams are there, but it's too much in the face of a Gibraltar like that. They do lose on Uchako, but still, it's more KP to net Kick forward. Remember, in game one, they sustained with 2. Meanwhile, Nax Gas Grenade out here on the edge. Guild taking advantage of those from below.
Now Horizon does get that little bit of damage down, but the real deal is sealing it off with Loba, and being able to take out a fight on an already weakened squad puts Guild in an even better position for the late game, as we're going to continue to go south in 23 seconds. T-Rex have got to make it in there, and look at this, we're going to be getting another full 3-man squad as we've got Reses coming in.
I promise I'm not biased, it's just exciting here as Kick will pull that one back down. Something I do want to talk about is Guild. Yes, we're very successful in their take. They're up against Odin Gamers, and that's what I was waiting for, especially for those squads that were a little bit late to the take here, having to play right up against what is that little bit of the squared fence off of the zip line here. Still, though, plenty of time now. Closing, though. Round 5, we see 2 squads take to the skies, utilizing what will be on those redeploys. Meanwhile, Kick still peppering, putting damage down. They want to make sure that no one's coming up from behind.
I'm starting to get my hopes up. 26 points so far for Kick. A win would put them in top 2 contention. T-Rex trying to get their dubs as well, throwing out the nades now. And honestly, find and flesh out in this southernmost area could be exactly the win condition that they need. But no kills come in just yet. Instead, Totem are going crazy all over 7, 8, 9, and they're being taken down slowly. Dave is out, and just like that, Kick end up sliding in and taking out the rest of them. Solo 2 ghosts end up leaving 7, 8, 9. Oh god, we're down to 6 squads, and if Kick have anything to say about it, we're down to 5 as a reply Totem go out.
Kick taken down 2 there on the back end of that house. I love the angle here from Oiren to try to see if they could get that high ground advantage. Gonna try to rat around the back end of this squad to take them both down in their final moments. Uchako will fall, defensive bombardment as well. Biarka looking for the Phoenix kit, will be able to sustain, as that's gonna be T-Rex eliminated here.
They managed to pick up Uchako as well. Horizon not willing to push out. Vexed playing the opposite end of this, and Guild Weekend sitting in the corner. Kick should be able to take these kills. 2 more fall into their hands. Now they've got the angles on Vexed, and it's Kick in a 3 versus 3 versus 3.
This is tough, though. That zone is pulling away from just nearly everybody here. That's the reason why we saw Guild try to play that one out as early as they did. It's tough to say, though. We have to pay respects to Kick, kind of taking their time as well as everyone else here. But still, this high ground advantage, utilizing it to put damage down where necessary. Those resources are ticking, though. Oiren, 1 battery left here. Can't quite peek with that Valk much longer.
The bow is really hurting them as well. Somebody on Vexed is playing at Legolas right now, and Kick are feeling it. It's hurting them in the resources, as you pointed out, and now with 2 squads revealing themselves, it's giving them less room to play with. Kick have got to do this for their shot at land. They need a win now to be able to put themselves inside of the top 2, and an EMP does start to change the game. Taking just that little bit of damage, Kick are able to outlast, but seeing Vex relocate, they've chosen to play for 3rd, and Kick are going to be able to take 1st place. Surely from above, raining in fire among the defensive bombardment, they're going to take it. Vex are out, and Kick just have the high ground to work with as bubbles expire. Kick are going to take their 1st win of the day and send themselves into the top 2.
Oh! Kick Esports against it all. Some rough play all day long finally able to find their win in a massive one at that. They didn't just last into the final moments of that zone. They took names, they kicked butt, they chewed gum, and they made sure that that KP will launch them to the top.
That is the kick that we fell in love with at the start of Pro League. The aggressive squad that is able to outmaneuver you in final rings, that is willing to go for plays like Uchako's Wraith sprinting at your face and taking you down, knowing that the rest of the team is on the way. It was an exciting 5th game, and I got good news for you, Zephyr. We've got another.
Oh, it's one more game that could potentially send Kick back to LAN here. I don't even want to think about what may be regarding the points. Tails, baby, send them down here. Show me where they have finished. Show me if they take it among the rest.
They did indeed get themselves into the top 2, and now they gotta hold on to it. Kick have earned this, but Scars are coming up behind them. Reply Totem as well. Phoenix Legacy, who have had consistent games, and right at the top, Zeta Division.
Some of the biggest names here coming into the final moments prior to match 6, all with the propensity to find a lead that could push them into the possibility of going to LAN here, Dia. All of them with glorious moments here, all last chance qualifier long. I can't begin to tell you who'll come out on top.
You know, I know that a lot of you in the audience are going to be hearing us exclaim, be super excited. It's got to do with 2 things. 1, it's the 5th game. It's very exciting. It's a very exciting time. 2, Zephyr, you and I watched Kick qualify through the preseason qualifiers.
We did.
We saw the beginning of this squad. We saw what made them a Pro League team, and that sort of history, you know, it makes fans out of people, and that's the promise of Pro League, of Challenger Circuit, of last chance qualifiers that you're going to
It is with a heavy heart that I say howdy howdy for one final time here during our last chance qualifiers, number 2 finals, last game of our 6-game series. I, of course, am Zephyr. That is Dia. Let's take it away to those leaderboards, see what's exactly in store for our competing rosters.
18 of these 20 teams we're going to be saying goodbye to. 2 of them will take the legacy of EMEA into the international competition over in Champs, over in North Carolina. It has been a wild road to get here. LCQ 2 has been some of the craziest Apex Legends that I've had the pleasure of casting over. And Zephyr, yeah. It's all going to come to an end after this, and what I can only imagine is an insane finish.
Yeah. We discussed this prior to going to break. It's anyone's game here to take this into the top 2, especially for a lot of the teams that have been riding the cusp of this one. Zeta, Kick, Scars, Totem, Forg, they've all touched that top 2 at one point or another, and the plethora of them have the opportunity themselves to also pick up those wins as well. The only one currently sitting within our top 7 that has not ever been able to kind of push the margin there being that of Phoenix Legacy, who also equally has the opportunity.
Yeah, again, they've been looking really, really good today. And for Phoenix Legacy, this would be, I want to say, history-making. Phoenix Legacy finished 28th in the regular season, and we're a team that I think underwhelmed a lot of people, but clearly coming into Champs, they have dialed things in. They have made it into the top 20 regionally, top 5 if we're going off of this game, and likely even higher as we pop into our last of the day. They've got a lot to prove, and so do every team within touching distance of that finals. You mentioned top 7. Those are the ones that do have the best shot of usurping Zeta Division at the top.
Dia, before we get into our final game here, I ask you one very simple thing. Don't even expand upon it. What are the 2 teams going to the Champs?
Kick and... no, I got this. It's Kick and Scars. It's Kick and Scars.
I am right there alongside you. No joke. Kick and Scars are exactly the 2 that I look forward to potentially coming out of our Game 6. We take a look at Character Select one last time here, trying to see if there's anything that has particularly changed between this one. Odin Gamers have brought out the Pathfinder there onto Pochi. That's about it.
Okay, well, that's going to be potentially the last thing that they are remembered by. Odin Gamers sitting in 11th place, 28 points right now. This Pathy's got to get them a lot. For the fans of Zeta Division, we want to see your team prove us wrong. Keep that top spot. 56 points is nothing that's too simple to overcome. Scars is still 7 points away right now. We want to see these stories told. We want to see all these teams succeed, but only 2 of them are going to make it. Last drop onto World's End, and there's no better, more fitting shot. These have been the trials that they have gone through, and for some teams landing in Skyhook West, they're going to go through them again.
Very nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Well, for most of these squads, very interesting to see where particularly the zone pulls into play here. And more appropriately, I think it's going to be about what style of gameplay that we see, especially because, rightly said, this is the last potential opportunity, right? So with that in mind, there's maybe the ramping, the risk that might come out here. For 789, again, they've changed up their drops. They're already taking what is their sustained fight here, a 50-50 that, not faring too well. It's underrated. How?
That's the identity that 789 have. The identity that 789 have going toe-to-toe with you in the 50-50s. They have done that the majority of these games, and while it has been a 50-50, sometimes 789 do manage to win it, and sometimes Underrated are pushing into them a little bit too quickly. Just as ends up going down. Now things are looking risky. Herald is low, but somehow still able to keep this one on top for Underrated, who will survive, eliminating our very first squad as we say goodbye to 789 for this year.
See you later. Beast of Prey eliminated in their final moments. I hope that's exactly what noise that bird makes there in moments like these. I have to give credit to Underrated. While they haven't been successful in terms of the general outcome of how they've played through the majority of these matches, they literally have never lost a early game 50-50 on drop. They have not lost a single one.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild to watch them, especially in, I want to say even mid-game skirmishes, where more often than not, it's things that catch them off guard, like a third team entering the fray or fire from afar, that really messes them up. These guys have been very consistent in the way that they approach fights and work as a unit quite well. We're seeing a little bit more of that as Odin Gamers start to pick a fight with Zeta. You cannot lose a fight right now, Zeta, because to go out, put your spot at risk.
Already a great beam sustained here from Pochi on the Pathfinder, but in return, beam is dropped. That's going to be the extended movement here provided from Zeta. You have to be extremely careful. This might have been one of those moments to make your move, but still, it's a great effort provided here from Pochi that allows them to get Danny back up, but that's going to be an ordnance that pressures.
Doesn't quite take him down. Instead, it's a full send from Zeta. Look at how complicated we're getting around these drops. As Pochi goes down, Odin Gamers no longer have protection for the high ground. Instead, they're going to be the ones taking out Zeta, get themselves an additional 3 points, and are going to be able to reset with Sunset.
This is exactly what Zeta needs in moments like this. 3 extra KP that pushes where the limit currently is at 56 to 59. It's simple addition, but it's going to be what counts here as we make our way through this game. For Zeta, they've got a ways to go. I'd love to pull back and see exactly where our zone might be finishing. I know we're getting a bit of a mix here towards the central area with Harvester and Lava Cycle all currently with the K, but for now, Solo Q Goats will fight their own.
The early fights do continue as Solo Q Goats lose one very quickly. Zab's able to clean this up and sends Phoenix Legacy to an unfortunate third-party finish as Imp now likely going to be taken down. They go out and it's 2 underrated who end up swooping in from Survey Camp, finding themselves another couple kills.
Phoenix Legacy, who sat in 5th place, now no longer in the running for the dreams of on their way towards North Carolina here. And for round 1 closing, we are sitting at 16 squads left, an incredibly accelerated lobby due to the, well, impetus that has been provided by those top 2 spots.
Now, with Phoenix Legacy exiting, I do want to say, retouch on the fact that they did manage to make top 5 in the 5th game of the day. Where they end up is going to be really for anybody's guess, but it's a marked improvement from the regular season performance, and these guys have a lot to be proud of. We are going to check out Lava Fisher, where we've got Navi rotating through, T-Rex right next to them, and Horizon sitting in the building. This may be where we get a little bit of a traffic jam, though it isn't in zone. To see 3 squads in the same place is pretty unusual.
Enemy spotted. 3 squads all the way out here. We'll see who might be able to capitalize. We tuned in with T-Rex, by the way. They were dropped in pairing from Navi, trying to accelerate upon them, and it looks like they're going to be looking for more. Quickly does T-Rex look for the escape around the ridge of this building. That's going to be the defensive bombardment utilized as well, but not before Rug lays him in with the rampage to find the crack.
Nice back out of the defensive bombardment as well. Doesn't want to take any additional damage or get slowed. Instead, throws out the snare, takes the long way around, and Sanya's right behind him. Not going to climb this, but instead, armor swap in the center of Countdown does keep the dream alive for T-Rex, if only for a moment. Shields get broken, but a hasty exit. This could still be, interestingly enough, T-Rex leading you into a very difficult place as, unfortunately, there's another squad behind him. T-Rex do end up going down.
Plenty of journeys already beginning to end here as we're taken down to the 75% of our lobby, and this isn't even within where that next zone is pulling. You've got so many teams trying to play edge to pick up the KP that might net them a chance here. A big split by underrated. All 3 members literally across the board here in Countdown. Navi, though, sticking together, providing good defense.
Underrated are moving too. Can we appreciate the fact that they started off on Survey Camp and managed to make their way all the way over here so ridiculously quickly? Round 1 hasn't even started closing yet, and they're no closer to the ring. That's just not the focus for so many of these teams. Kungarna even involved in a fight.
Yeah, looks like they've already dropped what I believe is 2 here, coming back out against SNK all the way towards Tree. They'll leave 1 member, I believe it's Kumra, to escape for now. Yeah, there's Kumba right on the very, very outside of that building, hiding just underneath to try to wrap this one out. Speaking of buildings, Totem has net themselves quite a nice one here. I love rounds 1 through 3 tree building play. It's when we get past round 3 that that has to be changed up. And yes, Zeta down 1.
Navi now taken out as well. We're into 13 squads at this point into the game. SNK going out as well. Top 13. Guild getting aggressed on. We can imagine by the squads in this area like Zeta, who were right at their backs, unspotted until then. Horizon taking a very creative angle up at the top. They do manage to get a knock, and Taskmaster is finished off, but Zeta are still alive, and they've started accruing placement points at this point. 11 is the next big marker. Once we hit top 10, that's when even more points will pocket into Zeta. That's where it gets even more difficult to challenge their top spot. Big grenade by Guild. Horizon pushing into here too soon. Instead, just watching as the gas takes people away. Urban goes down, and now the barrel is down, and Guild continue to send it in. Horizon takes a chunk, swaps the shield, sends the rest of his squad in, and it is the beginning of the end.
It's a perfect opportunity for Guild to clean this one up. You can see the damage still ticking down. They're going to go for the full KP on this wipe here as they eliminate Urban. Totem from the other side, the building that they're holding just ahead of this one, also able to find KP of their own. As that's going to be it for Congarna. Horizon providing the majority of that damage there.
12 teams still alive as round 2 has yet to close. This is the highest octane game that we have had throughout the entirety of the LCQs. So many of these teams eager to prove themselves, eager to book their ticket to champs. Take a look at Zeta, who have gotten Taskmaster right back into the game.
I'll tell you what, some of the people here, they'll say puppies, but I like a different P word. It's passion, Dia. Passion, as all these teams continue to hunt for those last possible chances. We tune in with Scars. They haven't been on our kill feed in the game thus yet, but they hold very nice choke here to potentially look for more. Meanwhile, underrated fall as well here, bringing us down to 11. Meanwhile, Muterium also facing difficulties of their own against Horizon.
Underrated, now that they've gone out, their season is over despite an impressive performance. Horizon trying to keep that from being the case for them, collecting a few more KP. You talked about Scars and their sort of lack of involvement so far. That's something that for them has to be unacceptable. You've got to make up so many more points now that Zeta Division have managed to pick up a full squad wipe and have looked for even more involvement. This is going to be a game where Scars have to push the agenda. They cannot sit back and relax, knowing that Zeta are showing up to kill feed.
Absolutely here for Rebel, unable to capitalize there in that final moments, but they are going to be able to eliminate Ezzy here from the High Society roster. That leaves the just one remaining member to persist. It looks like we got a bit of a split in terms of these last remaining squads. Muterium also taking the own brunt of action here, coming right out of Countdown, and Horizon, they're just biding their time. They wait with bated breath for them to crawl out of the zone.
They're lurking, and you're going to hear Muterium now. You're very going to quickly see them go down as Horizon sitting behind this box, bait the banner, and they're going to take out Blasts. Tyler knows that he's doomed, but sitting behind this rock, he can do nothing as Muterium are wiped from World's Edge.
Oh my gosh, imagine the rat strat out in ALG. Yes, it works. It secures the KP, but it brings a sad point to hold here. Muterium, that will be it for their journey. Meanwhile, obviously we take a look at the zone. It's a bit of a split between Lava Siphon and Harvester. Could pull towards that train line where we see some of the teams contest here. Rebel, though, in a fight of their own against Scars. It looks like they've dropped one member here. Scars doing great job on the defense, looking for potentially more. Full wipe, understood, but no, it's caught out by a bit of the portal, but the follow-through is perfect here from Monday. Rebel eliminated.
What just happened? Scars surely did not mean to take that portal, but in a hilarious moment, it provides him with the perfect flank. The rest of Scars, having picked up 3 kills now, are closer, remain in really the same position as they were at the start of the day, when considering where Zeta are. But Zeta has got to be the thing they keep their eyes out for. In anonymous mode, it's so much more difficult to notice when Zeta are suffering. Totem lose 1.
Totem down 1, now more. A car with the beam. Gibby to defend against his teammate. Shields here. Guild gonna pump back, try to chase this one down as Gibby pulls towards the door. Things are ticking with the utilization of that thermite, but Guild secure the elimination on Totem. And I'll tell you what, Dia, a finish in 9th with only a handful of KP. It is very unlikely that we see 4th place Totem find a return. Meanwhile, Guild, they're still defending.
Summer points go crazy right now. That was the thing that clutched it out for Guild, but Vex want to try and challenge even into this Caustic Gas. Not having a Caustic of their own, it does become really difficult. We've seen Guild put up crazy defenses before, but Vex seem to be not too interested in pursuing this agenda. Grab a Devotion without that turbocharger, and now starting to push in for the cracks. There are no barrels here. None of that cooldown available for Guild, and this may be them going out. Vex back off for the moment. All of them down 2 flesh. The crack with the 301 is good, but not good enough as Guild pick up 1 and 2, finding the knocks inside the building in a defensive action that is incredible to witness.
This is insane for Guild. We'll check in with their score just so everyone knows. 31 points in 10th. An incredible win, an incredible source of kills. Could do it for them. Meanwhile, they have to keep the dream alive, eliminating the final member of Vex. Bambino trying to slide in there. Gonna take this time to get Silta back up as we sit edge of round 3. 6 full 3-man squads. That is it. Oh my God.
What was the word you used? Passion? Passion. Passion that is driving these squads. 6 kills on Horizon right now. 1,500 damage, and we're pulling ourselves up over towards Lava Siphon. We've barely discussed the ring because, I'm going to be honest, Zephyr, I don't think these teams care.
Not a damn acknowledgement. It does pull towards that train line like we discussed very early on. I say like we discussed, but it was more like as I tried to throw it out of my mouth as quick as I could before the next fight took place here, and that might provide the angle for some of these squads, but still, some of the biggest names of this lobby who are competing for those spots are all alive here. Scars, Kick, Rebel, or Guild, my apologies, who are apparently well within their right to take this one as well.
Kick have got to be worried, right? Given how well Zeta Division have performed, having picked up a squad and actually a few more kills after that, Kick are the one that are in danger of having their spot usurped by Scars just below. They had an incredible Game 5 to put them into this position. But if they go out in Game 6 without having taken a fight, without having won said fight, it's going to be big trouble. 6 teams left, and all of them full squads. Scars hunting for them, but I mean, with 6 teams in Zone 3, if you don't want to fight, you don't fight.
Well, it seems our passion has taken a moment of respite here as, well, the zone really hasn't forced anyone to make major moves, and there's quite a bit of land in store for any of these squads to play this one out. We get a great lay of the land. Horizon, Guild, Zeta, 4Gang, Kick, and Scars all within their rights to pull a win like this off. Right now, if Zeta, Scars, Kick, if any of them win, it's very likely they're on their way to land here.
Exactly. That's the amazing thing about this lobby, is that all the points are so close that with one convincing win, especially someone like Guild could turn those tables. But look at this. Guild are coming up on where Scars were moments before. If they take this a little bit too hastily, if they don't pay proper respect, we could see our kill leaders go out to the squad that was #1 previously.
Mind you, it is literally going to come down to placements here. A majority of the KP has been picked up by Guild in what was the chaos of Tree there, so there's not much left to sustain here. And they look for more. Scars, though, has finally picked them out. Bit of being provided there onto Horizon, but he's doing just okay.
And it wasn't in time enough to get a 3-2-1 to get a clean kill on Horizon. So now Guild have the opportunity to fight this out as a fair engagement. And this is going to look good for them. They've already got their mechanics dialed in for today. Gas canisters exploding. Difficult to push Horizon, but as 3 people, you can do it. Jumps back down to the low ground, pops the bat, and Guild are playing this slowly. I think they know who they're up against just based on how clean this fight has been.
Dome has been expended here. That's your massive defensive tool. That's already going to be Silta starting to rotate up and look for more. They're all going to try to swing outside the door to drop what is one immediately. And Matafe now has to fight for the life of Guild. They are taken down in 6 almost immediately there. Scars make short work of them. And I'll tell you what, Dia, Guild, if they wanted that land spot, I know how many kills they picked up. They needed the win. They had to have obtained the win. I'm pretty sure their journey has ended here.
It certainly has. Unfortunately for them, Zephyr, Scars will continue as the one team that can disrupt the top of the standings. Zeta, Division, and Kick right above them. And Zeta have been playing really conservatively throughout this mid-game. They got the initial wipe. I think that put the fear of God into them. They were hanging around Harvester, then the Snake Building. Now the Horizon have shown up. Zeta have relocated, but check it out. A Kraber in the hands of Horizon. That could be a game changer.
Now, I'm not completely sure, but I believe Zeta was eliminated, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Am I trolling? No, four squads.
Horizon went into that building and killed them.
All right, we're gonna need we actually need our observers to confirm, so please let us know. I'm sorry that I'm doubting you, Zephyr. I don't mean to. I love you very much.
There you go. There you go. Kick, Ford Gang, Scars, Horizon. That is it.
Holy moly.
Zeta is out here. They sustained some kills to their name, but this is the potential usurping of any one of these squads. Now Kick, we look at them. They are pinched between a rock and a hard place. Both Ford Gang and Horizon potentially looking to climb up here.
And Horizon, having wiped out Zeta, could do the same now. This could be big. Hiarka goes down, but Oirain answers before being taken down himself. Ford Gang are making their argument for why they should be in the top, and Kick end up going down, maybe giving up their spot at LAN, their spot at Champs, as Scars start sneaking in through the back, looking for their own entry.
Scars here taking it slow. We can see Liffen has found what is that initial knock there onto one of the members here of Ford Gang after they were damaged in their fight against Kick. This will more than likely put us in a poised position to see, this might be the final moments of the game. 2 squads remaining.
It already is. Ford Gang are out, and this is big. We'll see if Scars are able to take this victory as setting up for the 3v3. They know this is it. How often does it come down to one simple fight to determine who gets to go to Champs?
It might come down to a fight, or it may come down to one simple shot. That Kraber is in play. Of course, it only has 3 remaining, but I'll count 3 heads here in opposition, Dia.
This is going to be big for 0-0. If he can hit just one shot, everything changes. First one goes wide, and we've got no reason to engage until he finds an angle. But 0-0 splitting up could be cause for Scars to commit. This is very risky from Horizon. Scars have got to recognize this, but Horizon are applying just enough pressure that the bubble has to be used. Monde now healing up. We've seen teams be punished before. Guild moments ago did end up going down after pushing up, getting a little too aggressive after a bubble, and Scars retreat, laying down gas behind them, but giving up so much space to Horizon.
They give up the space, but they pull towards the zone, Dia. They have a little bit of that major high ground advantage. Yes, there's some cover for Horizon to work with, but it's going to be incredibly tight here. Scars might have a little bit of the peak on the heads to put the damage down where it counts. Knocks gas grenade.
It's big, but it just barely starts ticking away. 2 members down, but Scars decide this is their time. They're going to go for the end game. They're going to go for the championship. Taishin waits in the corner for these domes to be expended. No ticks on this knock gas grenade because Taishin, playing Caustic, is able to lay out the damage in return. The havoc with the turbocharger is going crazy, but Monde is isolated, and Monde is going to go down. He gets 1 knock in return. It's a 1-for-1 RPR and Taishin. They're coming in to clean it up, and Scars sent themselves to Champs.
Scars on their way back. They've got plenty to prove in here in our last chance qualifier. They have made it clear that their journey is far from over, and they deserve a spot amongst the rest.
Oh my lord. I want to see the scores. I am certain that Scars have managed to make it in, but math has always, it's not been my strong suit, Zephyr, so I'm waiting for the confirmation. What an incredible last game. Kick, likely, unfortunately, denied their spot in the final North Carolina Championships, simply because, well, there were 2 squads on them.
This is tough. I'm sitting here trying to do the mental math. Zeta Division was up into that the very end. They dropped down in 5th place after Horizon extended themselves upon them. Kick was next to fall. Now, Zeta has held first for quite some time now. We have to question, obviously, Kick was not popping up in that kill feed. They didn't really put much KP on the board. You have to wonder, did they have the points necessary to combat that?
I'm waiting for the confirmation that we have those scores up. It was an incredible game from all of our squads. Ford Gang very much impressing. And remember, Horizon, our real estate agents, having their shot in that final ring. Are we good?
I'm good for the standings, but I'll tell you what, me personally, physically, I'm losing it right now. I am physically shaking. This decides the 2 representatives of EMEA coming through from last chance qualifiers. I'm gonna close my eyes. Dia, you announce them. Let's look at the leaderboard.
Okay, let's bring it up. In first place, Zephyr, Scars with 70 points. In second place, Zeta Division, take it away with 65. These will be your 2 representatives going to land, going to champs. You'll see them in North Carolina.
Scars make a name for themselves, finishing it first with a win to bolster coming out of Game 6. They have to make it clear that what they showed in Stockholm is nothing close to what they are willing to present in North Carolina. And now, the whole reason we run these qualifiers, Zeta Division, one of the Pro League squads who didn't have that opportunity, clutching it up.
Yeah, a really impressive performance from them. We even had doubts about them at the end after a 12th place finish. They were clearly a strong squad in Pro League, but have gotten even stronger in between LAN and now, wreaking havoc in vengeance for the fact that they weren't able to qualify then. For 2 of our teams, they will proceed to champs. For 18 of these squads, their year is over, Zephyr. We say goodbye to Kick, the aggressive squad that managed to just barely clinch Game 5, to Horizon, who demonstrated a mastery of rings, to Totem, who dominated Storm Point, to all of these squads from 5th and below as well, that managed to impress us during the regular season, during their qualifiers. It's been an incredible run.
This is insane. I want to point out how incredibly stacked this lobby was going into our final moments today. 8 of the squads had 40-plus points, with Underrated and Congarna arguably just on the cusp of it. Such a incredible performance from literally everyone at their own individual moments. I mean, obviously, it's with a heavy heart that we send home 18 squads, but it really, truly could have been anyone's. This goes on 1 game longer, and you're sending Horizon and Totem. In another game, suddenly Forg and Legacy are in the mix.
It really was anyone's game at the end, and the 6th game, that last little clutch element that we measure before sending to champs, that was really the thing that determined these 2 teams. Zeta Division having a very convincing LCQ performance as well, not faltering once in the final day today. They have demonstrated that they've got the consistency to perform well internationally, and Scars are going to get their second shot at it.
Scars getting the second shot. Zeta Division, their first opportunity to perform. Let's pull this one back to the studio here. Hopefully you've got those points imprinted in your mind. It doesn't quite matter anymore. You just know which teams we finally were against Carolina. As for us here, though, on the desk, we're going to take some time to thank our sponsors behind this event. Of course, Medify. If you are looking to elevate your gameplay to the next level, take advantage of the tutorials, guides, and coaches that they provide on their website, medify.gg. And of course, Versus Gaming, the secondary stream that has brought you all of the action all week long. They themselves run a plethora of tournaments, explicitly, of course, in the EMEA region, with a major instance of not just Apex, but also Valorant, Fortnite, and plenty of others. And if you're interested in seeing some of those squads that have been eliminated still continue to compete through our region, you can most surely catch them there.
You certainly can. Zephyr, I've got some thank yous to throw out as well. Of course, to the audience for tuning in. We cannot do this without you guys. We literally, our jobs would exist.
Thanks, girl.
You. Yeah. Hey, thank you for tuning in.
Thank you for being so nice.
And to, of course, our productions crew behind the scenes. We've had one-man solo running production and another solo running observing. Shoutouts to Tails and Warchalk for being able to do this all on their own. EA have allowed us to host this event, and we've made a meal of it. It's been quite fun, Zephyr. I'd like to thank the players for the incredible games that we saw, for their journeys throughout the season. And Zephyr, I'd like to thank you for our final cast of the ALGS here too.
It's tough to say, but it has been a lovely opportunity to have...
It's tough.
It's tough to say goodbye to ALGS in our final moments here as we close out at least our representation here for year 2. It has been a blessing to be a part of it alongside you, Dia, Tiffany, and plenty of others who have shown their face here across the EMEA region in our final moments. And I cannot thank EA, the fans, and all of you, the community who have supported us along the way. Get away, man.
All right, well, yeah, thank you guys. We very clearly appreciate it. It's a tough ending, but we're going to do it professionally. All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifiers number 2. Your champs representatives from the Last Chance Qualifiers have been decided. Scars are going to be sending themselves there alongside Zeta Division. It has been a long road, and you will continue seeing their stories there. For more ALGS action, be sure to check the @PlayApex Twitter, and for more updates on other Apex events around EMEA, check out Versus Gaming. We will see you guys next time with even more ALGS and Apex action right here.